Like, this is art. I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I have been was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the up. He spews talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand
that people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think is okay?
All right, y'all, we at the Wildlife 2025, 1400 Wildlife. They got everything out here, real chicken, kangaroo, all kinds of shit out here. We turning up out here, man. Check it out. We turning up out here, man. Check it out, man. Everybody around, we hanging around. Got my boy Trey right there. We doing what it do out here. And you ain't no.
Hey, what's up, MOT?
Oh, what up, man?
Oh, nothing much. Just about to watch this video from Gordon, Alabama. It's the Wildlife Cook-Off.
Oh no! So they just picking up shit from Alabama and putting it on grills.
I don't know exactly where all of it came from, but you know what? I like watching these events. It's been years since I've been to one. You know, kind of reminds me of family reunions. But
we have something similar in the Mississippi Delta, but yeah, I know what they're getting at here. Yeah. So.
Well, let's have a look. It's a little longish. If you need me to stop, just let me know. What's up, Mela?
No, let it roll. Let it roll.
Okay. Well, Mela has joined us.
What's going on, Mela?
Hey, I stopped by to donate a video that I believe you will enjoy. It's a comedian named Erica Nicole Clark. She's believe it or not, Mr. T's daughter. And this short video,
I've seen her. I've seen some clips by her.
I just ran across. This is a new discovery. It was hilarious, and because I said I would stop by, I wanted to contribute something that would make you laugh. I'll leave it in the back. It's I'm gonna be quiet until you call for me. Okay.
Okay.
Enjoy the video, everybody. Remember to hit the like.
I'll have to look at it first, because you know sometimes these creative works are copyrighted, and I don't want to do anything. She's a good looking woman though. I like her. She's
a little plus size, but she's very appealing to look at. Yeah.
Well, when you're 60, a little plump won't hurt you.
Yeah, you don't know what to tell you. You bring your ass down here. We got to do it to you.
Oh. You know what? Man, look at this music. You know what? I don't remember all this music. I may not be able to watch it.
Yeah, nigga, they would shut your live stream down in a heartbeat. Especially popular music.
Well, that's all right.
Man, they don't fuck with that.
That's all right. I got an alternative. Mr. Trump and the MBS. This is their little get together here. That was going to be my next video. So we'll watch that instead. Not as fun, but probably as amusing.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. We have a extremely respected man in the Oval Office today, and a friend of mine for a long time, a very good friend of mine. And, I'm very proud of the job he's done. What he's done is incredible in terms of human rights and everything else. And he's the Crown Prince, the future king, and I just want to pay my greatest respect to your father, King, who is an amazing man. I met him early on. He greeted me at the airport at an age that was pretty high up there, and it was about 117 degrees, and he was standing on the red carpet as I came out of the plane, and he's amazing. And when I met his brilliant son, it was at the Oval Office, and shortly thereafter, he came in representing the country, and I called the father. I said, "This guy is fantastic." And I don't know if that helped you or hurt you, but obviously it couldn't have hurt you much because here you are, right? So we had a great meeting, and the office has changed quite a bit, and we inherited a mess. You actually told me you thought the country.
Oh, this is hilarious. The Oval Office has changed quite a bit. It literally looks like a sultan's harem in there.
It was in big trouble. I'm not going to use the exact word that you use. I refuse to say that you thought our country was dead a year and a half, 2 years ago, but our country was in trouble, and now we have the hottest country in the world. The United States is right now the hottest country in the world, and between the tariffs and the election, November 5th election, we've done things that nobody can believe. $21 trillion will be the amount invested in the United States or committed to invest in 1 year.
From
9 months, we're up to almost $18 trillion. Biden, as an example, the Biden administration, if you call it that, it's not to me, it was the Biden lack of administration. There were less than 1 trillion for 4 years. We're going to be 21 trillion for 1 year. I think that's hard to believe. The biggest in history was a certain country, 3 trillion. We're going to be 21 trillion. On top of that, prices are coming down. We inherited a mess with high prices, the worst inflation in the history of our country. We had inflation that was a single 4 years, the worst inflation in the history.
A little bit later in the show, Vance, in that statement that he made on a CNN news show, I can't think of the name of it. It's their flagship Sunday news show, where he said, lying to move an agenda or to achieve some goal is something that they weren't above doing. And I want to point out that pretty much nothing Trump is saying right now is even remotely truthful. Prices are not.
Who has $20 trillion to invest in the United States? That's a lot of fucking money. Who has 20 trillion?
No, I think he means collectively. But the bottom line is not all. This isn't money that's in the bank. This is money that's been pledged. And, as soon as Trump is out of the picture, these people are going to renege.
Of course they will.
So, they're just doing it. They're just pledging it just to stay on his good side. The bottom line is that prices coming down, the economy is doing well. That's blatant.
Right after he said that the affordability crisis is in your head, he said that in an interview that people can look up. He said that, and it's like, at this point in time, I don't think you can trust any of these people who voted for Trump. It doesn't even matter why they voted for him. They will lie, they will cheat, they will steal, they will say anything. It's all about just rage baiting you into just swinging out on them. And it's like, no, when they make an actual point. Yeah, go ahead.
One thing I do have to say, I noticed CT hasn't been wearing his MAGA hat lately.
You don't see the MAGA hats nowhere in the country. Not even on military bases. You don't see that shit.
And the bottom line is people are starting to hide their red hats. Only the true believers are talking about what a great president he is right now.
The United
and YouTube
States,
grifters.
gas prices
And
through the roof. And that's
I don't even hear it that much on YouTube anymore.
Reserve, which was meant for wars and big emergencies, not to try and win an election. They opened up the reserve so that people get $3 less in gasoline, and it didn't work. They got about 3 cents
$3 less.
Because as big as those reserves are, they're peanuts when you're talking about that kind of traffic. And we're rebuilding the reserves. We're doing all of this, and we've done a job. We're also bringing down prices very substantially, and we've already brought them down very, very substantially. Gasoline is way down. I think you'll be seeing $2 gasoline, but we're now at $2.50, $2.45. Some are lower than that. It was $4.50, $5, $6, $3.50, $3.75, under by all different numbers, but way high. And we have energy way down. But the biggest thing to me, because I know what it means in jobs, is the fact that we're at over $17 trillion, Scott, and we expect to be around $21 trillion in 1 year. And that's many times bigger than in history. The highest number was $3 trillion. And we're going to be at 21 trillion. That means new plants, new AI, new auto plants. We have auto plants coming in from Canada, from Mexico, from Germany, from Japan. Toyota just agreed to invest $10 billion on new auto plants, all American workers. We've never been in a position like this. You can go back to the beginning. Our country has never been in a position like this. And it really is because of the fact that we use tariffs to bring all this money in. And you're going to see the results in a year when these plants start to open up. We have more.
Dude, he better pray. He better pray that the Supreme Court doesn't actually follow the Constitution.
Overturn.
He better. They
pray. Are going to. I think that the Supreme Court is going to try to tell him that he can do what he can and have already done, but he can't do anything further. That's my prediction.
Yeah.
That's not a bad prediction.
Dump the whole thing. Yeah.
Well, dumping the whole thing would definitely tank the economy. Because, that's just going to just destabilize everything. In a way, I hope they do that, like do no more harm and, undo what you've done. I mean, they could basically tell him, hey, no more tariffs, at least making up emergencies to impose tariffs. But somehow or another, you don't have to pay the money back, but yeah, they're going to have to find a middle ground. I agree with you on that.
Plants under construction now than at any time in the history of our country. And these are big plants. These are the biggest plants anywhere in the world. And I want to thank you because you've agreed to invest $600 billion into the United States. And because he's my friend, he might make it $1 trillion, but I'm going to have to work on him. But it's 600. We can count on 600 billion.
This guy.
But, that number could go up a little bit.
This guy works on my last nerve. I tend not to outright dislike people that I don't know personally. But man, Trump just stretches my patience.
Yeah.
But
he is the lioness president that I'm aware of. This dude will fucking lie to the American people. And his little sycophants will eat it up. President Trump said.
We appreciate it very much. So Saudi is going to be investing at least $600 billion. And that means investments in plants, in companies, money on Wall Street. And what it really means for everybody that really counts is jobs, a lot of jobs. We have a lot of jobs. So I just want to thank you.
Do you see the posture of the king listening to him? He's listening to him like, this guy's so full of it.
No, he's the crown prince.
Oh, the
king
crown
is
prince.
Old and infirm. Yeah. Bottom line is, this guy's sitting back. He's of all the leaders that I've seen in the Oval Office doing these little press conferences through in the last 10 months. This guy isn't sitting forward in his chair. He's not even
exactly.
He is relaxed. He is relaxed. I'm waiting for him to cross his legs and kind of lay back in that chair.
We've been really good friends for a long period of time. We've always been on the same side of every issue. I think we've done a great job in wiping out the nuclear capacity of Iran. Nobody else could have done that. No other president would have done it. We had the pilots in the Oval Office right here. We were celebrating a very successful attack. So I had them in with that beautiful B-2 bomber that's over there. And they said, sir, for 22 years, we practiced this attack. Our predecessors, these were very young guys. So 22 years, they said our predecessors and us practiced the attack on Iran. But no president ever gave us the go-ahead. 3 times a year, they went out and they practiced the attack. Nobody let us do it until you came along, and I let them do it because it was the right thing to do. You can't have a nuclear Iran. And so we put you in a very good position. But I just want to say it's an honor to be your friend, and it's an honor that you're here. And if you'd like to say a few words, but thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. This relation for about 9 decades, and we've been working together for a long time. But today it's a very important time in our history because there's also a lot of things that we're working in the future. We believe in the future of America. We believe in what you're doing, Mr. President, is really creating a lot of good things and good foundation to create more economic growth, more business in America, and also your work for the world peace. I believe, Mr. President, today and tomorrow we're going to announce that we are going to increase that $600 billion to almost $1 trillion of investment, real investment and real opportunity by details in many areas. And the agreement that we are signing today in many areas in technology, in AI, in air materials, magnets, etc., that will create a lot of investment opportunities.
So you are doing that now. You're saying to me now that the $600 billion will be $1 trillion.
Definitely, because what we are signing will facilitate that. And
I like that very much. No, that's great. I appreciate that. That's great. We're doing numbers that nobody's ever done. And in all fairness, if you didn't see potential in the U.S., you wouldn't be doing that.
Definitely.
You don't want to lose money.
As you said, Mr. President, it's the most hottest country in the planet. But what you're creating is not about opportunity today. It's about also long-term opportunity in of America that will affect American economy positively in the next coming decades, preparing the right foundation of emerging technologies. That's a game changer for America in a good way, and we want to be part of it.
Yeah, we're doing really well. And this, you don't see what we're doing so much because we have, although the construction industry sees it. If you look at Caterpillar, who's been incredible, the tractors, everything else, the numbers that we're doing in construction are unbelievable. Some of the plants that we're building, AI, and they're building their own electric with the plant. I gave them the right to build their own electric with the plant because no country, frankly, will have this. China's working very hard to produce enough electric, but we're beating China substantially at AI, which is a big thing. And we had a great meeting 2 weeks ago with President Xi, but on AI, we're doing well. And I have a man, David Rommel.
Yes, sir.
David, could you say a few words about what you're seeing on the job front and all of the some of the assets, and also how we've been helped by the Saudis in terms of the kind of investment they've made, please.
Yeah, most certainly. Thank you for the opportunity. I am a facility leader for GE Vernova. And if you look at the landscape for GE Vernova investment, over $750 million in the U.S. focused on true manufacturing jobs here stateside. We're looking at tripling the output of our Greenville, South Carolina facility, where we make the gas turbines that are supporting U.S. needs as well as the Saudi Arabian needs.
Right.
So real jobs, $300 million in gas investment, resulting in over 500 pieces of new equipment being installed in the Greenville, South Carolina facility. That translates into roughly 1,800 jobs across the board for GE Vernova as we try to scale capacity to be able to meet this demand. Along with that, we're partnering with local communities to build the skill set that's required to meet these capacity needs. So that talent pipeline is incredibly important. So it's real jobs in the manufacturing space.
Well, you've been great, and thank you very much. And we love that state. I won that state by record numbers. I won a lot of states by record. Texas, a lot of them by Indiana. We're working with Indiana or something right now. We won that. We won a lot
Jesus
of them by
Christ,
records, but that was
like
one
he
of them.
really
Thank you very
cares.
much. Say hello to everybody. Great job. You're doing a great job. Thank you. So just in wrapping up, we'll take a couple of questions, but I want to just tell you what an honor.
Yeah, one of these questions is going to borderline piss him off, which is going to be amusing. And the other thing is that every one of these meetings has to be about him and the past. And I really do think that's a sign of aging. I've even noticed it in myself. Old people tend to live in the past. And this dude is not quite all there. He's functional, but we really need to stop electing old people into the presidency in particular. They're just not. They're just not
all there.
They're skipping a beat, and Trump is particularly bad because he's still functional enough to continue to break things. The education department I'll be talking about in a little bit, but we'll just go ahead and play this a little while longer.
It is to be your friend, and I very much appreciate the investment of now $1 trillion. Okay, so I'm glad you got that out. I didn't want to be the one to tell them, but that's great news.
You keep increasing, Mr. President.
I know.
Each time the opportunities are just increasing more and more.
Well, the opportunities. We're doing better. If even if you look back 6 months ago, I mean, now all of a sudden you feel even better. So, and I think we're only going to go in one way. Does anybody have any questions?
Mr. President, have you approved the export licenses for advanced chips to Saudi Arabia? The export licenses?
We are working on that. We're negotiating that right now. Marco, do you want to talk about that, or Scott?
Well, I mean, that's part of what we may have announcements on that later today. But that's what we've been working on is the mechanics by which something like that can be achieved. And it's part of the broader process, part of this broader engagement and cooperation between our two countries.
Certain levels.
He's going to have to mention the leadership of President Trump.
$1 trillion in investment. Could the kingdom continue to do that with oil prices in the mid-60s?
Yeah, we are not creating a fake opportunities to, please America, please President Trump. It's real opportunities. For example, when you ask about the AI and the chips, Saudi Arabia have a huge demand of a huge need of computing power, and we're going to spend in the short term around $50 billion by consuming those semiconductors for all of these in Saudi Arabia. And with the agreement that we're going to have with America, that will allow us to focus that consuming power in the short term by $50 billion from the of America, and long term with hundreds of $billions in the long term. So there's a lot of real opportunities that fit to our need in Saudi Arabia and fit to our investment strategy.
Mr. President, is it appropriate, Mr. President, for your family to be doing business in Saudi Arabia while you're president? Is that a conflict of interest? And Your Royal Highness, the U.S. intelligence concluded that
he doesn't like that question.
Murder of a journalist. 9/11 families are furious that you are here in the Oval
Who are you
Office.
with? Who are you
Why
with?
should Americans
Who are
trust
you with?
And the same to you, Mr. President.
No, who are you with?
I'm with
You with who?
ABC.
Fake news. ABC fake news. One of the
But the
worst.
question is
One of the
legitimate,
worst
sir.
in the business. But I'll answer your question.
Thank you.
I have nothing to do with the family business. I have left, and when I've devoted 100% of my energy. What my family does is fine. They do business all over. They've done very little with Saudi Arabia, actually. I'm sure they.
They've done a lot with Saudi Arabia. We just covered a story a few days ago about some real estate deal where Trump is basically going to be a brand that they use. It's a branding deal with some huge real estate. Saudi Arabia's biggest real estate company. Bottom line is what they are accusing Joe Biden and Hunter Biden of. His family's doing it out in the open. They are literally using the Trump name to get $3 billion while the man is in office. And they wanted to put Hunter Biden in jail for doing the same thing with Burisma. People don't seem to be able to put that two and two together, and that's what this reporter's doing. The most corrupt president probably in history. There's no way that I believe that Trump doesn't have anything to do with Trump, the Trump, what is it, Trump Corporation or whatever it is. The guy's corrupt.
We do a lot. And anything they've done has been very good. That's what we've done. We've built a tremendous business for a long time. I've been very successful. I decided to leave that success behind and make America very successful. And I've made America more successful by far than it ever was, and that it ever could have been, no matter who was president. There would be nobody bringing in $21 trillion, that I can tell you right now. As far as this gentleman is concerned, he's done a phenomenal job. You're mentioning somebody that was extremely controversial. A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about. Whether you like him or didn't like him, things happen. But he knew nothing about it, and we can leave it at that. You don't have to embarrass our guest by asking a question like that.
Just yes, Mr. President, allow me to answer. I feel painful about families of 9/11 in America, but we have to focus on reality based on CIA data.
How is asking a question embarrassing?
And based on a lot of documents that Osama bin Laden used Saudi people at that event for one main purpose, is to destroy this relation, to destroy the American-Saudi relation. That's the purpose of 9/11. So whoever buying that means they are helping Osama bin Laden's purpose of destroying this relation. He knows that strong relation between America and Saudi Arabia is bad for extremism, it's bad for terrorism. And we have to approve him wrong and to build our relation, to continue developing our relation. It's critical in the safety of the world. It's critical against extremism and terrorism. About the journalists, it's really painful to hear, anyone that been losing his life for, no real purpose or nothing illegal way. And it's been painful for us in Saudi Arabia. We've did all the right steps of investigation in Saudi Arabia, and we've improved our system to be sure that nothing happened like that. And it's painful and it's a huge mistake, and we are doing our best that this doesn't happen again.
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. The Crown Prince has been instrumental in helping lifting the sanctions on Syria. Will there be any joint investment between the U.S. and Syria? And will you visit the
Are you from Syria?
No, but
Where are you from?
I'm from Palestine.
Oh, making a lot of progress, huh? Very good. Well, they like
have
the Palestinians like
me.
me. Palestinians are doing very well, actually. I think we're working very closely with a lot of people that make everybody happy, including Israel, the Palestinians, and everybody. That's very interesting. No, I think that I will tell you, the Crown Prince called me, and he specifically asked me if I would lift the sanctions on Syria because he wants to see Syria make it. As you know, the leader of Syria was just here. We had a great meeting, and he's a strong guy, and I guess you need a strong person to run it. And I think Syria's made tremendous progress. And we did lift the sanctions at the request of the Crown Prince. Also, the president of Turkey, Erdogan, called me specifically. He said, if you don't lift the sanctions, Syria doesn't have a chance. If you do, they have a very good chance. And between the two of them and some others, I lifted the sanctions. And the results so far have been pretty good.
Mr. President, I have a question about the F-35s that are being sold to Saudi Arabia. Are these the same ones that are being used by the Israeli military? And if so, how does that allow for the qualitative military edge for Israel?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and stop this here. It doesn't get any better after that question. But while these festivities went on, the House is voting on releasing the Epstein files, or having the Justice Department release Epstein files. All of a sudden, Speaker Johnson predicts a near unanimous vote on this, and not that he could stop it. And President Trump, as we have heard, is behind it. He said, "Hey, go ahead and vote." I think we all know that actually the tough hurdle is going to be the Senate, because they're going to need 60 votes to release it. I'm not sure that the 60 votes will be there. I kind of hope it is, but I'm not. I don't know. I'm guessing that Trump is telling the House, "Yeah, go ahead and vote for it," because he thinks he can hang it up in the Senate. But maybe I'm wrong. I haven't heard much about what the Senate is thinking, but I guess we'll be hearing from them soon. And it also happens that the House is debating it as we speak, and I fast forward it to the point where Speaker Johnson is actually speaking on the topic.
Reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from the great state of Louisiana, the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Mr.
The gentleman
Johnson.
from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, for doing such an extraordinary job on all of this. For 43 long days, the Democrats held this House and the entire country hostage. Finally, with the lights back on, this body's returning to our regular legislative session. We have a lot of work to do. My colleagues on this side of the chamber are ready and eager to get back to our urgent legislative work that we promised the American people we would do. We've got to continue lowering the cost of health care. We've got to bring down prices for American families, and we've got to finish the regular appropriations process, just to name a few of those priorities. And I wish I could say that our first order of business would be to get to those urgent priorities, but of course we're here spending time on the floor about something else. This is something we could have resolved last week when we brought a unanimous consent to pass this discharge with the full support of the body. But our friends over here who are arguing today stalled that. They objected to it, and they wanted to have this exercise instead. And that's why we say that this is a show vote. That's what this is. They're making
That's exactly what it is.
It really is a shame. We have some heroic women in the chamber today.
And let me tell you why they're doing the show vote. It was promised that these files would be released. And what the Democrats are forcing is all the Republicans to get on record. Are you voting to release the Epstein files, to keep the campaign promise, and to prove, Trump's involvement and other people's involvement? Or are you going to vote against it so we can primary you? That's why they're having the vote. That's why there's going to be 100 people voting for it on the Republican side. Yes, it's a show vote.
I met with many of them a while back. They're in the gallery here. They have come forward. They have shown their faces. They've used their names to share the unspeakable tragedies that many of them were subjected to, some of them when they were very young. And it is a heroic service to the country. They are seeking justice, and the justice has been delayed for too long. The Department of Justice, many years ago, should have brought these charges. It took too long to do it. And now we're in this process of making sure all the American people get the information, but we have to do it in the right way, After 4 years of Democrat control under President Biden, they were not truthful with us about a lot of things. The Democrats insisted the border was secure. We know it wasn't. They insisted that inflation was true.
Yeah. Let's talk. Let's keep talking about the
people,
past.
about the obvious mental and physical decline of the previous commander-in-chief. And now those same Democrats are demanding transparency. Suddenly, transparency is their new word. Out of nowhere, they've taken a curious concern in the Epstein investigation, all in the name of that, in the name of transparency. But the question has been asked here many times during the debate on the floor, and everybody questioning why it is that Democrats have done this right now have to look at the obvious facts. The Democrats had all the Epstein files in their possession for 4 long years under the Biden presidency. The Biden Department of Justice had these files, and no one on this side who is breathless today about the urgency of this release ever said a word about it. And it was the Democrats who could have urged President Biden's Department of Justice to go beyond prosecuting just Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, but they didn't do it. And so it's a fair question to ask today, why now? Why the sudden urgent interest in Jeffrey Epstein? Look, we know why. It's because the Democrats were never interested in transparency or executing justice or protecting the victims of this unspeakable tragedy before. The simple truth is obvious for everybody to see. This is a political exercise for Democrats, and it pains me to say it. I wish that was not the truth, but it is, and it's undeniable. This is as deceitful and dishonest as their pointless stunt was to shut the government down. Democrats are using the Epstein tragedy, the unspeakable evils that this guy committed with his trafficking ring and all of the abuses that they made these young women go through. They're using that as a political weapon to try to distract from their failures as a party and to try their best to try to tie President Trump somehow into this wretched scandal. The president had nothing to do with.
Yes, that is exactly what the Democrats are trying to do. Thanks for stating the obvious, Speaker Johnson. And whether Trump likes it or not, whether anybody likes it or not, Trump is intimately entwined with Epstein. It's just a fact.
With it, he's been very clear. And
I mean, they're mentioning Trump in emails. So, obviously they knew who he was. And all I'm having to say is we're wasting time with this speech. Just get on to the damn vote and be done with it.
he has nothing to hide, and that's why he's endorsed the vote today. I suspect this vote will be probably unanimous.
Yeah, that's exactly why he
that everybody
endorsed
needs
it.
to understand. We have been advocates of maximum transparency, but we have also insisted that the victims be carefully protected. The Oversight Committee has been doing extraordinary work, and we've got some of the most vigorous advocates on the Republican and Democrat side on the Oversight Committee. They've been working in earnest to deliver transparency for the American people and to do it in a responsible manner. What do we mean by that? The bipartisan effort over there is already producing all the results that the discharge petition seeks and much, much more. Chairman Comer and all of these advocates over there have been releasing thousands of documents, for example, from the Epstein estate. By the way, in my view, that's been the greatest treasure trove of information because it's yielded for us Epstein's own personal flight logs, his financial records, his daily calendars, and so much more. But importantly, none of that was addressed or is addressed in the legislation that's being voted on today. The estate files wouldn't even have been encompassed in that. And so it goes to show that the Oversight Committee is doing it from the right way. From the very beginning, we've been insistent that this matter be handled carefully and with the utmost caution and care for the people who have been harmed. They should not be made to suffer any longer. We're talking about real people's lives at stake here and young victims who don't want to be dragged into this political game that could get hurt further. But the Democrats are rushing the release of thousands of unsubstantiated documents that may be included in this, that are going to be in the public domain with the passage of this bill. And there are serious deficiencies in the legislation that I have noted at length, and Republicans have to work to address those deficiencies in the Senate if and when this legislation is advanced. I stood before the American public today at our press conference, and I explained in detail the dangers of the discharge petition. We have posted at my website, speaker.gov, a summary. The legal counsel, a small army of lawyers, put this together. I used to be a federal court litigator. Many of my colleagues who've spoken today were. We understand the dangers of how this was haphazardly drawn up. And among them, by the way, Mr. Speaker, before I forget, I seek unanimous consent to enter into this document into the record. It's on the website. It's entitled, How the Flaws of H.R. 4405 Could Re-Victimize Epstein's Victims, Create New Victims, and Damage the Judicial System. It is dated today. Thank you. And it summarizes just 5 or 6 of the major concerns. Among them, it fails to fully protect victim privacy. It could create new categories of victims. It potentially jeopardizes grand jury secrecy. It fails to prohibit release of child sexual abuse materials that are not appropriately defined in the legislation. It jeopardizes future federal investigations, and we have national security concerns regarding classified information.
Funny, Bobby just made a joke here about Obama and Trump on Epstein Island. But, and I don't know the answer, but Larry Summers, who was Obama's, I think he was Obama, what was he? He wasn't Treasury Secretary, he was something else. He was Clinton's Treasury Secretary, and he was something else in the Obama administration. He was also president of Harvard, and he's currently a professor, economics professor at Harvard. But he basically yesterday said that he was stepping away from, all his public facing speeches and talks, and he was associated with some think tank, and they've disassociated themselves, all because he traded emails back and forth with Epstein after either after Epstein was convicted the last time, or maybe it was during the trial or something like that. But anyway, it's all been white guys, which strikes me, when Bobby talked about Obama on Epstein Island, Obama's never even been associated. Believe me, if Obama were associated with Epstein, it would be bigger news than Trump for sure. But it's all been these older white guys, and I don't know. That says something about power, at least.
We'll put this in the record because we need the legislative record to reflect what is the legislative intent behind this vote. I used to litigate cases. We would litigate federal statutes and whether or not they could survive, and legislative intent is important. And we need to say clearly for the record, as a Speaker of the House, I'm saying to you, this legislation that will pass today is flawed and it must be amended. The question is, why didn't we amend it here before we passed it? Because the authors won't allow it. Because under the rules of the House, under a discharge petition, they have to agree to consent for the legislation to be amended, and they're not doing that. So now we rely upon our partners in the other chamber to get that done, and they need to do that. The victims deserve our utmost respect. In fact, they should be saluted for their courage. And the young women who have not come forward, who are now, some of them are middle-aged women who have not come forward, also deserve our respect, and they deserve to be protected. Republicans support transparency. We want maximum transparency, especially when it comes to disclosing the names of anybody who had anything to do with these evils, anybody who conspired with or aided in any way Jeffrey Epstein. They must be brought to justice. We want the bill to be amended so it doesn't, at the same time, violate victim privacy, create new victims, disclose the names of any whistleblower or informant, cause the release of grand jury materials or child sexual abuse materials, or undermine our national security.
Then files still won't be released.
I'll just skip ahead, save everybody the trouble. They're voting right now.
But
and what I'll do is just move on.
This was not seen as a likely.
And then I'll come back to it once the vote is completed. But Republicans are indeed expected to vote overwhelmingly. Funny thing is they did everything they could not to even bring it to this floor vote, and it was inevitable that it was going to happen. And I won't even say congratulations to the Democrats, because I'm not sure this was chess they were playing. I think they just accidentally made the right move in acquiescing to open the government back up. So let us move on. Trump administration to announce dismantling of much of the education department. Yep, they're going to do everything. Mostly what they're doing is moving functions of the education department to other departments. For instance, some of the career, technical, and education grants, for instance, are being moved to the labor department. But here's the deal. They're dismantling the department, but they're also creating chaos when they do it. If everything was under one roof, everything that was education related was consolidated in one central administrative point, breaking it up and dispersing all these functions to other agencies, I don't see how that's actually doing much. It's creating more chaos, in my opinion. The other thing they're not able to do is get rid of the department. It's still going to be there in the statutes. And I hope whoever replaces Trump, and at this rate, it'll be a Democrat. All they need to do is just reconsolidate everything. Not much is actually being outright eliminated. What they're doing is breaking it up, like the SEC or when you have a monopoly on something, you just break the company up into component parts. And in business history, a lot of times companies get broken up and then they slowly kind of reassemble back into the original company or something close to it.
Yes, they do.
They're putting on a big show of dismantling the education department, but dismantling isn't quite the same as getting rid of it. It's still going to be there on paper, and it can be put back together again. So, and I remember they talked about one particular function of the education department that's that it is required by statute to oversee. So it's still not going to go away. There's still one function of the, let me see, can I find it here? I should have highlighted it. Well, it doesn't matter, I guess. Probably too much minutia anyway, but there is one particular function that is required by statute that the education department oversee. So there will be an education department until they can get Congress to, oh, here it is. Yeah, here it is. Education retains oversight and leadership while managing the programs alongside labor, a way of sidestepping the federal statute. The education department is going to remain, and even if it's nominal oversight, they're not going to get rid of it. So they're using words like dismantle, and they're basically, people are believing that the education department's going away when it's not. So let us move on. Tennessee judge blocks use of National Guard in Memphis, but gives time for government appeal. The National Guard's already there. So on Monday, Davidson County Chancellor Patricia Head Moscow blocked the Tennessee National Guards. Let's see. Oh, okay. This is state level. Oh, I thought this was like a federal court that did it. Okay, this is like some county judge blocked the Tennessee National Guard's use in Memphis. Then she stayed the injunction, giving the government 5 days to appeal. The legal challenge argues Governor Bill Lee exceeded authority by deploying the Tennessee National Guard without rebellion, invasion, or local government request, as plaintiffs, including Shelby County Mayor Lee Harris, claim. So this is like within the state. Oh, this is pretty interesting. So a governor is being challenged about deploying the National Guard. Yeah, we're gonna have to watch this. All right. Well, judge overseeing U.S. Representative McIver's case tells prosecutors to turn over authorities' texts. A while ago, months ago, last spring, I think it was, this lady, Representative McIver of New Jersey, I can't remember her first name, they went to basically do oversight of an immigration detention facility, and there was a big kerfuffle, and the upshot is they arrested, I think it was Trenton's mayor, but he basically, the charges were dropped against him, but they are basically trying to prosecute this sitting U.S. representative, LaMonica McIver's her name. They're trying to prosecute her, and you know, Trump's Justice Department is just outright sloppy. And basically, U.S. District Judge Jamel Semper's direction came nearly a month after he told authorities they needed to remove social media posts that could prejudice a jury. So they're posting shit to poison a jury, and apparently there's a lot of stuff that's being withheld from Representative McIver's lawyers. Attorneys for the New Jersey Democrat told the judge that instead of receiving all the messages from officers involved in the visit, they instead got only those the government turned up after applying unknown search terms. And the judge responded, "I don't necessarily understand the need for search terms," Semper said. "Why would you be using search terms as opposed to just turning them over?" So the government is this Trump administration does everything they can to just gum up the judicial processes that they themselves are generating, sometimes, in my opinion, needlessly. So I guess chaos is the Trump administration's friend. This is kind of a sleeper story. The Fed is cutting bank oversight. And invariably, anytime the government cuts back regulation on banks,
It's a dangerous move.
yeah, we open ourselves up to these financial wizards getting in there and just, doing stuff that they shouldn't be doing. So the regulator is cutting off staff and easing oversight in ways that critics say might make supervisors less equipped to spot a crisis in advance, risking deeper damage to the economy. And I'm not going to get in here and read the whole article, but this is what they're doing. And
it's a serious money grab.
we do want oversight, and lessening oversight over banks. Historically, we always wind up regretting it.
Absolutely.
Everything from Glass-Steagall to who knows what else. So that's your Trump administration, folks. Just throwing caution to the wind. And this is kind of a surprise. Federal court bars Texas from using new Republican-friendly House map in midterms. This is hilarious. So the history of this is Trump asked Governor Abbott of Texas to see if he couldn't gerrymander out some extra House seats from Texas, because they're worried about, losing the House in the 2026 midterms. So this just triggered California is, trying to produce some extra seats to counter Texas. And, North Carolina just created 2 new districts. Kind of surprised Georgia hasn't been in this mix, but I'm pleasantly, surprised and enthused that so far we haven't. As a matter of fact, I got a little voter registration card today. So on Tuesday, a 3-judge federal panel ruled Texas cannot use its congressional map for the 2026 election and must instead use the lines passed in 2021 after a nearly 2-week trial in El Paso. Republican lawmakers enacted the 2025 map earlier this year to bolster their narrow House majority, and the GOP-controlled legislature approved it in August before Governor Greg Abbott signed it. prompting lawsuits from civil rights and advocacy groups representing Black and Hispanic voters. So the block came during a month-long filing window for the March primary and before the December 8th filing deadline, while judges signaled they may await the U.S. Supreme Court findings and expect a years-long legal battle. So Republicans hold 25 of Texas's 38 congressional seats and drew the map to gain 5 more. So that is that. So they're going to be fighting tooth and nail when it coming down to this 2026 midterm. So I talked earlier about Trump and his vice president, J.D. Vance, just basically lying as a strategy. They've embraced lying if it advances whatever goal they seek to achieve. So the Trump team calls Maduro a cartel boss. This is the Venezuelan president. That word doesn't mean what you think. Venezuelans coined a figure of speech for the phenomenon of generals corrupted by drug money, cartel de los sols. Then the United States started talking about it as a literal organization. So they basically, it's almost like Antifa. You know, Antifa is a thing, but it's not like an organized group. So they want to make the Cartel de los Sols. They want to designate it a terrorist organization, but it's not really an organization. It's literally a figure of speech. But they'll just lie.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I wanted to say that 12th man may be in the back, and you just.
Oh yeah, okay. I just let him up for the time being.
Okay.
How are you, 12th man?
Hey, Stanley.
Hi.
Good to see y'all today.
Good to see you too. You're here just in time for the Trump bashing.
Yeah,
so
well, that's okay. I've heard it all for the last what is it, going on 12 years now? Had 4 years of Trump, 4 years of Biden, and now we got 4 more, or actually it's getting closer to 3 more years of Trump. So
yep, let's hope he survives all of those years. So amid signs that President Trump is mulling sending U.S. troops into Venezuela to remove President Nicolas Maduro from power, the Trump administration has supercharged its public messaging by describing him as the leader of a drug cartel called Cartel de los Soles. However you pronounce it. That refrain comes from a range of critics, including Marco Rubio, Mr. Trump's national security advisor and Secretary of State, who has accused Mr. Maduro of being the leader of the designated narco-terrorist organization Cartel de los Sols and responsible for trafficking drugs into the United States and Europe. So there's a big catch with that impression created by the Trump administration's narrative. Cartel de los Sols is not a literal organization, according to a range of specialists in Latin American criminal and narcotics issues, from the think tank analysts to former Drug Enforcement Administration officials. So much like Antifa, literally something that is more a description than a concrete organization, they're just gonna designate they're going to designate a ghost a terrorist organization. So there's the International Crisis Group. Phil Gunson, a senior analyst for the International Crisis Group who lives in Venezuela, says there is no such thing as a board meeting of the Cartel de los Sols. There is no such animal. The organization doesn't exist as such. So this is almost reminiscent of Bush Jr. inventing a reason to go into Iraq. Trump is basically inventing shit. Some organization that doesn't really exist to do something, and I guess we will remain on the edges of our seats to see what he does in Venezuela. But this is unnecessary, and who knows why Trump is actually doing it. But
Hey,
there we
Stanley,
go.
can I ask you a question? Are
What's that?
flags at half-staff in Georgia?
I haven't been outside to look.
Well, I wonder if we could look it up because
You can look it
apparently
up. I'm not going to. Why would they be at half staff?
over Dick Cheney's death, which that's
Oh,
where we can come together. Everybody hates Dick Cheney. I mean,
I don't
with
hate
what he
Dick Cheney,
did.
especially since he came to his senses and endorsed Kamala Harris. Why would I hate him?
He wasn't even alive then, was he?
He just died like a week ago. You didn't. That's why the flags are at half staff.
I think so, but it's getting
Right.
a
He
little.
just died like a week ago, is what I'm saying. That's why.
Yeah.
So why are flags at half staff over a week?
You would have to look that up, 12th man. Do you know how to do that?
I'm actually
ma'am.
surprised that Trump
Just
allowed him to go to half staff.
Dick Cheney month. Is it a whole month long?
Okay, who cares? Quite frankly, why is this important again?
Because it's important, Stanley. Because
okay,
they
well, if
shouldn't
it's
be
important,
honoring no warmongering.
why don't you hold on, 12th man? If it's that important, why are you asking me to look it up? You should be telling me why it's important. I didn't even know flags were at half staff, and I'm pleasantly surprised that they are because Trump and Dick Cheney did not like each other. I'm surprised Trump even allowed any sort of honor for Dick Cheney.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, okay. So just to reinforce my point about the Trump administration being willing to just invent shit just to get their way or to fool the people into supporting bad decisions. I want to remind everybody about a year ago, before the 2024 election, these words from J.D. Vance on Face the Nation.
You amplified what you said yourself were rumors about Haitian migrants eating pets. Donald Trump then claimed those were facts, and he repeated them to 67 million people on the debate stage this past week. In Springfield yesterday, 2 hospitals went into lockdown after police were alerted to a bomb threat. On Friday, 2 elementary schools, 1 middle school were evacuated. Thursday, an elementary school was also evacuated, and Springfield City Hall had to evacuate due to a bomb threat made by someone who said they were concerned about immigration. These false claims are endangering your constituents. Do you regret your words?
Well, Margaret, first of all, we condemn all violence and condemn all threats of violence. I want whoever made these threats to be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. But we don't believe, Margaret, in a heckler's veto in this country. You can condemn violence on the one hand while also saying that there have been terrible problems caused by Kamala Harris's open border in Springfield. Now, you said that these are false rumors. Well, I've heard about a dozen things from my constituents in Springfield, Ohio. 10 of them are verifiable and confirmable. A couple of them we have direct firsthand accounts of, for example, migrants abducting geese at the local park and slaughtering them and eating them. Now, maybe all of these constituents are lying to me, but I would appreciate if the American media showed up and did some real investigation rather than amplifying the worst people in the world. Why is somebody calling it a bomb threat, Margaret? It's because they want attention. I think that we should ignore these ridiculous psychopaths who are threatening violence on a small Ohio town and focus on the fact that we have a vice president who's not doing her job in protecting.
We should ignore bomb threats? What a fucking moron.
That small Ohio town.
Okay, well, CBS did hear from community members in Springfield who work with migrants, and they have talked about security concerns. I know the mayor of Springfield, a Republican, told ABC News, "We've been punched in a way we should not have been punched." He said all these federal politicians that have negatively spun our city, they need to know they're hurting our city, and it was their words who did it. Your words, sir. Do you regret them?
Margaret, we've been hearing about these problems for months, even in some cases for years. And the problem here is not that Donald Trump and I have called out what's happened to Springfield.
No, I have talked about the problems and cited Governor DeWine saying what were legitimate problems. I'm not asking about that. We have documented that. I'm asking about your words, sir, which you are responsible for.
But Margaret, you only documented it after Donald Trump called attention to it. And so, look, with all respect to the Springfield mayor, we've heard from many people who live in his town who are grateful, Margaret, for the fact that we are now talking about these problems and trying to solve them. We don't want anything bad to happen to Springfield, but the worst thing that's happened to Springfield in the last 20 years is that Kamala Harris allowed 20,000 migrants to be dropped on the front door with no plan to assimilate them, no plan to care for them, no plan to help the residents deal with the massive strain on social services. I understand. Look, I talked to a lot of people in Springfield. People are frustrated with the national media attention. Some people are also grateful that finally someone is paying attention to what's going on. You're never going to get this stuff perfect, Margaret, but that's why Kamala Harris shouldn't have done this in the first place. These people are suffering because she didn't do her job.
Again, the Springfield mayor is a Republican. That's who I was quoting to you. Yesterday, you posted a video, the origins of which CBS cannot confirm, claiming Africans are grilling cats in Dayton. Haiti's not Africa, Dayton's not Springfield. But putting all that aside, what is your intent in furthering the focus on these people? You're not talking about how to surge federal funds to help with safety, hospitals, and schools. You're talking about this.
Margaret, is your argument really that it's a huge difference if migrants are grilling cats 20 miles away from Springfield rather than downtown Springfield? And would it change if the video was 20 miles closer to where these things allegedly occurred? My point here is the American media ignores these stories. Everybody who has dealt with a large influx of migration knows that sometimes there are cultural practices that seem very far out there to a lot of Americans. Are we not allowed to talk about this in the United States of America?
That's your next
because the American media is more interested in fact-checking innocent people who are begging for relief than they are in investigating some of these claims. I'm going to talk about what my constituents are sending me. That video was actually filmed by a constituent. That video was filmed by a person who is worried about what's going on in these communities. I'm going to talk about it because that's what I need to do as the United States Senator for Ohio, is represent Ohio and actually make sure that people's concerns get their voice.
Again, as a representative of Ohio, these are officials from Ohio, including the Dayton police chief, who said there is no evidence of what you just claimed as being verifiable or true. CBS confirmed, we were able to confirm this video, and it was of the Proud Boys marching through Springfield yesterday. We know hate groups have been amplifying the concerns about Haitians for weeks. What exactly, what constituency are you trying to appeal to here by putting this at the center of the conversation?
Margaret, first of all, whatever a local mayor said about this case, I am hearing from dozens of people who are concerned about these issues. They are allowed to be concerned about these issues. And I think it's shameful how the American media ignores them. Now, you mentioned a Proud Boys march. I imagine that's the clip that I saw yesterday of about a dozen people marching.
Well, that's my point. You're just fucking with me, and JD Vance has been fucking with the American people. It was an outright lie. And he literally says in this video that, hey, they will push a narrative, whether even if it's false, to accelerate or further their agenda. They are literally saying they don't have a problem with lying and President Trump. We watched a little bit of his little Oval Office interview or his Oval Office. I don't know, what would you call it? Press conference with Crown Prince MBS, and lies about, for instance, the Trump Corporation actually making $3 billion in all these deals with MBS and Saudi Arabia. And he is saying that, oh, hey, he has nothing to do with it. Bottom line is, there is no way Trump has nothing to do with it. And they were basically trying to put Hunter Biden in jail for the same thing that Trump's family is doing. While he's in office, they are literally using his name and the influence of the president's office to further their to line their pockets. And while on one hand they want to put Hunter Biden in jail, on the other hand, they are nakedly corrupt. And
I don't care about
they
Hunter Biden.
yeah, well, you don't care about it. I'm not talking about you. If you didn't notice, I'm talking about Trump. Anyway, they are blatant liars, and the people who voted for these guys are culpable, in my opinion. If the economy tanks, it is directly the people who put Trump in office that will be culpable for it. And he is going to tank the economy. It's already soft. And, you see every day in the newspapers little bits of clues that things are not as good as Trump is claiming them to be. He literally was up talking the economy in this little press conference in the Oval Office, talking about prices at the grocery store going down, when nobody who actually goes to the grocery store believes that.
Down the street.
Well, you just have to catch the sales and the deals.
Okay, no, fuck all that. Fuck all that. That's just you just have to catch the sales. Exactly. You can't afford to buy shit at the regular price because the prices are too high.
With the views
It's
of the
still
Proud Boys,
cheap,
Margaret.
Okay, it's not cheap, 12th man. We don't all live in the middle of fucking nowhere. Back in the contiguous 48 states, the rent is too damn high.
We have to remember that this is a real problem. The media is using things like a dozen
Why don't they
marchers
buy a
to
piece
ignore
of
and
land
distract
and
from the
build
fact
a
that
house?
thanks to Kamala Harris's open borders, there are children who aren't getting a good education.
That's the
Thanks to her
solution to
open
grocery
border,
store
there is
prices.
a rise in HIV cases in Springfield, Ohio. Thanks to her open border, murders are up 81% in Springfield, Ohio. I am much more concerned about the Vice President of the United States failing to do her job than I am that a dozen people carried the wrong flag when they were marching in Springfield, Ohio yesterday. Let's focus on the real problem. That's the Vice President of the United States not doing her job.
All right. Well,
Well,
so
there we go.
that is the explanation of why lying is good, kids. Kids in school, it's okay to lie as long as it furthers your agenda.
Let me ask you a question.
That's what.
Stanley.
Don't bother asking me any questions. I've said what I said.
Come on, man.
What question could you possibly ask?
Do you think those Venezuelan boats are fishing boats? Like
I did a story. I did a story yesterday about a family in Colombia that I can't remember if they're suing. I think they're probably looking for a way to sue a fisherman who was killed. So I mean, that family says, hey, he was fishing and got killed in a missile strike.
Yeah, how many fishing boats?
Okay, I don't give a shit about any of that. I'm basically saying that there is no evidence that has been put forth or made public about the veracity of Trump's claims. I'm
So
saying
you
there
don't
is a
stick with the
family in
United States
Colombia.
Navy.
It's not even Venezuela. It's not even a Venezuelan who was killed. It was
Doesn't
it
matter
was a
who it is.
Okay, motherfucker, don't talk when I'm talking. Okay, you're not gonna gish gallop your way through this. You asked me if I believe that those boats are fishing boats. I'm saying I don't know, but there is a family in Colombia, not Venezuela, Colombia, that is claiming that their father, the father of a family who was a fisherman, was killed in a missile strike. I don't
Probably
know
a
the truth.
cartel
I
member.
don't know the truth, but I do know that Trump is a known liar, a proven liar, and JD Vance went on Face the Nation and said they are okay with lying if it promotes or advances their agenda. That's my point. Not whether the fishing boats or drug boats or vice versa. It is that Trump lies and his voters are okay with it. That's my point.
Well, it's all
So don't
unclassified.
ask me questions that have nothing to do with my point, because I'm going to stay on point. What's up, TMKC?
Hi, Stanley. Hi, Mella. And whoever
And
else
12th,
is here. I think 12th man. Oh, yeah.
12 it's 12th man.
Hi, how you doing?
Pretty
I'm
good.
trying
How
to
are
be
you
good.
doing, darling?
I'm okay. Just trying to be good. You know, it's hard out here.
Well, you better behave.
I'm trying.
12th man, what my problem is with you right now is that you're distracting Stanley from his work. I think you're doing it intentionally, and I don't know why.
No,
Well,
I'm not.
here's the deal. He's not the only one who does this weird, like if you start down a road, they don't want to go down that road. They distract you. Ryan does it. All these Trump voters do that because they know. So I mean, 12th man, it's almost expected that he wants to distract me from, beating up his Prince Charming.
Oh, that's what it is. It's Trump supporter. Okay. Okay.
He's not my Prince Charming, Stanley.
No,
Thank you very
12th
much.
man is literally a day one on this show. So we've known each other for a while. We know what the deal is. So this is interesting. This science story is brought to you by EAE, who never listens to the show for some reason. But he fussed at me about never doing any sort of science story. So this is a science story, biology, animal behavior, whatever you want to call it. See how this wolf steals fish, a new discovery of animals using tools. Video from the coast of British Columbia may be the first documented instance of a wild wolf using a tool, according to the researchers who published it on Monday. So there's this either a crab trap or a fish trap or something like that. And this wolf has learned how to basically find the buoy, reel in the trap, and take fish from it. So let's which doesn't surprise me. Dogs do stuff like this all the time, but let's watch the video anyway.
Can you blow it up, Stanley?
Yeah.
You gonna get him some fish? That's the reason me and Stanley get along so well. We both love wildlife.
Well, so
Ain't that a
the
fact?
bottom line, I'm looking at that spy camera right here. It's probably the guy who owns the trap. Probably kept thinking that what the fuck? Why is this trap always out of the water after I said it? So he just put a camera on it just to figure out who's messing. Oh, it's a crab pot. So he went to figure out who the hell. And if you've had any experience, I used to live in Newport, Rhode Island. People like crab fishermen have their traps messed with all the time. This buddy of mine when I was at OCS. Oh no, actually I was out of OCS. Was still in Newport though. So this guy basically went, it's kind of a sport to go diving in Narragansett Bay and pluck lobsters off the bottom of the floor, the sea floor or the river floor, whatever. So one day a guy went diving for lobsters and he comes up and there's a lobsterman standing there with a double-barreled shotgun pointed at him because he thought the guy was robbing his lobster traps. So, guys like, no.
Wolf?
No, it was a lobsterman. I said that. So my point is that people get real fussy about their crab pots and their lobster pots. So this guy put a camera on there thinking somebody is robbing his crab trap. And it turns out it's the wolf who's figured out, hey, there's bait down there that I can eat. So anyway, it says here, it's not a surprise that they have a capacity to do this, said Kyle Artell, an ecologist at the State University of New York, College of Environmental Science and Forestry, who published the footage. Yet our jaw dropped when we saw the video. So, they said the people of the Heiltsuk Nation in central British Columbia have been puzzled about what was foiling their efforts to capture invasive green crabs along their shores. Crabs are a real problem. They eat eelgrass at harbors, marine life, etc. So it said some of the traps were set so deep at first researchers thought the thief must be an otter, seal, or marine mammal. They were wondering whether tourists were tampering with them. Day after the camera was installed, it recorded a female wolf in action. The efficiency with which he snagged the bait in just 3 minutes suggested to Artell that the animal had done this before. She's staring exactly at the trap. Every motion she does is perfectly tailored to getting the trap out as quickly as possible. Yeah, I saw that too. It was very efficient. So that's our science moment, brought to you by EAE. And this last story is the Cambridge Dictionary names parasocial its word of 2025. So parasocial, I've heard the word used on YouTube before. Have you two?
No.
Parasocial. I know I've heard somebody use it, but the term dates to 1956 when sociologists David Horton and Richard Wall coined it to describe TV viewers' one-sided ties. Colin McIntosh said it is about 70 years old and now it's mainstream. Basically, the word is he defines it as a connection felt with someone unknown or artificial intelligence. So, you could probably actually say that, YouTube relationships are parasocial. No one, very few people have actually met one another. You only see some people online on panels. So it is Cambridge Dictionary's word of the year.
Yeah,
So
that's
speaking,
fascinating. I'm into etymology and I find this very useful. Thank you.
You're welcome. And speaking of parasocial, I caught a little bit of CT's show today, and today is called "What Will FBAs Pretend to Be in 2026?" He's renamed the show, but originally it was talking about these FBAs who are, well, he calls them FBAs. They call themselves Native Americans. There's a whole group of people out there who are, I don't know what to call them
Native
without
Americans, I guess.
being offensive, but they're basically saying that there was no slavery. Most people we call or that are racialized black and like the legacy Black Americans, I call them, most of us actually don't come from slave roots or African roots. We were here before the actual people we identify as Indians. Most people accept that who we call Native Americans, like the Cherokees, the Iroquois, I think it's Iroquois Indians, even some of the Seminoles. But anyway, most people most experts think that they're Asiatic. They came across a land bridge, from Siberia over to Alaska and then down to through the Americas. Well, there's a group of people who think that, hey, before the Indians were here, there were people from West Africa, and there is a tale of Africans setting off from the west coast of Africa, trying to just basically go out and see what's out there. And basically, a lot of this revolves around the Olmec statues. And I can't even remember. I can't remember whether it was. I can't remember where in South America the Olmec statues were, but these statues have, quote, Negroid features. So based on that, there's a whole movement basically saying, oh, hey, they have Negroid features because these people were here from Africa.
Are these the statues mentioned in this well-known movie called A Night at the Museum, where the guy, the animated
I don't think
statue
so.
is
It's been years since I've seen it. Let me get you a picture.
Okay, I would like the picture. Thank you. Thank you so much, Stanley. And welcome to panelists, a well-known panelist.
What's up, Nightish? Let me just do this.
Up here, they didn't left off the blade. I don't appreciate that.
They left what?
Let's see the picture, Stan.
Okay, here's one of them.
Oh yeah, the Olmec heads.
Okay.
Right. So the thing is, the story that I know of, and I can actually look it up because I have a book called Born in Blackness, which covers a little bit of this. That expedition set off it's recorded history. Okay, the Indians supposedly came here in pre-recorded history, like 10,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And nobody was navigating oceans 10,000 years ago. There's some problems with the story. There's a timeline issue, and I'm by no means any sort of expert here. I just know the rudimentary stuff because, I've just read a lot of history. But these Olmec statues, I don't know what the dating on them is, but I don't think it's 10,000 years ago. And if it is, that's that's fine, because again, there's no proof that anyone was doing transatlantic or transoceanic voyages. So basically, all we have is this physical evidence here. And that's not enough to just, build a whole, base of scientific. There's nothing that would be actually scientific proving that this is a real thing.
All right.
Here, let's.
Most haven't. They lived thousands of years ago, after all. But for an ancient culture, have you ever heard of the mysterious ancient rubber people? Most haven't. They lived thousands of years ago, after all. But for an ancient culture, they were very advanced. They built massive cities, sculptures, and pyramids. They used astronomy, math, and chemistry. They even invented one of the greatest sports of all time. Their legacy has lived on for thousands of years in the cultures that followed them. And yet...
But see, the problem is thousands of years is fine, but we're talking like 10,000 years, even 20,000 years for the natives. And I guess this is basically, this is in the Yucatan Peninsula. So, I'm not going to say that there were no. When I say there were no one was crossing the ocean 10 or 20,000 years ago, I'm basically saying there's no evidence of it. So you can have your theories, and I have no problem with people thinking, hey, these Olmec statues, they look so damn much, like, with the African features and all that. And they were dark skinned. I don't know how you prove they were dark skinned, to be honest. But I don't have a problem with the theory. I do have a problem with them pushing it as truth. But I can only go so far even with that critique, because people push religion as truth, and it's unverifiable. So, I'd almost be better if they just said, "Hey, I have faith. I have faith."
A lot of them do say that.
I'm sorry.
A lot of them do say that because that's the best they can.
Well, I mean, those people I don't have a problem with. It's just the people that I tend to run into on YouTube. They say it, and if you dispute them, they're all over you like ants. No, do not question that Black people, Black Americans, have native roots. It's unquestionable. Why don't you believe this? Well, I actually, it's kind of funny because I happened to ask one of these believers in Black people being indigenous to the Americas.
Yeah.
I happened to ask her, well, have you ever done a 23andMe? And I knew what the answer was going to be, but I had to ask it. Just
we talked about this the other day, didn't we?
Yeah, I think we did, but Mela and Tamika weren't here.
Okay.
So, but I'll make it brief so I don't bore you, Nightish.
I'm not bored. I enjoy being around, Stan. You're really wise, man.
I'm just teasing you, man.
I mean, when we start talking about age and all this other stuff, I start thinking like Pangea. I started thinking about Homo erectus, all the hominids, and who came across the Bering Straits, and then we burst the whole Earth anyway, and we were everywhere.
But the problem with Pangea, that's millions of years ago.
Yeah,
that's not even shit. That probably pre-existed dinosaurs probably.
Yeah,
but
so what I'm saying
again,
is I don't think that people just, if they were in Africa, I don't think they just stayed in Africa. So
no, they didn't. Oh no, that is, look, That is actually recordable just in the fossil record. Yes. And not only that, there was more than one migration out of Africa.
Yes.
There's at least 2 that I know of. And again, I'm nowhere, I'm kindergarten level. I've never concentrated on it. I just have a passing interest in it. But there was more than 1, more than 2 probably migrations out of Africa. So that's understood. But we're talking tens of thousands of years versus millions of years.
Yes.
And when we go back 20,000 years, I just don't know that there's no records of people making transatlantic voyages 20,000 years ago. The timelines don't match up is really my point. That much I do know.
Well,
but anyway,
I watch a guy currently, his channel is called Ace Live. He's like a
oh yeah, I know that. I know that channel. He does a lot of traveling, right?
He finds black people. When he went to Thailand, he found the black people in Thailand. Everywhere he goes, he finds these black people. There's like these hidden tribes that's always been there. So when we had this idea that black people are just over here in this place and they're just stuck, no, they're everywhere, all over the planet. So the idea of us being a minority is kind of foreign to me too, when the majority of people on the planet are all melanated people.
Yeah, it's like 3/4. It's like a huge number.
Yes.
But the reason I bring all this up is, of course, CT, does a whole show to mock people who believe, that blacks are indigenous to the Americas, and of course, he makes it a racist affair.
It's an effective business model. It makes sense to me.
Well, it makes sense to me, except I have a soul, and I literally wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Honestly, it would be soul rotting to me. Now the thing is I'm also an introvert, so maybe that has something to do with it. But there's just no way I could do it. It hurts too many people, and not like physical hurt. But anyway, I guess racists need a place to hang out. So, there's a purpose to it. But what I was going to say, and it's kind of my larger ongoing theme, since I've been on YouTube, that I really don't get why black people are so into identity. This is all identity politics. And people on the right do it. Everybody does it. Everybody wants to belong. That's kind of human nature. I just thought it was worth bringing up that CT and blacks in identity, we really don't. In 2025, I'm just going to emphasize that culture starts within your 4 walls, and really your internal household culture is the incubator. People should really stop. Like, why? I would never think to do a show on black people who think they're indigenous. I would never think to do a show on it because I don't really care. If somebody comes up and wants to talk about it, great. But doing a whole show, even exploring the topic, to me, because it does seem silly, to be honest. But
do you believe that identity is empowering if it's in a positive light?
I think it's empowering even if it's not in a positive light. Identity is key to what humans are. We are a social animal. So I'm not saying we shouldn't have identity. What I'm saying is CT shouldn't be doing shows basically inviting racists up to shit on black people, because that's essentially what happened.
He has to make a living.
Well, I understand that, but listen to what I'm saying. I don't think people, because see, not only do the people who think they're natives get shit on, of course, FBAs get shit on, everybody gets shit on. And, you know, it was just one of these stunning shows that CT puts on. And to be honest, the reason I even know about the show is I'm on his mailing list or something like that.
Okay.
So every now and again, I'll get a link via email, just so I can check out, you know, maybe he thought I might have input or something.
I see it a little
bit
different, because what it does is exposes these people that would otherwise be covert about it.
Well, covert about what?
About
racism.
Yeah,
but I mean, to what end?
Because a lot of people walk around and think, you know, well, here's something I think, but at the same time, I'm conscious of this other part. I think that the white man is failing horribly. I believe that white whooping his ass, and he's not. So when they talk about the thing that's going on between the black men and the black women, I think that that's just the idea of if the white man has a cold, a black man has pneumonia kind of thing. So what's really is that the manosphere was all white men crying about white women. And O'Shea and Angry Man and all them was in that. But when they saw all the racism in there, when the 21 convention and the alt-right and all them other people, they said, okay, so we're going to make, again, reactive, not proactive. We're going to make a black manosphere. You should have called it something completely different.
No, I agree with that.
Is what he called it. Yeah.
But here's the deal. But here's another thing. Where is it written that black people have to share the same pathologies that white people do? Now, I know there's the whole
we should not, but for some reason we keep doing that. We keep being like the lapdogs to their bull.
Well, there's a whole assimilationist thing. You know, a lot of black conservatives, and I mean like classical black conservatives, like a Glenn Lowry or Thomas Sowell, they think black people ought to just assimilate. Like, look, let's give up, you know, the idea that we are a distinct people and let's all become Americans. And, you know, somebody was saying maybe it was CT saying they hate the Kumbaya song, they detest it. But here's the deal. It's not the reason black people have not been more assimilated, you know, into quote American culture or quote white culture is because there are a lot of people like Be Brave. One day, Be Brave literally said that, hey, you know what? America would be great if white people, you know, if it could be white people at the top, and this is, you know, everybody agrees to this hierarchy, white people at the top, black people second, you know, but hey, they live like kings compared to, you know, people in Africa. So it's okay being number two. You know, if everybody would just accept their place in the hierarchy willingly, America would be harmonious. And you know, the bottom line is, why should blacks be second-class citizens? We have been here, you know, the legacy black Americans have roots that go to the beginning, to 1776 in some cases, longer than a lot of Europeans who have an immigrant, you know, an early 20th century immigrant history. So, you know, there's problems with that argument. And me personally, I'm happy with who I am. If I like something that, you know, a certain facet of culture,
where would you put yourself in that? Because there are a lot of black.
Where would I put myself in it?
Yes, yeah.
Well, I really wouldn't even look at America racially. I would literally put myself in a hierarchy with, you know, ability. I think if I had my way, we would rank everybody by their abilities, and it wouldn't necessarily have to be reading a book. But you know, leaders tend to rise to the top. People with abilities tend to rise to the top. I've seen it in the military, for instance. which is probably the closest thing to a meritocracy America has. I've known people, and I've used this guy as an example all the time. This guy who's a 3-star admiral now, we knew he was going to be a 3-star or 4-star admiral when we were O1s. The guy just stood out. It just, everything he did wound up being damn near perfect. And we all just said, hold on one second. Let me finish, please. The leaders tend to stand out, like actual people with abilities, not people who were saying they have abilities, etc. Sometimes we just have to, let that sort of thing stand out. The problem is that everything in America gets racialized because of the way American culture, was incubated. And, some of the smartest people, regardless of race, don't get the opportunities. America isn't good at giving people equal opportunities to excel. If you're born poor, for instance, you're going to have a hell of a time, getting to a position of actual, like concrete contributions. And it doesn't matter whether you're in, the holler deep in West Virginia or whether you're in the hood. You're going to have a hard time digging your way out to prominence. And I think equal opportunity is one thing that America has never been very good at. And DEI, in its best iteration, was looking to remedy that situation.
I've never heard somebody say holler in the hood.
No, I said holler in West Virginia.
I know what you're saying about a holler. That's like them Appalachian people.
Oh yeah. Well, I lived in Northern Virginia, about 35 miles from official Appalachia. So I lived up there for damn near 20 years. So I know what a holler looks like. I lived on top of a mountain. there were hollers up on that mountain. But the bottom line is, to a large extent, and this as well as I do, America's difficult because race and class kind of intermingle, and they're hard to separate. As soon, like Wilmington, you've talked about Wilmington before, Nightish. Wilmington is an example of poor whites and poor blacks getting together, forming a government that was fairly harmonious. And it was literally the only actual coup in American history. At least I'm pretty sure it is. The upper class whites at the North Carolina state level did not like the cooperation that was happening in Wilmington, and they literally overthrew the government. And it was all, believe it or not, it was all started by a black-owned newspaper. The editor had written an article about race mixing. It was something, he literally wrote a satirical article, if I remember correctly, about why white women prefer black men. And that just blew up. I kid you not.
1898.
Yep.
A municipal level coup d'etat.
Yep. So, that race and class just intermingle. And I think even today, when there's cooperation, at the working class level, the upper class folks don't want that to work because it upends, it defies racism and classism. So anyway, I don't want to get too deep into it. I just wanted to comment on CT's show today.
What comes to mind is competition. for whatever reason, 12th man was so comfortable in asserting that it's more appropriate for quote unquote the white man to be on top. This is an assertion in the interest of what's comfortable for this so-called white man. As far as the article of why white women are attracted to black men, that's an assertion, of what would be comfortable in the
I'm not
realm
sure.
of competition. Okay, I'm discussing the realm of competition that exists. And what I appreciate about your statement before all of this minutia is you emphasize it's about capability, or rather ability. I appreciate that. I appreciate people that are recognized for their ability as opposed to the luck of being pitied. And this is my discretionary thought process. Is it luck that Black people aren't being viewed as able to lead?
Okay, well, I'm not sure
where I'm going with this.
Well, no, I'm not sure that Black people are viewed as incapable. I mean, not like, I would say that I would say I really, and you don't ever really know what's going on in the boardroom or behind closed doors where decision makers get together.
Media is
But
promoting
I've never,
Black people
I've
are not
oddly
capable.
enough, I've never run into people, I've never gotten the impression that people thought I was incapable of something. As a matter of fact, it's, between the Navy and then my last job was in IT. I literally got chosen over someone with more experience, probably because of my Navy experience, and probably also I look good in a suit. I had less experience, but like the first month, you won't believe this, first month of the I was there, I literally got like employee of the month in my department. It only took a month because
What did you do that was so exceptional?
My initial job, it was in IT. It was basically troubleshooting things that broke after hours.
Yeah, that's
and I was able to basically do stuff. Well, I mean, I was always there, and word got. It was totally by accident that I literally asked, like, hey, do y'all have a swing shift? Which they didn't, but they basically said, well, you know what, let's try it. What hours do you want to work? Well, it turns out that, working from like 12 to 8, 12 midday to 8 or whenever, worked great for the West Coast, because it used to be it was an engineering department. Usually they would have to go to the on-call after hours because we're on the East Coast. And me working in that kind of swing slot, there was always somebody on the clock when they needed someone from engineering, these engineering problems. After hours, their after hours was my regular work hours, and everybody was just so appreciative of it.
In scheduling,
I'm not a morning person.
They recognize your ingenuity in scheduling.
Oh well, no. They recognize the ingenuity, but they also recognize that every time they called, someone picked up. It was really more the reputation. Like my boss was getting like, damn, you know what? It is so refreshing to have someone pick up on the first ring when something blows up. They just appreciated the, someone being there and someone actually, interested in solving problems. But all that to say, I've never personally run into, anyone doubting my abilities. The one time that I can remember it happening, I told a story. I went to work on a master's in public administration, and I did really well on my GRE. So I went to the head of the department and said, hey, look, I can't afford to, to go to school. Are there any research assistantships or anything like that? Basically, some sort of scholarship based on, here are my GRE scores. It was Old Dominion University, and, there was no one who probably had a GRE score like mine, certainly not in this department. And he's like, well, if this is actually your score, then yeah, we might be able to work out something. So he doubted my ability, but, I'm not going to say it was because of my skin color.
Okay, this is the
how many people walk into a place and go, hey, what you got for me?
I guess I can't make a point. All right.
Well, my only, it's not that I'm doubting your point. It's that I don't know that it's that prevalent on the surface.
What I will introduce is the difference between luck versus beating the odds via an innate ability. It was the abilities part is what I'm attracted to. Ability.
Well, in an academic setting, your abilities
I
are
don't
demonstrated.
understand why.
Okay, what I need to do is finish my statement. Hold on, Mela. Your abilities are often proven on tests, whether that's right or wrong. I don't think abilities go unnoticed necessarily.
Okay, Stanley. Regarding the example you had just previously given, what I'm offering to consider is that your tendency to not want to deal with daytime hours is it motivated you to introduce an alternate plan of scheduling that worked out to declare that your innovativeness should be recognized. I just wanted to say that, Stanley.
I'm not exactly sure what you said. It wasn't my inability. It's just I'm not a morning person, and if I had my perfect world, I wouldn't be there at 7:30 in the morning. That is luck, to be honest.
Yeah, it's luck. It's luck that your preference to not work in the morning, right? Your preference to not work in the morning enhanced something innately capable of you to suggest that, hey, it would actually be a good idea, or rather, would it be a good idea to have a night shift? And they said, try it out. It worked out. So,
well, the thing is that luck basically allowed my abilities to shine because I was generally the only one there. This is what I'm
saying. This is exactly what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
Do you?
Yeah. Hey, what do they say? Luck is, was it Edison?
Can Mela say that again? Because I'm confused.
All right. Stanley said it better than myself. It's his show. He's got the floor.
Well, I mean, it was luck, because if they could have just said, hell no, we need you to work our hours, and I certainly would have done it. But it was an idle question because I'm not a morning person. I just happened to ask, hey,
But did you lead with that? Did you lead with saying I'm not a morning person, or did you just make the suggestion?
It was back around, how they always ask at the end of an interview, like, do you have any questions for us? So that was my question.
Right. You never actually announced that you would prefer not to do the morning shift. You never actually said
no. Well, no,
you never
I just
said I'm not a morning person. You never said that, right?
No. Of course not.
And that's what I'm talking about.
I know.
Your innate ability to have enough common sense to not to present yourself in a way that's attractive for an idea. That's an ability, right? It's like you had the ability to present yourself in an attractive, or rather present your idea in an attractive manner, as opposed to being just another complainer. You actually
okay, yeah,
an innovative
I
idea.
think I see where you. I think I see what you mean. Yeah,
there's a combination of luck and innate ability that leads to success of an endeavor.
Right, but what I'm saying, originally is that not enough people look at my stage of life. The only reason I even had the interview, I took a Windows boot camp, and I was second in my class. And the teacher was a big fan of mine. And this particular company was Ticketmaster, Ticketmaster IT. And, this is one of these, they go looking for the best candidates. And my name was put forth as one of the best candidates. And it worked out. So, a lot of things worked. I had the Navy background, I had a work history. I even had recommendations from other jobs. So it was, a lot of things went right. But what I'm saying is, I don't know that I've never experienced someone saying, or even intimating. I never got the feeling that someone said, oh, hey, I don't think he can do it because he's Black. But I also have never, most of the jobs after college that I went for were, not, they weren't decent jobs where you don't even get the interview, if you aren't at a certain level. So maybe I'm not the right person to talk about it, but
Well,
I think
what I can say, I guess it's a testimony, is that it doesn't matter. Well, for myself, it didn't matter whether or not I'm Black. It did not matter. What mattered was that I was able to view an opportunity and charge toward that opportunity. That's something that was picked up as a person. It didn't matter that I was Black. I've worked for various okay, anyway, I'm not gonna dox myself, but what I'm saying is, when it comes to being Black, a lot of times we make excuses by virtue of being Black, as opposed to looking at the opportunity and accentuating the luck that this opportunity is in front of us. A lot of us, we don't take the opportunity in front of us. That we're too busy making an excuse about being Black. A lot of us do that.
I really can't I really can't speak to that.
Of being Black as a distraction for viewing an opportunity and
well, I mean, are you saying that people, Black people, are saying, hey, I'm not going to go for this, fancy job because I'm Black and I probably won't.
Minority or majority?
And
is it minority or majority?
Minority is a word that was slickly, and it's a majority.
What I'm asking, Mel, is this: do you think that the majority of men go after things, or a minority of men go out? Because if I feel I'm qualified, I'm not only going to go for it. I'm going to be demanding when I do whatever it is I do. I'm going to ask for the promotion. I'm going to ask to be so.
I think the majority
of men are that way, or do you think it's the majority of men that are that way?
The majority are distracted by being Black.
Okay,
they're distracted by that. It's like being told that you're Black is an intentional distraction. It's intentional to distract someone with obstacles. That this label, this term, this hierarchy of first there's whites, then there's Black. Like it's a distraction from what you are innately capable of doing.
Yeah,
That's
I
my point.
understand what you're
So,
saying, but at the same time, for example, I think it's social engineering. So depending on different times, there's different mentalities. So for example, I would say like during the late 80s, early 90s, when we had the Cosby Show, Different World, that level of black excellence, all those people were demanding to be put in positions and demanding to say that they are somebody. And I would say all the way from the Tuskegee Airmen up, it was that way. Now we're in a time of idiocracy. Everybody seems dumb, even a white man. It's this instant gratification, and if you don't give me what I want right now, I'm taking my ball and going home.
mm-hmm. Yeah. Well stated. It's people are just being told that they're stupid,
Yeah,
and they're believing it,
yeah,
and it's sad.
yeah. So that's why.
Really, who's telling them that they're stupid?
There's media for one. There's the public school system, secondly, and there are households. There are
I
households
believe all
that
that
are.
to be true.
Pardon me?
Really?
I believe all that to be true. That's why I said it's about time period. So if we talk about that time when the Cosby Show and Different World was on, and Ice Cube was talking about why are there more men in the pen than in college, people responded to that by being more enrolled and everything else. But now it's the opposite. It's less men going to school. It's more women going to school. It's less. A lot of men say, "Why buy a house? Houses is for a family."
Okay, but let me ask you a question though. Why? I mean, let's just look at the black community.
Mhm.
Are if households are saying, well, hey, you're too stupid to go to school, why aren't they telling women that? Black women. Let's just isolate it to the black community. Why aren't black women being told they're too stupid to go to college?
I believe that you have the princess versus feminism. So you have the dads that's treating their daughters like princesses, and the princess want to remain a princess. Then feminism is saying basically that women, there's nobody that's going to come to save you. You have to have this black girl magic. So it's all this emphasis on empowering women. So what they call that black women empowerment. And there's no black boy empowerment. There's no black boy magic.
Okay, well, I would say, so that's media. And I see Fred is talking about Oprah, Ricky Lake, Alice Walker, Tyler Perry.
Get over that.
I don't remember any of them saying black men were stupid. So I mean, are you all saying that hyping up girls and like focusing on girls is why black women, for instance, are doing better in college?
First of all, I use the term people.
Like in the late
I didn't
80s,
make it gender specific. I just want to say that I didn't make.
Well, no, I'm asking a gender specific question.
I did that because that's why I brought up the late 80s, early 90s. So during the late 80s, early 90s, a lot of men were going to college. The roles was bolstered then. There was a lot of men going to school because it was a lot of media that was pushing that. So you had a Different World, you had the Cosby Show, you had a lot of movies like Higher Learning and all these other. So a lot of young men was going to school during the late 80s, early 90s. Something happened before the 2000s to where that went the opposite direction. And that's when we first started hearing about this black girl magic stuff. I don't like when people talk about black men didn't have a voice because of Ricky Lake and Oprah Winfrey and Jenny Jones. Yes, you did have a voice. You chose not to say anything.
Well, I don't know. I read The Color Purple and I saw the movie, but I remember the book better.
Alice Walker, right?
Right. But the thing is why did, I mean, now again, this is just me, and I'm not saying anybody's wrong. I'm not even contradicting, but I am in a quandary. Why didn't The Color Purple affect me that way? I read the book,
you
and
have
to
intelligence.
me, it was just a book.
It was just a book and just a movie. But that's the thing. A lot of people are easily socially engineered, right? So they just go along with what it's like. I see these little skits of there'll be a person that'll start running and everybody start running also. It reminded me of the movie Forrest Gump. He was running, then all of a sudden people started running behind him until he stopped running.
Oh, okay, that's a good
That's a really
analogy.
good example, Nidish. Very good.
I think that's most people. They just go along, and I don't understand what it is. So if you have your individual thought, like you sound like you have, Stanley, you're not going to just jump because everybody jumps. So so for the last 2 months, people have been hitting me with, what do you think about Atlas hitting us? What do you think about World War III? What do you think? I think that's above my pay grade. I don't think I should be worried about it. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. But other people are panicky and fidgety and don't know what to do. And I believe that that's social engineering to keep you in fear. And I think constantly being in fear is demonic. I don't want to be in fear.
It definitely is a distraction. People could think so much more grander thoughts than being panic stricken. But yeah, the push of fear is the distraction that promotes panic, and panic, it's just it's not useful. It's not useful to be panic stricken. But unfortunately, a lot of people are easily socially engineered, as you would say. So
yeah, we can be kind to each other right now. We can be loving to each other right now. We could establish something that's positive amongst each other right now. We don't have to wait till tomorrow. I don't have to be mean to Mella or be mean to TMKC or be mean to Stanley. We can actually interact and have a positive experience, and that build us up today. And so tomorrow we have a more positive experience, and we can be, as the conscious community say, always building. We don't have to tear each other down.
Exactly. That would be intelligent.
Let me make one quick point here. They did approve the Epstein files. I don't know exactly what the vote was. I'll look it up. But so the resolution to or the bill to make the Justice Department release those files passed. So it goes to the Senate. So the next chapter in the book is coming up. Media Man did a premiere today called The Destruction of the Black Family, 1950 to present day, which kind of fits into what we were talking about.
Yeah.
And then after that, Jeff St. James, which is a little off topic, but his title is There Any Room for Men on the Left? It's a clip from his Tommy Sotomayor interview. Then my newest internet sweetheart, Amina Lamond, who is just she's totally out of everybody's league. And then the author of The Man Not sat down with Jared Ball.
His name is let me see, Morrison, right?
Tommy Curry.
Curry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember talking about George Stanley, the kid that got executed at like 13 or something.
Right. So he sat down for a part 2 interview with Jared Ball, who is one of the founders of Black Liberation Media, who I guess I really need to start watching more of them. But anyway, we'll get to that. And then if we get to it, the Reverend Corbett is talking about, he's the Defiant Lawyers Network. Please tell Indian Americans the racist MAGA movement they helped create and lead hates them too. Now, we may not get to that. That might wind up being tomorrow's opening video, but this medium man thing.
The first time I saw Kirby was with he did an interview with T. Hassan Johnson.
Oh, by the way, Jeff St. James is interviewing T. Hassan Johnson tonight, so we might actually get to look at a piece of that. He's been interviewing a bunch of these old Black Manosphere people, and Man of Tomorrow. I hope he comes back up because I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will have choice words for.
Yeah, shout out to MOT. Look like Undertaker with that.
It's Corbett. I called him Nesbitt yesterday, Deacon Dave. It should have been Corbett. I was thinking of Brandon Nesbitt, who I'd been.
You didn't call that man Norbit. Call Corbett Norbit?
No, Nesbitt is what I called him yesterday, I think.
No, I'm looking at.
But it's Corbett, Corbett, by the way, Deacon Dave.
Yeah. Norbit is Eddie Murphy's comical character.
Only one no vote and 5 absent. I really don't know if it's going to pass the Senate, John. I will be wrong because I predicted that it would get hung up in the Senate yesterday. So if it passes, then I am just outright wrong on that one.
You're talking about the Epstein file?
Yeah. Well, the bill to force the Justice Department to release.
Yeah, we'll never see that.
I don't know. We'll see. I was thinking the only reason Trump said, "Hey, go for it," is because he would hang it up in the Senate or possibly veto it. Because if he vetoes it, they're going to have 2/3. They're going to have to override it, and they won't have the numbers in the Senate. I don't know how they get
his face and name is all over it.
Right. But I'm thinking that, as a chess move, Trump says, "Hey, bring it to my desk for me to veto it." Because if he has the power to veto the bill.
Well, the interesting thing about it is he acted like he was going to be the one to expose it. He couldn't wait to. So
that's just in the past couple days. But I'm thinking he's doing the fake out. Like, yeah, go ahead and do it. Bring it to my desk. I will veto it. And then it gets impossible because they're not going to be able to get 3/4 of a vote.
Yeah.
You have to have 3/4 in both houses if he vetoes it. So that's just my chess move. My guess is Trump is playing chess, but then on the other hand, is he bright enough?
If it somehow gets out, it's going to be redacted to death.
Well, yeah, but it would be if he didn't want it released. Trump can stop it from being released by vetoing the bill. They're not going to override it, but we'll see. That's all. Just guessing.
If it woke up here, are you woke, lady?
She just typed in the chat.
Act like it. You ain't said a word.
She's being respectful. What's wrong with that?
Is not gonna take
F
it. He's
respect.
gonna be out there as the lead. White America.
Yeah, I love this video right here. This is one of my favorite videos.
What's that?
That clip you just played.
Oh, well, it'll come up in Media Man's video. He just premiered this like 3 hours ago.
Yeah, I talked about that about 2 years ago.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Well, the destruction of the Black family, 1950 to present. Media Man, folks.
If the Black community is going to rebuild trust between Black men and Black women, we must also rebuild the history that we've been told. Because for the past 50 years, we have lived inside a narrative that was never based on truth, never based on data, and in some cases, wasn't even created inside our community. Today, I'm fixing that. To understand why the Black family looks the way it does today, we have to walk through the actual timeline, the real timeline of what happened to us. Not the myths, not the recycled talking points, not the narratives pushed in college classrooms or trending on social media. The truth. So with that being said, Let's begin. Before welfare myths, before feminism, before mass incarceration, and before the gender war, we must anchor one fact. In
Can you put the link to this channel in the back?
60% of Black adults were married, and most Black children lived with two parents, and Black men were employed at high rates and were the backbone of our households.
The link to his channel in the back.
By the way, everybody, I did remember to put all the links in the show notes today. Thank goodness. I did. But here is the link to Medium Man in the back chat. And I will also put it into the regular chat if anybody wants to view it on their own.
I got it.
So this guy, he spits out facts and statistics. Is that his thing? Data. He's like the data guy.
Yeah, he seems to be very data oriented.
Yeah, every time I see him, it looks like that's what he's always trying to give you the data. But you have to.
I for one appreciated the way he approached this argument. 13% of the American population commits 50% of the crime, which is a logical fallacy. And he broke it down nicely. And I even use, the way he presented it was so cogent. Even I do it. Let's see.
When I
Fred
clicked the link, I thought he said that he
doesn't
was
go
going to
deep
use
enough.
data.
Whoever
He
Freddie
said, I
Mercury
thought
was
I heard him
wrong.
say he was going to use data to fix the Black community. Was that right?
What?
When I clicked the link, I thought I heard him say that he was going to use data to fix the Black community.
He's not going to fix anything.
I mean, no one individual is going to fix a whole community. And by the way, there are communities, just to be, specific about it. I think if people not every argument that every YouTube content creator is useful or even good. You've got to literally go and pick and choose, arguments and form your own method, form your own way of solving problems. If you're in a specific local community, you might find one of his arguments, say about crime, useful. You may not even find the rest of it useful or relevant.
If you know how to utilize it.
Right. I mean, this is how knowledge has been passed down throughout the centuries. It doesn't matter whether it's Africa-centric, Eurocentric, it doesn't really matter. You take bits and pieces of others, of the masters, if you will.
Yes.
Take their arguments, put them together like a toolbox. Put the tools in your toolbox and apply it to problems that may be specific to you or your specific community.
Yeah,
that's how it works.
All those things. But here's the thing.
No one person has all the answers. It's never been like that.
Exactly. But yeah, I believe, and I like that Stanley said this, it's communities. So I've said before that there's no community. I look at little small, like I would say Hebrew Israelites have a community. Nation of Islam has a community. Gang members have a community. But us all as one, that does not exist.
Right. And just to give credit where it's due, I probably really just started thinking seriously about it since I've had a YouTube show. It was this young man on the screen, Fred, who, probably said this years ago. And I just kind of, brushed it aside. And so I'll give credit where it's due. Even old men like me can learn from the young guys.
Not broken. We were not in crisis, and we were not dysfunctional. The collapse came later, and it came from forces far bigger than black men or black women. The infamous myth claims
black women kick black men out to get welfare.
But here's the actual story. In the 1950s and the early 1960s, welfare caseworkers conducted nighttime raids, searched closets for men's shoes, checked bathrooms for razors, looked for toothbrushes, and questioned neighbors about male presence. If they found evidence of a man, benefits were cut. But this is what people never mention. The rule targeted only the poorest unmarried mothers. Married couples were not impacted. The vast majority of black families, over 60% married, were not affected. Black women did not create or control this policy. It was government surveillance and not black female betrayal. And later during that decade, in 1968, the Supreme Court struck it down in King versus Smith.
4 otherwise eligible children were denied welfare payments because their mother was cohabitating with a man within the meaning of an Alabama regulation designed to discourage immorality and illegitimacy. The United States Supreme Court considered the validity of that regulation in the 1968 case, King versus Smith. The Social Security Act of 1935 created the Aid to Families with Dependent Children, or AFDC, program. The program provided welfare payments to all dependent children, defined as needy children with a dead, incapacitated, or continually absent parent. Alabama participated in the program, but it had a substitute father regulation in place. The regulation denied AFDC payments to otherwise eligible needy children whose mother cohabitated inside or outside of her and the children's home with any single or married able-bodied man. As used in the regulation, cohabitating meant having frequent or continuing sexual relations. Additionally, the regulation's goal was to discourage immoral sexual behavior and illegitimate births. Mrs. Sylvester Smith was a resident of Dallas County, Alabama, and a mother of 4 children with dead or long-absent fathers. Although the Smith children were otherwise eligible for payments, they were denied AFDC payments solely because Mrs. Smith was having sexual relations with a Mr. Williams on the weekends. Mr. Williams had no legal duty to support the Smith children, and given that he was married with 9 children, he was neither willing nor financially able to do so. Mrs. Smith filed an action in an Alabama federal district court against Reuben King, the commissioner of the Alabama Department of Pensions and Security, seeking declaratory and injunctive relief. Mrs. Smith challenged the substitute father regulation on the grounds that it conflicted with the Social Security Act and the Equal Protection Clause. The district court ultimately agreed with Mrs. Smith and entered judgment for her.
But the emotional damage lingered, and the myth still lives today. So let me be clear. This was not black women choosing welfare over black men. This was the U.S. government policing black poverty. Now we arrive at a real turning point. Between 1970 and 1980, factories closed, steel mills collapsed, auto jobs disappeared, and industrial work dried up. And who was hit first? Black men. By the late 1970s, black male unemployment was double white male unemployment. Marriage rates declined because stable jobs declined, and economic strain destroyed the family formation. This wasn't matriarchy. This wasn't welfare abuse. This was the economic foundation of the black husband and father being ripped from under him. Marriage follows money. When the economy collapsed, marriage collapsed. Now, here's where balance and honesty matter, because 2 things are true at the same time. Number 1, the government targeted black communities on purpose. Crack versus powder sentencing.
I don't know if this illustration will be effective or not. First, this is flour, and this is an indication of the amount of powder cocaine that would result in the sentencing for this weighted amount of crack cocaine, 100 to 1. 18 to 1, I'm sorry, 18 to 1, which is an indication that if there's no science between the difference, the sentencing is dramatically different. I think that is the simple, direct point we're trying to make at this hearing.
Mandatory minimums.
Why does the U.S. jail more people than any other country? One reason, mandatory minimums. These were introduced in the 1980s and apply to low-level crimes. Mandatory minimums mean convicted people have to serve a minimum sentence, whether or not a judge thinks they deserve it. For example, drug crimes involving crack, heroin, or marijuana trigger minimum sentences. So do crimes involving firearms, pornography, and immigration. But opponents say the punishment doesn't always fit the crime. Take the story of Kemba Smith, an unemployed woman who moved in with her drug dealer boyfriend. After he was murdered, she was charged with conspiracy to traffic all the drugs he left behind. Mandatory minimum sentence, 24 years. In another case, John Horner, a 46-year-old fast food worker with prescription painkillers, met a friend who wanted some of his pills. The friend turned out to be an undercover agent. Conviction for drug trafficking, 25-year minimum. At 25, Timothy Tyler got caught selling LSD with his dad. Because he had been caught selling twice before, the mandatory sentence, life. Since mandatory minimums were imposed, there's been a 500% increase in the incarcerated population at a cost of $80 billion to run the prison system.
Over policing.
How can
The animation is A1 and hilarious.
Imagine living in a neighborhood where police are.
I'm sorry, what?
I said the animation is A1 and hilarious.
Yeah, I think you could do that on PowerPoint. But
what?
Yeah, I got a new animation on my channel. I was wondering. I want that.
Turn it to the animation, Stanley.
He doesn't. He doesn't watch.
No. I was saying you can do that in PowerPoint.
Yes.
Yeah.
Really? Well, who knew?
Hey, Nidus, I got a question. Nidus, I got a question. Do you know of any AIs that will animate for you with pre-recorded voice?
That will animate for you with no, but what you can do is you can do the animation, take the voice, and then put it in Canva and lay the voice under the animation.
Will it sync?
As a matter of fact, I do know there is animation because you know those baby videos where it's like a baby
What's that software called?
Eddie Murphy, and then they has Eddie Murphy voice. There is some animation that we'll do that.
What's the software called?
I have to look it up, but I do have it.
All right, excellent.
Because I just use Adobe Express on mine. I can't find nothing else like it.
In fact, if you look on YouTube for the baby animations, it will show you how you take the voice of Eddie Murphy, then make the baby, and it's a that if you look up that video, it'll tell you what you use to put the voices with the animation. You can make it a cartoon or realistic.
Oh, cool. Sorry, I didn't mean to, kill the flow.
No, good. Stan got time. Stan be up here.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's a good reference for people that I know. My mother, she liked those types of things, so I'll be sure to tell her that she could access that software.
No, I want to show you guys what I made earlier. I'll get you the link, Stan. Hold on.
Let me ask you a question about over policing, reducing police presence, that sort of thing. Now, the stop and frisk, I don't know that I've ever agreed with that because it can lead to profiling stuff. But the first bullet point and the last bullet point, I've heard conflicting desires in, say, inner city, and I don't know what goes on in the inner city, but are your two communities, say in your experience, Knight and Mela, over policing? Do people actually feel they're over policed? Because I've also heard people say, hey, I call the police, and maybe it's a TV trope, but you call the police and it takes them an hour to get here because the neighborhood is rough. Which is it?
True thing.
Or is it both?
It's a true thing. Where I'm at in Oakland, they'll come the next day after the shooting. They'll pick the body up tonight, but they're not going to investigate until tomorrow.
So the over policing is really not a thing?
Yeah, it's not a thing because they don't have enough police.
Yeah, I hear this a lot. Fred, if you're still in there, everybody seems to complain about over policing in, the inner city hood type neighborhoods. Is he wrong?
It's under police.
Mela, well, she's
All I've
what do you-
heard, all I've heard about was quotas being a primary goal in inner city enforcement. I'm familiar with quotas. Like they demand because of the crime rate. There's a demand to capture criminals, and you know, thereby a quota is established. It's like,
right, but my
if you all
question
aren't
is,
bringing in,
are these? And you are in Chicago. I don't know where you live in Chicago, but is
it
it
wasn't
true
heavily
that
policed. It wasn't,
okay?
yeah,
So
there wasn't any of that
so this
where
is
I
because
live
I hear a lot of content creators who talk about race and racism, saying that these communities are over policed.
Now, my brother was, God rest his soul, he was involved in criminal activity, and
Right, but my
I've
question,
heard tales.
my
I was
question
about to
is:
answer
are
your
these
question.
neighborhoods over policed?
I was about to answer that. I've heard
Okay.
tales of the quote unquote popos are everywhere. I've heard tales of that. I haven't experienced it myself, but my brother has, as I've said, God rest his soul, he's made tales of quote unquote police are the popos, that's the phrase he used,
Yeah.
are everywhere. You know, he was supposed to return to a family function at a particular time. I guess he had to go out and procure his drugs or whatever. And he came back later than we anticipated. We asked what happened, and his quote is, "The popos are everywhere." So that's the extent of what I'm familiar with. And then there's the news outlets that report how the hood communities are complaining about being profiled due to quota demands. That's to the
Right. Well, quotas aren't really what I'm asking about. It's not really what he's talking about. He's talking
You're talking
about
about over
over policing.
That doesn't exist.
I'm sorry, what?
He's talking about over. If I'm not mistaken, Stanley, are you talking about over policing?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're basically, you know, too many stops in the
Profiling.
hood, too
It doesn't
many.
exist anymore, but it did exist. You want to know who it exists up under? It existed up under Rudolph Giuliani, stop and frisk and all the other stuff. They
Yeah,
were
stop
over
and
policing.
frisk. Yeah.
That's over now. That doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, this right here, Deacon Dave was talking about something where he could do overdubbing and whatever else. This is a video. If you go to this right here, Deacon Dave, to give you
Well,
a
just
step-by-step
put the link in the back.
Oh, okay, yeah. This is what you use to overdub.
Okay, hey Stanley, you want to show him what I made earlier?
Okay, well, your link's in the back. He can see it, right?
No. Just play. It's only like 30 seconds.
Okay.
I'll look at it. You don't have to play it. I'll look at it. I'll go to it right now.
I want Stanley to see it.
Oh, wait, hold it. Let's see here.
Let me explain something to white people. Our hair comes out of our head naturally in a curly pattern.
Yeah, so yeah, you want to look at that.
To follow your beauty standards. We are trapped by the straightness.
The lips aren't
so
in sync with the words.
Swim, and we run away from the water. People won't go to the gym because we're trying to keep our hair straight for y'all. Let me explain something to white people. Our hair comes out of our head naturally.
That's it, Stanley. You can stop the tape.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, that's the best Adobe Express can do.
So look at that link I left in the back for you, Deacon Dave. So at least the lips are in sync with what they're saying.
All right, I got you. Hold on.
So
I'm gonna have to check this one out for sure.
Disproportionate arrest rates. Well, they have quotas, so it's not necessarily disproportionate arrest rates.
Well, my point is that, you know, Media Man and other people who are talking about, you know, race and racism. This particular video is the dissolution or the breakdown of the Black family. Apparently he is saying, using over policing and reducing police presence is as a factor. And I've heard different things from different people. One saying, the trope of police not even wanting to go to bad neighborhoods. I'm just trying to figure out, as someone who really doesn't know, whether this is a thing, whether over policing is really
it's not a thing anymore. It was a thing at one time. And the real thing, the answer or solution to most of this stuff is getting Black fathers back in the home. The lack of male leadership is a real issue. So whether it's over policing or anything else, I will agree with what I heard Denzel Washington say. You get your home intact and you teach your children that stuff is like outside of you. You won't be harassed if you're doing what you're supposed to do, because you'll be in places you're supposed to be in and doing things you're supposed to do. So like when they say, where are the good women at? The good women are somewhere being good women. That's why you can't see them.
This brings us back to Medium Man's video.
Right. So, okay. Well, and I agree with Denzel Washington 100%.
Don't tarry too long, Stanley. Don't tarry too long. Mella told you what to do. Now do it.
Wow, you're being messy, man.
And most stops target.
What's up, Mella?
That's often how over-policing in communities of color happens. When police focus heavily on these areas, it leads to more arrests for minor issues.
Take a look at New York City. Here, Black people are being arrested and stopped at almost twice the rate as the average New Yorker. Now, if you went over to Tulsa, Oklahoma, being Black means you are 2.7 times more likely to be subjected to physical force by police officers than white people. Now zoom out, and the story nationally doesn't change. For example, data shows that across the US, police officers stop Black drivers at higher rates than white drivers. This is often called over-policing. It happens when communities either face a large police presence in their daily lives or face aggressive policing for minor offenses, and sometimes for nothing at all.
Disproportionate arrests and systems designed to incarcerate Black men.
Mass incarceration means that we've got a very high rate of incarceration historically, comparatively. And the other thing is the rate of incarceration is so high, so socially concentrated, that we're no longer incarcerating the individual, but we're incarcerating whole social groups. The rate of incarceration now is about 5 times higher than it was historically. Historically, it was 100 per 100,000. Now it's about 500 per 100,000. If we look at prison, if we add jail to that, it's about 700 per 100,000. Nowhere in the world incarcerates as much as we do. We've seen extremely high rates of exposure to the criminal justice system for African American men with very low levels of schooling. So if we think about Black men who were born in the late 1970s and who are growing up through the American prison boom of the 1980s and the 1990s, the chances that they're going to serve time in state or federal prison if they dropped out of high school is about 70%. So going to prison for that group of Black men with very low levels of schooling, that's become a normal life event. And that's really only happened in the last 10 years.
This was real, this was intentional, and this was structural violence. But here's the part that I must say out loud. Many Black men contributed to the destruction. Not all Black men, not most Black men, but enough Black men. Some Black men made choices that harmed our own community. They sold poison in the Black neighborhoods. They recruited younger boys into the trade, escalating violence, participating in shootouts and retaliation, prioritizing fast money over community stability.
Now, I think that's an actual good move and good point. Taking some responsibility. If the drugs were put into neighborhoods intentionally, there were willing participants. Basically what I'm saying is I like the balance.
Yeah, they're willing participants because it was socially engineered. So make sure that you come up out of the 60s with the men that came back from Vietnam being on methadone and using drugs over there. And then the way that the economy was, you had a lot of people that started to early get involved in criminal activity because you did have at that early time those industrial jobs. So you had factory work and whatever else. Everybody didn't want to work in a factory. So what did they do? They went to the street. And then
let me ask you a question. If you want to go the social engineering route, and Fred, hopefully you're still out there and maybe you will even want to come up. I personally think that I think the social engineering piece is tantamount to, dangling bait. And we're not fish, we're humans. Richard will appreciate that.
I see we're closer to fish.
I think
right.
that social engineering, while I'm not denying the existence of it, the social engineering via advertising is something that has been around since the 30s. The propaganda, all that stuff. What's his name?
Subliminal suggestions, social engineering, propaganda.
Right.
Yeah,
there's a book, a famous like the father of propaganda. I cannot think of his name right now, but in any case, I still think that's a crutch. Social engineering is not destiny. I think if you fall for the social engineering, that is something that I'm not particularly concerned about. And where I'm going with this, people often, say, well, Stanley, you're a little bit callous. Why don't you care about the Black community?
Think you're callous.
Okay,
Can I ask you a question, Sam?
I'm not talking about you specifically.
No, I want to ask you a question though. Did you have strong Black male role models?
Yes.
That's the difference.
But where I'm going with this, I'm not what I'm saying is, my father used to tell me that, there are going to be people that that you're going to high school with, who in this Black neighborhood that are going to fall by the wayside. Don't you be one of them.
Yes.
That dovetails into the
wait. Stay right there for 1 second. That is powerful what he said to you.
Exactly.
Those other children needed someone to say that to them.
Yeah, there are many children who
correct. Well, a lot of these kids had fathers. One of my best friends,
having a father doesn't mean that man is a strong man.
Right. But where I'm going with this overall is, sometimes I can buy into the social Darwinism. When people leave the hood, for instance, they will catch flack for being successful and not giving back.
Yes.
Well, I didn't come from the hood, but if I did, why? I have a little bit of a social Darwinism streak. Those who fall by the wayside, they had options. If Black men, for instance, like the people.
You're saying,
hold on 1 second. Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. I'm basically saying,
I still want to understand what you were saying right there.
What I'm saying is, if there were people selling drugs, Black men selling drugs in the hood, well, you know what? Those are people that are falling by the wayside. If they wind up in jail because of something that they had a choice to do or not to do. And I understand, hey, sometimes economics get so desperate that, hey, I got a family to feed. I'm going to take this risk. I factored all that in. What I'm saying is what happens.
Right. So what I'm asking you is this, because I hear what you're saying. You said, are you saying fuck them?
Pretty much.
Okay, that's what I want to go. Okay, go ahead.
That's what he's saying. Stanley is not familiar with childhood development to the extent where he would understand.
I was a child who developed, and I do have a son, so I have a passing knowledge.
All right. What I'm emphasizing, if I am so allowed, is to make sure that it's understood the influence of a positive Black male in
Okay, well,
the
Nidish
presence
already
of that
covered that.
child. That's very important what Nidish brought up.
Nidish already covered that. So I'm not saying, it's 100% of the time. I'm willing
And
to,
here you are with this fuck 'em attitude.
Me too.
I'm willing
But
to, well, everybody allow me to speak, please.
Sorry.
I am certainly willing to go case by case. I don't mean that to be a blank statement. However, if you're a grown man and you are selling drugs in the hood, basically not benefiting the hood, actually hurting the hood, and you get caught and incarcerated, I'm not going to have much sympathy for you. Now if you're some 13-year-old and you are the only man in the house and you're trying to get by and you wind up getting caught, selling drugs or, participating in the trade.
Mhm.
Now, I'm not going to treat that guy like, that kid like he's 24 or 34.
So
The exceptions should be made.
So Stanley, let's go back to the 80s. That kind of is what it was. So when they used to say back in the days, I jumped off the porch, they made that statement because a lot of those people got into those trades at ages 12, 13, and 14.
Mm-hmm. And hold on one second, Mella. Let me answer. Okay. Let me deal with Knight. That 12-year-old, that 13-year-old, we should do everything possible to get them, back on the right road. All I'm saying is that for the folks like, say, a JP or a John Galt who think all Black people, should, they will say, oh, well, Stanley, you live in an all-white community, which, by the way, I don't. You don't care about Black people. You have betrayed Black people. You are not, paying attention to the Black race. I'm saying, okay, why should I? Everybody has, who's an adult, gets to choose, their poison. And if you decide to do something that you shouldn't be doing, why should I care? Why should I care about crime in the hood? I don't live in the hood.
I agree.
It's really the job of people who live there to do something about it.
I agree with you to an extent, but those people that are conscious of what they're doing and they're older, no, I don't look at them the same as the kid that's 12, 13, and 14.
Well, I've covered that. We should do everything we can to put them back on the right road.
Yeah, okay.
So Mella, what were you saying? Or Dave?
It wasn't anything
that you didn't cover.
It wasn't malicious. It was a question being posed whether or not
what was the question?
Can you imagine what your decision-making process would have been without your father in your life?
No, I can't. And I it's not a hypothetical that I care to follow up on.
Okay.
Same. And people have choices. Right from wrong. You willingly decide to do that. You're taking the risk. You're taking the responsibility.
Yeah, but here's a blur. For example, so me, I'm in the streets when I'm 10 years old. I jumped off the so-called porch when I'm 10. I had a father in my life, but my father believed in like pimping and all kind of dumb shit. He never told me nothing that was like, so when I hear these positive, so when I was younger, I used to be fascinated with like the Cosby Show, the courtship of Eddie Father, Leave It to Beaver, the Brady Bunch, because all those dads wasn't just beating their kids. They were sitting down trying to have conversation with them or whatever else. My father's response to everything was just beat his ass. So I went to the street just violent, just fight. The answer
and that's the difference.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Still nobody. I mean, what kind of grace do people owe to you? Regardless of what your original circumstance was.
Me personally, I don't give a fuck about grace. Let's fight about it. Let's die.
Well, right. I don't know. Sin says parental influence outside the family home is negligible. I think parental influence outside the home increases as your child spends more time outside the home. Like, the older they get, the more time they spend outside it and outside of your influence. So, you got to start early. And quite frankly, I did this with my son, and sometimes I felt guilty doing it. But there are a lot of times where, if for some reason or another I felt uncomfortable, sorry, you're not going to the party. And I don't
think
care.
that was Deacon that just asked me something. I was homeless when I was 10, Deacon. I didn't give a fuck about let's die about it.
Right. But society's not. I mean, they'll take a certain amount of empathy or give you a certain amount of empathy, but at some point they cut the cord, and then you start making your own grown decisions on what you want to do with the rest of your life.
Well, I'm going to be honest. My son pretty much his cord was cut when he went to school, when he went off to college. It was now as he got older and I trusted him more, I loosened the reins a little bit, but I kept a tight grip all the way up pretty much till the day I dropped him off at college. And that's when I became parent emeritus.
How old was he?
Oh, 18.
Oh, he's 18. Okay.
I think there were parties he did not go to because, for whatever reason. And I might have felt a twinge of guilt, but you know what? The decision was made. For one reason or another, it wasn't something that I felt he needed to attend. But what I'm saying is that, parents, even with older kids, can moderate or, kind of counter outside influences. My only point was that, at some point, especially once they get in high school, outside influences do become greater. Yeah. Now, the good thing is a lot of times I would catch wind of some outside influence, or I would notice a difference in behavior, or I would notice a flippant comment that was new, and I start interrogating.
So you're actively involved.
Right. But in some people's defense, though, I mean, if you're working 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet, it's hard to keep tabs.
Right. So you're not actively involved.
Right. But I mean, you have a
more prevalent, and it has more influence if you got all these jobs because you're trying to maintain whatever this thing is. And to me, that's making excuses for the adults. That's no excuse for the child, though.
Actually, you make a point that Aramiose Frimpong has made that, sometimes you might have to sacrifice the niceties, in order to, do you really need 3 jobs? Could you make do with 2? And maybe you might not get the super expensive, newest game box or Xbox for Christmas. You might have to sacrifice the Xbox.
Yeah. You have to sacrifice the nicer things in order to be a little bit more connected with your child.
Right. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, let's sally forth here. The other thing I want to say, and this is just me kind of being, virtue signaling, but, I'm not 100% sure that all parents realize once you have kids, your needs
go to the way
have to take a back seat.
Yes, exactly right.
Oh, Stanley, you probably got the underwear as old as your son. Like I got socks as old as my daughter.
Dude, I'm wearing a flannel shirt here that's older than my son. He's 19. This shirt is probably at least 20, 25 years old. Now, probably because it's 25 years old. Now, I'm not really, a clothes horse like I used to be in any case, but yeah.
Yeah, but that's just to push your point that you do make sacrifices, and when you look up, you notice things like that happen.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I wore a sweater yesterday that's older than my younger son. And you get to a point where you understand that no, it's not about you anymore. It's about them.
I wanted to say something that has nothing to do with flannel shirts and the like. I wanted to catch back up with before Stanley continues the video. What we did when our son was a teenager and he wanted to go off to these quote unquote parties, what we instituted was an arrangement that required him to not only provide the address as well as who, contact information of who is the responsible adult at that party. We did not allow him to go venture off and do whatever it is he wanted to do. We held him accountable for identifying information. And he asserted that we were trying to spoil his good time, or, oh, okay, you're policing me of some sort of, sentiment. And what we had to emphasize is that we are your parents. Any event, God forbid something happens to you, it would make us look really crazy for us to not know where the hell you are. So if you want to go to this party, you have to give us information that we can confirm as to where you are. And that's how we handled it. We did not deny him wanting to, fraternize with his friends. We didn't deny that. But when I think about it, Stanley, do you think it was a good approach for, to deny your son to just go off and do what he wanted to do?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Yeah, every parent has a different approach. As far as clothes,
Look, this isn't, I tell him, this won't be the last party. I have look, he's living in my house. If he went to no parties, if I had a no party policy, oh well. I don't, I don't do things just to do things. I had my reasons.
Yeah. Well, thank goodness your child doesn't have a rebellious nature. We were trying to handle it.
It's not like he's a pushover, but what you might call, not a rebellious nature, other people would call self-discipline.
Right. Yeah. So we tried to cover all the bases in the event that there's this rebellious nature that we had yet to discover. We had a sensible conversation with him and made an agreement, and he was able to do things, and he's an upstanding man today. So it worked out.
Damn, you know what? I am getting old. My brother just texted me that one of my old English professors just died. God damn.
At what age?
I don't know. He was older than I mean, he was probably 10 years
in his
older.
80s.
No, he's probably in his 70s.
Oh, okay.
Fed the addiction epidemic. We cannot pretend that every man caught up in the system was just a victim. We must acknowledge that some men caused damage from the inside.
Frank Lucas was an incredible street dealing boss.
Mr. Untouchable, Leroy Nicky Barnes, whose photo on the cover of the magazine caused genuine anger of U.S. President Jimmy Carter. And I must say, the anger is well-deserved, because what president wants to see on the cover of the New York Times one of the main drug lords of the country, who has about 3,000 dealers bringing him millions of dollars?
Both forces broke our families. The system destroyed the foundation. Some brothers knocked down the walls from the inside, and Black women and children lived through the fallout.
There was another warning about cocaine today. Crack now has spread through almost every American city.
It is a problem in Houston, Philadelphia, Kansas City, Tucson, and Sacramento.
In the 1980s, the media sounded the alarm that a new drug, crack cocaine, was taking over American cities, and that it had an especially devastating effect on pregnant women and their newborns.
A new study says that babies born to women who use cocaine during pregnancy are 3 times as likely to be born with birth defects.
They tend to be what we call jittery.
They're very, very high risk for cerebral palsy, mental retardation.
These children
where the most expensive babies ever born in America are going to overwhelm every social service delivery system that they come in contact with throughout the rest of their lives.
Drugs take away the dream from every child's heart and replace it with a nightmare.
This is the accountability piece that we cannot ignore, Black men, because if we ask Black women to face uncomfortable truths as well, we must do the same.
Excuse me, I wasn't born back then, but I went to school with them babies. Crack babies all around me.
Wait, you said you went to school? Oh,
Yeah,
you went
I
to
had a
school
bunch
with.
of. I didn't sell no drugs, but I had a bunch of crack babies in my time
That's
in my
crazy.
school.
That's
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that. That's messed up. I guess I'm older than you because I didn't experience crack
Well,
babies. But this New Jack City thing, it brings to mind what you mentioned earlier, Stanley, about sometimes it's your own damn fault. So here's a movie, New Jack City, that emphasizes the dangers of being on drugs and dare I say selling drugs. But people still did it anyway. So there's a point to be made about it's your own damn fault. You can't say that you weren't informed about the dangers, but people did it anyway. So there's something to credit you with about fuck them. You know, it's like they made their bed,
well,
they
let
should
me
lie
ask
in it.
you a question though. It seems that I've heard people in these YouTube streets actually add positive spin to New Jack City. Or am
Those are
I
the
mistaken?
sick-minded people. Those are
You
sick-minded
know,
people.
I swear I've heard some positive things, and I can't put a
Yeah, there's
finger
nothing
on any
positive about
particular.
that movie. It exposes depravity, degeneracy, and the results that can occur, and there's nothing positive to really expose about that. Not one thing. Those are
Oh,
sick-minded people that want to
I don't. You know,
glorify
I don't think I've
degeneracy.
ever. I don't think I've ever seen the movie. I've seen clips. I don't think I've ever sat down and
You're not
watched it.
missing out on anything
Maybe I'll
because
do that this weekend.
you don't entertain that drugs are a solution, so you're not missing out on anything.
Well, I mean, I guess they could be solution if you need some short-term money. You know, it's just a risk.
Masculinity requires honesty. Leadership requires responsibility. And healing requires transparency. Now we reach one of the most influential and harmful pieces of the modern gender divide. In 1979, Michelle Wallace released Black Macho and the Myth of the Superwoman, a book arguing that Black men were patriarchal, chauvinistic, insecure, abusive, weak, and imitators of white male oppression. But here's the truth that most Black feminists do not understand and acknowledge. She conducted no real research, no sense.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was on mute. His point, Media Man's point, well, actually, I don't know that he was making the point. It's the book he's talking about. Basically saying that black male patriarchy was basically an imitation of white male matriarchy, and that's a negative ding. Um, isn't the Black Manosphere a really good example of that?
No, but why was it an invitation? That part I don't get.
Well, there was a white manosphere that was multiracial, and then, from what I'm told, there was some racist elements to the manosphere, the white manosphere, we'll
Oh
call it.
yeah, that
So
part I was
they broke
referring to
off.
Media Man's point. Yeah, but yeah, you're right about that part. But Media Man's point is the part. Well, how was black? Because I wasn't alive back then. But how was black patriarchy a copy, or that? Well, how were they mimicking
Well,
white
isn't the
male patriarchy?
manosphere an example? Actually, he's not saying it. He's quoting the book here. Let me back up a little bit. I'll replay this a little bit.
Oh, okay. You're quoting the book.
Requires transparency. Now we reach one of the most influential and harmful pieces of the modern gender divide. In 1979, Michelle Wallace released Black Macho and the Myth of the Superwoman, a book arguing that Black men were patriarchal, chauvinistic, insecure, abusive, weak, and imitators of white male oppression. But here's the truth that most Black feminists do not understand and acknowledge.
Okay, so he's talking about men oppressing women. Basically, Black men were all those things, imitating the white version of, well, let's just call it toxic masculinity. And I am pointing out that the manosphere, you know, and many people have called it toxic masculinity or elements of it. When Black men broke off to make the Black manosphere because of, you know, problems with the white manosphere or the manosphere, wasn't that just basically Black men imitating, you know, what white men or a mixed race men had built in the first place, mainly because of racism?
That would be a good question to ask MOT.
Well, I think he might agree with me on that. Hey, what's up? What's up, roller skater Texas girl? Long time no see. Cool. Good to have you aboard. So, you won't answer the question. If Man of Tomorrow comes back, he was up, and I guess he might be out on the road or something, so he had to drop off.
No, see, I can't answer. I can't answer. I wasn't here that long.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. Well, that's a good answer. I think that's a responsible answer.
Search, no census data, no marriage statistics, no economic data, no CDC fatherhood studies, and no academic methodology. Wallace didn't study Black men, she assumed Black men. And she assumed Black men based on personal frustrations, anecdotal stories, 1970s feminist ideology, recycled narratives from the Moynihan Report, and then something major happened. Gloria Steinem, the most powerful white feminist of that era, aggressively promoted Wallace's book. She gave it national coverage, media exposure, credibility, distribution, and cultural influence.
In a 1979 interview with the Washington Post, Gloria Steinem said that Wallace's book, quote, made every reader understand the political and intimate truths of growing up Black and female in America. And in coverage through Miss Magazine, the magazine Steinem co-founded, she described Black Macho as the book that would shape the 80s. That comes from Miss Magazine's promotional coverage of the book, cited in Wallace's biographical sources. So not only did Steinem praise the book, she helped give it national visibility and legitimacy. Her platform put Wallace's ideas into college classrooms, feminist circles, and public discourse.
This matters because Steinem had previously worked for a CIA-funded organization called the Independent Research Service in the 1950s and 60s. This is not speculation. Steiner admitted it, former CIA officials confirmed it, and the New York Times reported it in 1967. And you're probably asking, what was her job? Her job was to influence youth political ideology during the Cold War. A decade later, she used that same media and ideological influence to elevate a book that blamed Black men, reframed systemic issues as gender issues, weakened Black gender unity, aligned with white feminist interests, downplayed racial oppression, and shifted all of the responsibility onto Black men.
But the most revealing and the most vocal statements about what the new Black man expects from the new Black woman came when I met with a group of young unmarried friends one Saturday afternoon.
I think that what's happening in America as far as Black men, Black women is concerned is that there's a revolution within a revolution. We are fighting our own woman. Our woman will not allow us to emerge as Black men. No. But our Black women, who has been put in this role of aiding white America, white structure, and castrating the Black male, has continued doing this. She cannot live with us. It's not that we can't live with her.
Are you blaming us? Are you saying that it's our fault that this happened?
No, I'm not blaming Black America women. I just said that I'm blaming the system. They are victims of the system like the Black male.
Well, why do you say that we
are castrating you. You say that you want to be the leaders. Okay. Well, what about the Black professional woman?
Well, let me clarify, Fred. I meant the manosphere as a group, as like an online support group. This is not quite supporting your point. We could say that quote, the battle of the sexes is not imitating anything. That's what this is. This is men and women. The manosphere is and again, maybe I'm wrong here, but the manosphere is a group of men. This is a mixed group, so it's not exactly what I'm talking about. But correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, manosphere is just men talking online, and now there is a Black manosphere, or was a Black manosphere. That's what I mean. The online stuff. There's a Black manosphere because of racists in the original manosphere. They broke off and kind of formed their own group. To me, that seems like it is a form of patriarchy, a group of, people talking about patriarchy and the problems and that sort of stuff. And then there is a Black version of that. And I'm not saying there shouldn't be a Black version. I'm just saying it is an imitation of the original. This is not quite the manosphere, in my opinion.
Are you saying that there should be no Black professional woman? Are you trying to deny Black women the right to be created, the right to function?
Right,
we're not asking for you to take it back.
Probably would have been in the
that you
manosphere.
have got to be astute enough and can view the situation
Yeah,
well enough
probably
where you just
would've.
automatically know what your role is and step back. And whenever you want to have that aggressive thing, this is the thing that the young Black man today is not going to tolerate. My old man tolerated it because his old man tolerated it. It came up for years and years and years. But today, the young Black man is not going to take it. He's going to be out there as the leader.
White America has used Black women to keep the Black male in his place. And you're still aiding him by saying, well, we are qualified, we want to work, we can help.
Black scholars such as Angela Davis, Audre Lorde, Bell Hooks, Toni Morrison, all rejected Wallace's book for the exact reason. And at the same time, Steinem boosted Black macho. Ronald Reagan was selling a racist stereotype. And that's where we get the Black welfare queen.
The stereotype of the so-called welfare queen has been used to demonize those on public assistance for decades. It's a politically potent image depicting an undeserving aid recipient getting rich on the backs of taxpayers. Politicians, including former President Ronald Reagan, have been accused of exploiting this image as a kind of racist dog whistle. Meanwhile, the original welfare queen that Reagan used as a basis for his caricature was based on a real person. The new book, The Queen, tells the story of a woman who went by many names, was accused of many crimes, and whose image as a Cadillac driving welfare recipient has lived on. Hari Srinivasan recently spoke with the book's author, Josh Levine, about the real-life woman behind the moniker.
Her name was Linda Taylor, and she was identified by the Chicago Tribune in 1974 as a person who had committed welfare fraud while driving fancy cars, including a Cadillac. And very quickly after that, she was given the nickname the Welfare Queen. And it was a nickname and a stereotype that really very quickly blew up.
Black women were demonized, Black men were implied to be absent, and the Black family was framed as dysfunctional. Two different forces, one conservative, one feminist, were pushing the same result. Black men and women lost trust in each other, the family begins to fracture, and the gender war begins. By the 1990s, Black macho became required college reading. Talk shows pushed stereotypes. Dr. Phil, Oprah, Sally Jesse, and others amplified dysfunctional narratives.
You know, for many of us, it is hard finding
Ooh,
a
I
good
remember
man, no matter
Rolanda.
what you're raised, no matter what your background. But where are all the good Black men?
Hearing the statistics that there are very few Black men for women, I find it difficult
at times to have a relationship with a Black man.
Academia frames Black men as patriarchal failures. Social workers assume absentee Black fathers. Media portrays Black men as irresponsible.
James, you're laid off. James, no!
Birth stats get misquoted. Mass incarceration context gets ignored. And Black male unemployment gets forgotten. Black women were taught Black men are the problem. Black men were taught Black women don't respect us. And both were repeating narratives that originated outside the Black community. Not from our elders, not from our marriages, not from our families, and not from statistics. And before I leave you, let me be clear. The Black family did not fall because of Black women. The Black family did not fall because of Black men. And it definitely did not fall because of welfare checks. The collapse came from economic sabotage, mass incarceration, government surveillance, feminist narratives not rooted in data, racist propaganda, poorly researched books, and a political system that benefits from Black gender division. But now you all know the truth. You have the data, and we understand the timeline. So Black men, it's time to take
Stanley.
responsibility where it belongs.
Yes, sir.
Just like with the selling of the drugs conversation we had, you still have a choice. Two people still have a choice to be together. I mean, and regardless of whatever odds were against you, there's still a choice. And it only takes one person to cast that vote. So the one weak-minded person would destroy the union.
Well, yeah, Nitish kind of made that point. That but he's right. He's right in that social engineering is a thing. Propaganda is a thing. So while there are, you're right that individual choices at the individual level, you should be held accountable, but we can't deny that propaganda works.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. We can't deny it. But I guess the story goes back even in
through media.
Say what?
Propaganda through media.
Yeah, I mean, even in the story goes back even to the biblical days where Snake got one out of the two to corrupt the other. So.
Well, this media man, he's featuring the last 50 years. And what I will give him so-called credit for is that it all boiled down to economic sabotage, among other descriptive terms he used. Economic sabotage is what drove a wedge in between Black women and Black men trusting one another. I can... that makes sense to me.
It doesn't to me. Because either you love the person or you love what they bring into the home economically.
And to give you credit, there is what's called an informed decision when pairing with someone. When you recognize that finances are a factor in your relationship, you build your relationship based on that. But a lot of people, they want to be attracted to somebody and cast the realities of what it takes to operate in this country comfortably aside. Like, we'll figure it out as we go. All I know is that I want you and you want me. And it takes more than that to build a successful marriage.
So why even make vows that state in sickness and in health, death do us part, richer for poor, as long as you live? Why even take the vow? You're not serious if you let money be something that splits you. That's my point. See, people don't really go into it know what it means. It literally means what it says.
Yeah, sacrificing yourself for one another. Yeah.
Yeah, for the higher purpose. And then it's a covenant between you or this person and God.
Sacrifice for me, let's get together. That's what the vows basically add up to.
Right, but since he did the no fault
But the
divorce,
reality is different.
nobody has to take accountability on that and say that this is what you signed up for. You should be in it to win it together, no matter if you're doing better or worse. Like, you're not always going to be down. You're going to eventually get up.
There was a time when Obey was in the marital vows as well, and we saw how that ended up.
Well, it's still in mine.
Well, good luck with that.
It's working out pretty good, actually.
Well, let me. Fred has asked a good question, and Ryan has made an interesting comment. And this will be low hanging fruit for me. We'll see if it's low hanging fruit for you. So, what Ryan heard in this video is Medium Man is blaming Whitey.
Seriously, that's what I'm hearing too. I literally think that right now. Yes.
So you please expand, and maybe Ryan can come up. Now he talks about economics. He's talking about some systemic issues. So how is you know what? If he wants to substitute the system for Whitey, I'm actually willing to let him do it.
As long as Whitey gets some of this accountability, I'm sure you would be cool with it. Now I'm picking.
Who controls the system, Dave? Black people?
It doesn't matter. Who did you? Well, yeah, okay, it does matter. I'm sorry. I apologize. I get it.
Hold on, the both of you.
You don't have to cook me for that. I'm saying I was wrong.
No. Where did Media Matt? I didn't hear you putting up much of a fuss at any of his points. At the end, his summary, he's basically describing systemic problems. And if we really want to be honest, so many people like Ryan are willing to say it's a white man's country, and it is. White people do control the country. So system equals Whitey. I'm willing to let that. I'm willing to go with that.
Yeah, because that's what's been said for so long. Everybody knows.
No. Don't you revert to what people are saying. You heard this man's argument and you're hearing his summary. Who controls the system? Black people? Hispanics?
White
Asians?
people control it. White people control the system, Stanley.
Okay, so
at that time, in context, at that time,
you sound grudging. If you want to put it in that context, it's not something that you can actually deny. Now, there's plenty of personal accountability. No one is telling people to sell drugs. Like you were saying, nobody is saying, hey, break up a marriage because of economics. But the bottom line, there are two levels of American culture. There is the systemic level, and then there's the personal level. And there are things that are systemic. We talked about propaganda. That is systemic, and you cannot deny that propaganda works. There's a whole advertising industry. There are political consultants. Statistically, you can prove that there is a system.
Yeah, there's a system.
If Black people don't control the system,
the system is only an issue if it works on.
White people like Ryan and Nick Fuentes, and yes, I'm mentioning them in the same sentence, are proud to talk about, in 1776, it was elite white males who founded the American project. So let's go all the way with it. It was white people who founded the country. It was white people who set up the system. It is white people who have maintained it up to now. So if there are systemic issues, if you want to substitute system with the word Whitey, I'll allow it.
Yeah, let's blame Whitey. And I think that if
nobody's blaming Whitey, I'm
saying let's call it Whitey.
And let me be blunt.
Damn it, when I'm misspeaking, you want to cook me.
Let me be blunt in my assessment of this, dude. You are literally defending Whitey, just like you're defending the system.
Who, me?
I think Stanley is joking with you.
That's what it sounds like.
He's joking.
Sounds like you were defending,
I have a response prepared, and he's gonna drag it out until I forget what I'm trying to say, and this is what he does.
That's his tactic. Yeah, that's his tactic. That's what he does.
Yeah, that is a family tactic. He's good at it. I'm learning it.
And he'll overtalk you in hopes that you'll forget the point. That's his tactic. That's what he does. He's
Stanley,
fucking with you.
hey, 6 points for Stanley because that
Dude,
is
I
good.
love it.
That's real good.
I love twisting it. I love twisting the words. I love guiding you right into the trap.
That is pretty good. One day I'm gonna be better than you at it.
We can
For
hear
now,
by
fuck you though.
I'm sorry.
Your
I'm sorry.
menacing
I know I'm feeling I'm crowing, but dude. But
Yeah.
I'm right.
That's why white people think black people are evil.
Welcome. Welcome to the show, Ruthless Truth. Your
That
first
menacing
timer.
laugh.
We have royalty in the house.
I come up here to get you Negroes right because y'all off the mark.
You know what? Let me caution you.
opinions.
Hold on. Let me caution you right now. I run like you run your show. I run my show. So let's see if you can get us right.
Okay. First of all, America does not run the system.
I didn't say America ran the system.
I agree with that part.
You guys did say. You guys said, "Oh, why?"
No, I said there is a system in the United States, and we vote for it all the time. It is kind of like the market. You know, no one exactly knows what the market is. There's an invisible hand that runs the market. Well, that same invisible hand runs the system. It is all of us, and it is none of us.
The people, so the destruction of, I would say, the nuclear family is large part of, and particularly since y'all did say the black family, is
this video is talking about the destruction of the black family. It's called The Destruction of the Black Family, 1950 to present day.
I heard it. What I'm saying is black people took money over respect. And this is where the divide came between the woman and the black woman and the black man, because the black woman,
black people took money over respect. Can you give me elaborate on that?
So the Black Panthers,
I get it.
Islam, they were, that was our calling card, right? That was what we was fighting for many years. Respect.
Okay, and be careful when you say we, because here's what I don't do. I don't think that. Oh no, I need you to let me speak, sir. I don't think that there is a coast to coast, one solid monolithic black community. So when you say we, that's way too broad for my taste.
I agree with that too.
Once again, if you let me finish my Stanley,
you know what? Finishing a statement on this panel is optional sometimes.
I'm speaking in the past, not the future. Right. But in the past,
well, I didn't talk about your time frame. I talked about we. You have to qualify we to make a cogent argument, because there is no we is my point.
I clarified it by saying the Black Panther Party. I clarified it by saying, you know what? I'll be right back.
Well, do you think the Black Panther Party represented all black people in America? You go ahead and make your argument, and I'll just take notes and then come back at the end and pick at it. What's up, Lou?
Long time no see, Stanley. What's up?
Oh, nothing much. Man? You've been up in like the last week or two, haven't you?
Oh my God! Hey,
it's been longer than a week.
Free zone. You're in like the third parking spot. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I don't want to interrupt Ruthless. I heard he was talking. I'll get in when I fit in. But I was walking the dog, and I said, "What better time to bother Stanley than now?" So go ahead, man. Go ahead, Ruthless.
He said he'd be right back. But anyway, we'll just finish this up until Ruthless comes back.
Hey, since Ruthless, I do have a question, right? Because the last thing I heard you say before you came up here was that black people aren't a monolith, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why can't that same thing be said about white people as well? Because even though you say whites run the
Well, no, how
system,
many? Yes, absolutely, you're right. Yesterday I brought up for like the 15th time a book called American Nations. No, there is
uh-huh.
no one white community.
Right, and the reason why I say that is because there's one small group of elite people that is wrecking us all. Blacks, whites, all of that. And they are the problem.
I don't disagree with that.
So when I hear him say Whitey is the system, I can't fully agree with
Well,
that.
hold on. I was partly being facetious. Ryan said somewhere back
No,
up in here.
that's what I'm saying. I'm going off of Ryan. What Ryan tried to introduce. I think even Media Man. I don't even think Media Man outright said it, but he kind of.
No, he did. He didn't.
He painted the edges.
That's why I just kind of ran with it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and
gotcha.
If you want to substitute Whitey, you could make a cogent argument that substituting Whitey for the system because white people founded the country, white people run the country, and this is a Nick Fuentes thing. And even to a certain extent, I will agree. If you go and you look at MAGA, if you look at the Senate, if you look at the government overall, it is very male, it is very white, and it is also very elite.
Yeah, it's a class thing. And even somebody like Nick Fuentes will pump his chest out and say all that shit until a white guy pulls up to his house and it's no, I'm Latino. So he ain't standing on shit.
That was Stanley's issue with Be Brave as well.
Wait, what?
That was also Stanley's issue with Be Brave. He was saying that Brave was too much of a failure to claim or to get any credit for what other or betters have built. That's why he always said he was stolen valor white.
Well, one of the things about
Stolen valor white.
he claims that he knows what rich white people think, and I'm like, no. Rich white people, look, I am a firm believer in the Colin Woodard way of thinking that America is like a mosaic. Okay, American cultures, plural, is a mosaic. It's not a melting pot, it's a mosaic, and it's one of these things, you look up close and you see one particular thing, but you back out in all the other pictures. They're pictures within pictures. There are cultures within cultures. A Russian doll maybe would be another analogy, but I think America is a mosaic versus a melting pot.
It's a corn cob.
So you can't have a Nick Fuentes saying, well, white people think this way, because there'll be plenty other white people who don't think this way. It's a slippery slope when you start talking for large groups, culturally, politically, even. So that's all I'm saying. But if you want to go get down to Be Brave level, the system is white. But it's 1,000 times more nuanced.
What up, Kimmy?
And the use of us and we. Like, people gotta stop doing that because your us doesn't include me. Just because we got the same skin suit on.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Kimmy?
Yeah,
so
that's why I like to
Ruthless to come back, or we can chit chat until he comes back. Because
I tend to over. Yeah, and that's why I tend to stick with the individual arguments, because the macro distorts a lot of things. The biggest reason why I don't like macro conversations is because people who didn't contribute to the macro love to hide behind the macro. And when you press them individually on what you've done to contribute, they retreat. They start acting like a little hoe because they know they haven't contributed to that great macro that they're discussing. And they do it in all over they do it all over. I give you a woman on the panel, right? Mela, let me ask you a question. How many guys have told you something to the effect of you should respect them because some other men made buildings and made railroads and made planes and all that stuff. They didn't build it, but you should respect them because these other guys did it.
That is unfortunately something I've heard before.
That's what I'm talking about.
Are you going to answer my question about what examples of contributing would look like?
What it would look like?
Yeah.
I don't.
What are significant contributions that matter to you?
That matter to me?
Yes, you as an individual. Yes.
Me, I raise my family, make good money, and take care of the people in my family community, my friends, all that stuff. That's what I care about.
All right. Thank you.
I ain't talked to you in a while, Melly. You all right?
You asked like
Listen, you know,
you asked her like you're in the med field trying to get her vitals or some shit.
Well, he is in the medical field.
I know.
Yeah,
That's how
it might
came
have
up,
crept through. Might have crept through. How's the patient? You know, I'm playing. You all right though?
All is well. Thank you for asking. I appreciate that. How are you?
I'm good. Living life, enjoying, loving these conversations. It's great.
Are we living
It's
a
been
dream though? Are we living a dream?
yeah. You know, we might get another a big war in the space yet again. So I'm anticipating that. But what you got on the screen?
Stanley enough to keep us updated with the Senate and House votes for the Epstein files. Do you have any thoughts? Releasing the Epstein files are being voted on, and I think he informed us of the votes. Do you care about the Epstein files being revealed? Do you care? Like, who among us really cares about that?
Not me.
I don't
I
care, but I think they should be released because
you all heard about the first victim of it is Larry Summers, basically stepping back from all the public stuff because of emails he sent back and forth. So there is going to be fallout.
Yeah, I think
so
Trump ran on
Larry
it.
Summers is the first victim.
Trump ran on it, and a lot of people wanted him to release them. So I think they should be released. That's where I'm at with it.
You have no concern as to whether or not these are altered offerings. See, this is my concern. I think whatever would be released to the public most likely will be altered. I don't think we're going to get the full expose. I think I think all the time that has passed has given some geniuses out there time enough to alter things. Because we have to keep in mind that when it comes to being a president, your legacy in terms of what people will remember you by is at stake. And if we can forgive Bill Clinton for that Monica Lewinsky crap, they're going to design something, in my humble opinion, they're capable of designing a narrative, or at least these files. They're capable of
Okay, well,
designing
there's a
files.
huge glaring difference. Monica Lewinsky was 21. These were girls. Huge.
What I'm emphasizing is that it wouldn't surprise me if the conclusion is that he frolicked with girls who were not underage. I think that's going to be the whole point, is to prove that he was not with girls underage. When in fact, you know, there are assumptions out there.
It is what it
that
is.
would
Yeah.
question.
I think that what you described is, to me, it just sounds like another day in politics. Very, very rarely in political history are you going to get the full story of anything.
Very rarely.
You typically get the narrative, even if that narrative makes that person, someone else, look bad. You're not going to get the full story.
Legion of people more advancedly educated than all of us put together and then some who are listening now and in the future that can put together a narrative that feeds the appetite of these curiosity seekers. It's like all we got to do is feed their appetite, but design it in a way that doesn't incriminate this guy. And that's what they're going to do. So who cares?
Well, no,
These
actually, I
design
think what they're
files
going
are
to
going to be
do,
released. Who cares?
what they're going to do is a bunch of whataboutisms. Trump is already doing it. He directed the Justice Department to concentrate on Democrats. So they'll, basically it's going to be, hey, both sides did it. That's how they're going to kind of neutralize Trump's involvement.
I want to
So,
know why we're being distracted with this nonsense.
no, it's not a distraction. It is, something that is going to
They're a
tar
world
Trump's
affairs.
okay, hold on one sec, Mella. It is one thing. This isn't like, this is a legacy issue. Okay, this is why it's such a big deal. 100 years from now, this could be, part of, the footnotes they add when they study the Trump presidency. So it's not a small issue. It is a legacy issue. So this next video is there any room for men on the left? Little bit off of my topic, because this next lady is going to talk about feminism, and then Tommy Curry talks with Jared Ball. Those are the two next. And then Jeff St. James, who is the guy on the left here, is talking to T. Hassan Johnson tonight. If I'm still going, I think he said it's at 8. So we'll see. But this is Tommy Sotomayor. This is Jeff St. James. And is there room for men on the left? I assume they mean black men.
Liberals are amazingly.
I think he means men in general, because I don't think there is.
These guys don't really talk about white men that much.
I spoke with Tommy recently.
I have another question for you, man. So,
really?
Keeping it with politics relating to the whole.
Yeah, it was DJ.
We'll touch on it with relationships in a little bit. Masculinity. Because I've been wanting to ask you this question for a minute. Like, what's your thoughts about how both parties or both sides, meaning liberals and conservatives, Republicans and Democrats, what is their view and how is it they talk about men and masculinity? Like, which party do you think is more positive and which one is obviously more negative? What, from your honest opinion?
Liberals are amazingly against male.
Now, see, this is actually a failure to actually understand the question. There's no liberal party. So already he's off track. See, I don't even let, 2 words get out before I already know that he's gonna just not answer the question.
He's not.
Which party, not liberal or conservative? They're slightly different. It's a slightly different issue.
And masculinity. As a matter of fact, if you watch even the liberal candidates, they're all half a fag. If you just listen to them, they are, and this is what they're doing. They don't argue for, like I said, Milo Yiannopoulos, they really hated him because he was a person.
What does Milo
Yiannopoulos
have to do with the question?
Best way to raise children
it really fucking annoys me when people just don't answer the question. Liberals aren't a party. Milo Yiannopoulos, I haven't even heard of him. Is he still alive? Again, just totally off the topic. And apparently Jeff St. James is just willing to let him drift off into whatever Tommy Sotomayor does.
It's just like me. I'm a whore, but I still believe that the best way for a man to be ain't to be a whore like me. I don't want a bunch of whores like me. I should be a one-off.
Oh, really?
It's just like
both sides are.
You don't want a bunch of thieves in the neighborhood. Even a thief know a bunch of thieves ain't good. A drug addict knows a bunch of drug addicts ain't good. The fact that Democrats don't think that there's something wrong with the eradication of masculinity, which is what they do. Every one of their policies are to get rid of men. When you came up with this idea of toxic masculinity, if there's a thing called toxic masculinity, then there should have been a thing called toxic femininity, yet it didn't exist.
They never used it. They never referenced like
think about it. A man who becomes a woman gets celebrated. A woman who becomes a man gets ignored. You can't name the woman who's now a man who the world loves, but you can name 1,000 dudes that became a woman and they loved them. You know why they're doing that? Because society is more malleable and easier to force and forge a way that you want them to be when the man is gone. The Bible says, how can a man take over a house unless he first bind a strong man?
I know which party he's talking about, but still, we don't have a liberal party. If I can't get you one way, I'll get you another. He would never get away with starting in on liberals when we're talking parties. And not everyone in the Democratic Party is liberal. Some are actually farther left. And there are a bunch of conservatives, like never Trump Republicans, who vote Democrat. Like, for instance, Dick Cheney endorsed Kamala Harris, and no one's ever going to call him a liberal. Again, not specific enough. The devil is in the details.
Yeah. Hey, Stanley.
We'll get rid of the strong man. Get rid of the man, period.
If
they told you men.
And this is a question that I'm somewhat invested in for entertainment purposes. If Tommy were to hit, like, let's say the panel right now, or y'all ended up in a neutral space, how long do you think you would last?
As long as he lasted.
Oh man, I want to see that one.
Why? I mean, I've watched him before. He's nothing special.
I agree.
Saying that Tommy would clobber you.
No, I'm saying it'd be a slugfest.
Tommy Sotomayor does not know enough.
That motherfucker would crash out, man.
Yeah, he would have to crash out.
Yeah.
Well, I guess time will tell.
I would. Oh man.
Well,
I would want to see that
one day. I'm sure. I fear that I've not come across anybody on this internet that I fear. And by the way, I know how to crash out too. It's not like I can't crash out.
Don't matter. That's why in the black community, who are overly liberal, if you say yo mama, you ain't got to say nothing else. You can just say the phrase yo mama. You're gonna get into a fight.
Yeah,
it's in old folks' homes right now.
What
that
does
can't
this
walk,
actually
that's in
have to do with the question?
Somebody said yo mama and they roll.
And I understand he's letting
up,
Tommy rock out.
Rolling up, they doing it.
Yeah.
Ready to fight because you said simply yo mama. On the other side of that, if somebody said yo daddy, you'll be like, oh, you know my dad?
Yes,
your daddy ain't shit. Oh, you met him. We can easily say a man ain't shit. Think about it. A man that don't pay child support is a deadbeat, and we don't have no respect for it. But these mothers on damn welfare who have abortions and leave you, because I'm from the era of where black women used to leave you with all of us in the South. You know who we call mama?
Whoever. Grandmother, yeah.
Our mamas typically would buy her real name because mama didn't want people to know she had a bunch of kids before she turned 20. Mama would sit up there and put our daddy on child support. He'd go to jail while she wasn't keeping us at all because we was over mama's house, my grandmama. That was my life.
This is like the stupidest shit. This is like the stupidest shit possible.
It really is.
Given the question that was asked.
It's his nature to be comedic.
What the fuck
So he's
mama?
performing more so than taking the the question serious. He's not taking the question seriously. It's his nature to
Well,
be
I mean,
performative.
now I have to defend him to the extent that, hey, this is all about him. This interview is all about him. The audience is all about him. And Jeff St. James is a fan.
Of course.
So, you know, it is what it is. You know, I'm just commenting because I like people who answer questions. What were you saying, Lou?
Is there
I don't know anything about Ask a Brother, but I will say that, and I don't know like if he agrees with Tommy or not. But people switch up when people they like.
Was Tommy actually ever a comedian?
Only in the
he does
YouTubian
shows.
sense.
Yeah, he has stand-up comedy routines. Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, he set the stage.
I
he
didn't know
does?
that. Interesting.
No, I had no clue either.
I spoke with him most recently, and he indicated that he's booking a show. Yeah.
Well, that actually does explain it a bit.
He's a comedian.
He never wanted it in the first place. And I hated this man that I never knew.
I say a community,
but never questioned the fact of
I'm listening. I'll be right back.
Able to sit there and put this on this man. Why was my mama able to say, I know you married, let me see if I can make a kid so I can force you to leave your wife. And if you don't leave your wife, then I'm gonna do this. Why was she able to do that? Why was I with my grandmother, not with her? Why were my siblings with my grandmother, not with her? Because she was still in the streets. Why was she still considered the queen? My mama's the greatest thing in the world. But my daddy, who I did not know his side of the story, he wasn't shit. I bid it hook, line, and sinker. And every kid in the projects where I was from, we didn't know our daddy, or our daddy was just some that was in the hood that was out with everybody. That was it.
Yeah.
But all of us loved our mama. Our mama could do no wrong. Only time we realized our mama might have done something wrong is when a woman do to us what our mama did to our daddy. When we grow up and realize that the real world, these women that you claim you love, these queens, that's why the first argument that black women make to you when you question them is they say your mama, because they know you follow your mama blindly.
Yeah.
That's why they say your mama's black. They don't say your mama was good. They don't even ask. Matter of fact, they know your mama probably wasn't. Why, again, think about it. Why would your words be your mama black instead of asking me what kind of mama I had?
Because that's the most important thing.
She's black. Yeah.
She's black. And that's sufficient.
She's black, I'm black. And I want you to think about it this way. That is the most incestuous shit on earth.
It's like,
I want to see what you just feel like my mama.
Yeah, I'm like, it's such a bizarre comeback because it's like none of the things that I'm like outside of wanting her to be nurturing, that's about it. Like, I'm not looking for any similarities with the woman. What's wrong with y'all? Like, it's just disgusting. Like, y'all it's so disingenuous, man.
And think about it. If these women say their daddy never paid child support, their daddy was never there. Why am I not allowed to say, well, you should give me a chance because I'm going to cheat on you and I'm never going to be there and I'm never going to give you any money, just like your daddy. Your daddy wasn't shit and I ain't shit. We should be together. Your daddy had a 3-inch penis and I got a 3-inch penis. We should be together. Your daddy was 4'6" and I'm 4'6". We should be together. That would
What
never
the fuck?
fly.
Man, this is just how anti-woman is this gonna get?
He's disgusting.
Are there any good mothers in the black community?
He likes to be disgusting. He enjoys
there are no good mothers in the black community, apparently, right?
He enjoys being disgusting. He enjoys. As a matter of fact, when I spoke with him recently, I asked him as a question, do you regret? Is there anything that you've asserted that you regret? He says, I have no regrets. What I said.
How many times are you going to name drop?
No, you're featuring a video. I'm just communicating what I discussed with him. Is that a problem, Stanley?
No.
Do you want to meet him or something?
No,
Okay.
we will run into each other in our own time, I'm sure.
That you should be with me because your daddy is the same hue as I am.
It's stupid.
And they don't even know if your daddy's the same, if your mama's the same color as you. I get online, I just lie to people just to piss them off. They be like, your mama black. I said, no, my mama was white. No, she wasn't as black as you are. I'm like, nah, my daddy was just really black. Or I said my mama was biracial. I will say anything to just stop them from saying that stupid crap. Or I will straight up say, my mama wasn't shit. She was a hoe. So, I mean, what are you saying? Oh, I can see that's what happened to you then. I'm like, oh, so y'all the same people that want people to feel bad because of what slavery happened. Y'all believe in PTSD. What is that? Post-traumatic slave syndrome. Y'all believe in post-traumatic slave syndrome, that because white people treated your ancestors bad, you have that feeling in you. But yet if my mother treated me bad, you make a joke out of it?
By the way, on that post-traumatic slave syndrome thing, there was someone on Mo Love's show Sunday night, a white guy, who was actually trying to talk about epigenetics. and I started mocking him from the chat. It's a theory. They've not been able to. Oh, that's right, Mela. You were there, right?
I was on our panel last night. I was on
Okay.
T's panel last night,
Yeah,
and Mo Love took
okay.
over.
Well, on Mo Love's show, there was a white guy. You may know him, Brandon Nesbitt, I think is his name, talking about epigenetics and making the case for it. And I had to go up there and mock him that, there has been no way to prove that things like a post-traumatic slave syndrome get passed down generationally through genetic means. Now, if you want to talk psychological, I would actually buy that argument. But I just wanted to point out that this PTS or post-traumatic slave syndrome thing is actually talked about by white people, at least a white person.
It goes back to
Wow.
what Nitish was saying about social engineering.
Oh yeah, they were.
You mean like
They
struggle
were,
cells, like oppression cells?
Well, he wasn't very specific, but he basically was propagating the claim that these sorts of things can be passed down through genetic means, and it's never been.
There's no
I'm not sure
scientific
that.
proof of that. Yeah.
Well, there is no proof, and I'm not sure there can be proof. There's certain processes that get cleaned up, when you pass down genes. Like the stuff you did to construct the genome gets cleaned up.
So it's like a conspiracy theory, pretty much.
No, I wouldn't call it a conspiracy theory. It's just a
I
theory.
would call
It's
it a
just
conspiracy theory.
they think that certain processes that happen, say, they think certain changes, like, oh, hey, stress does things to a body. They think that, hey, whatever stuff that stress does to a body can be transferred to offspring generationally, but they've never been able to prove it.
Because
So
it's a conspiracy theory.
I don't want to get stuck on it. He mentioned post-traumatic slave syndrome, and I just wanted to point out that it's not just black people apparently who think that stuff. There's some white dude who was talking about it.
Interesting. Yeah, I've only heard the word. I've never actually looked into it. So,
Who hurt you? It's a joke to them to say who hurt you. So every time a black person say anything about slavery or racism, I'd be like, who hurt you? Them white people must have hurt your feelings. You need to get over it. You don't want to get over racism, but you would expect me to get over if I had the shittiest mother on earth. You never experienced racism, but I did experience that, Mom. You never experienced slavery, but I did experience a bad bitch who was in the house, a whore who was in the house. I did experience getting beaten. I did experience whatever a person experienced in their house, but they discount that. But they want you to think about slavery.
Well, let me make a interesting point here, and it's a tenuous point, but you personally experienced this, so it's anecdotal, whereas slavery is actually something that happened to, at a minimum, 4 million people at the end of the Civil War. So that's why they still talk about it, and it is provable, almost a priori, that even today the effects of slavery are there. So I'm not sure why we're even making this sort of parallel. Well, I mean, Tommy Sotomayor is making the parallel. What happened to you is personal. What happened during slavery was systemic.
They never experienced at all. Notice when they do
taking personal experience and trying to compare it to universals, this personal to universal and back again thing that people do is just so fucking annoying to me.
But things they'll bring up slavery. And when you don't pay child support, I want all y'all men to bring up, well, I mean, you got to understand slavery day, we didn't take care of our kids, so we don't know no better. They expect you as men to, even if your daddy didn't take care of you, you supposed to know to take care of the child you have with them. They will not give you the excuse of trauma being passed down.
I gotta agree with Tommy on that one, actually, because I've actually seen it in conversations.
I think psychologically, I think environmentally, it's passed down.
No. But he's not discounting slavery. What he's saying is that when you have conversations with people, they'll uphold something like slavery as a cause for things, but they'll discount your personal experience that you actually went through.
Well,
that's what he's saying.
He would have to give me a concrete example. I mean, and I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying I'm not sure if people are basically discounting something like that, then they're monsters. And most people aren't like that. He needs to stop acting like there are a whole bunch of people. It's a systemic thing as far as discounting. My argument that he is making a systemic issue out of one or two people discounting his experience. Now, if it's a systemic thing, I want an example. Is there something like a welfare system, or, I mean, is there some sort of systemic thing that is discounting his traumatic childhood? And maybe there is. I just can't think of one. And if there is, there is. I'll just have to go, oh, okay, well, then I believe what you're saying is true. I just can't think of one. And if it's an individual, like he says, well, that individual's a monster, move on. I don't think it's a lot of people who would come and say, hey, we don't give a fuck about your traumatic childhood. It's a confusing argument, and I have a bunch of questions about it, I guess, is the upshot.
I can understand that. So what I typically see is people blaming, and this goes back to the micro thing, because I think conversations are more productive when they're in the when they're in the micro first, because if people are coming to the internet with a problem, most people on the internet's problems aren't going to be solved by some macro solution, because it's your individual problem. Now, once you have a group of people that have solved those micro issues, then you can come together and actually solve for a macro issue.
Don't you see that as the initial problem is that people don't admit what the issue is, even though everybody else can see it?
Yeah, and I think that's why people hide behind macro discussions.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like I wouldn't say that slavery didn't happen, but I would say that 9 times out of 10, the reason why you're going through what you're going through is not because of slavery. Like if
Oh
your
yeah,
kid can't,
absolutely.
if your kid can't read, I don't think slavery has anything to do with that. I think it has to do with the fact that you haven't taught your kid how to read. And that's where things get fuzzy. Like that's what I'm saying. People hide behind the macro and they'll take macro discussions more seriously than they'll take micro discussions, because it's easy to be to be macro,
Yes.
because you don't have to change anything. And that's why these conversations never actually go anywhere.
Why are people focusing on the macro?
Because
I
think it to be
focus on the easy way.
Well, yeah, generalizations are easy.
But those, you could tell who's doing it because they're the ones that say we, us, our women, we as men. Like you're hiding behind a macro when you do that. That's just an indicator that I see. You can speak for yourself.
Or the community.
Yeah.
Or the community.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I do not like when people do that.
Those are not thinking people. They don't think, they follow.
Right. And you're going to be waiting a long time for a macro solution to actually be implemented, when you can actually do things right now in the micro to fix whatever issue you have.
I'll return as soon as possible, you guys.
Oh, come on, Mello. What the hell?
No, in the back chat, I have a call that I have to report for. I'll put it that way. It's women's
You know what I'm saying? So
meeting for
I was about to say,
Veterans
was it your parole
Administration
officer?
War Veterans Women's Meeting, and I have to answer this call at 5 p.m. And I
Okay.
look forward to returning as soon as possible because you guys are intriguing, as always, and respect to the host. I'll return soon. It's approaching 5 p.m. Peace.
Yeah, come back, Mello, because I got questions.
So, this lady is my newest internet crush.
Oh, Mello?
No.
I have a whole collection of teas, so I think today I'm going to drink the Focus tea. It's a spiced blackberry.
Oh, yeah, I remember her. Yeah.
Yogi. Now, I
She's
want
the
to show
queen
you
of Zamunda.
the honey that I take.
Oh, by the way, the video
By the
is
way,
titled Who Was Feminism For?
everybody's in their room, so I want to take this time to just have the living room to myself. It's one thing about having a routine for the kids. You know when to squeeze your little moments in.
Hey, Lou, what's the equivalent of jawline on a female?
What I get, things are so expensive, but
what do you mean?
$19.
Would you say that collarbone is the equivalent of jawline on a female?
Oh yeah, the collarbone thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, apparently this we don't listen to women thing is literal.
You could play this on muted to have the same effect, Stanley.
Yes, it's so rich.
I want to listen to her.
It's made in New Zealand.
Of course you do.
Very rich honey. It never hardens or anything. It's perfect, and it tastes so good. When I was young, we lived in
I sweeten
Kolwezi,
my tea with honey too, dear.
in Congo. We had honey, fresh honey. I don't know how we were doing it, but we were collecting fresh honey, and every time we would come inside the home, I would have my spoon and I would eat the honey as if it was candy, basically. I loved it so much.
Kimmy wants you to explain the collarbone thing, and much against my better judgment, would you please?
Like most guys don't have jawline. I was trying to find an equivalent on a female to when they say like guys have a jawline. I mean, like, you're handsome, you're square, you're probably fit to have a jawline. Like in females, not all have a collarbone. Most have big back. So a collarbone is rare nowadays. So we're just making those the equivalent.
What they're saying is they don't like women with meat on their bones. They want skeletal remains.
This would be what he's considering skeletal right
They
here.
want a woman who's half dead and starved.
Uh-oh, phone call. I'll be back.
Hey, Mo Love, how you doing? It's good to see you, ma'am. So then there was one. So let's listen eventually. Now, the thing is she's talking about tea and all that sort of stuff, but she seems pretty articulate and kind of a thinker. So she will get to who is feminism for at some point, and I'm going to enjoy the ride.
Now I can't even put a spoon of honey in my mouth. It's just
Consumption.
takes
Yeah,
me back to those
that's
days.
it. Consumption.
But anyways,
Consumption. All right. Let's just get through that part. Oh,
today.
there's a little chapter thing there.
Salut tout le monde, bienvenue dans ma chaîne YouTube. Je m'appelle Amina. Aujourd'hui, je parle de la féminisme. Je vous demande une question. Est-ce que le féminisme est un combat de la femme noire ou avons-nous juste suivi le mouvement?
I don't think it's all in
Alors,
French.
activez vos sous-titres parce que je vais m'adresser en anglais. I wanted to focus on identity because when you know your identity and you are connected to it, you tend to have a natural confidence moving through the world. I cannot talk about identity, especially in the diaspora, without talking about feminism, but most importantly, about the hard times. So we're going to talk about the slavery, and then we're going to slowly move to feminism. But before even we talk about slavery and colonization, I want to take you back to the white women's story just a little bit so that we can understand where we're going. I pray that nobody here gets.
Now, see, I love the way she's setting it up. She obviously has thought this out, and I wish more people, men and women, would do that. Tommy Sotomayor, for instance, could definitely take some lessons on how to set up an argument. Hopefully he does catch wind of this young lady.
It's sensitivity. This is just my observation. And when it comes to feminism, if you had asked me like a month ago, I would say, yeah, I'm a feminist because, definitely not the third wave or the fourth wave, but I am a feminist. I mean, feminism makes sense, Our mothers could read, mothers could write, they could work. And now that I know so much, I would like to pull myself out and analyze this with you all as just an outsider looking in, because just understanding the system, understanding the story, putting two and twos together, you get the picture. So I want to share with you the picture that I have in my head, and I'll be as
I get that
descriptive
sense.
mentally as I can so that we can get it, right? Throughout this explanation of feminism, I will be using three women. I'll be using the Black women, the white women, and the African women. And I will be using timelines so we can understand who was where, basically. So my whole argument here is, at the end of the day, we can judge if really feminism is Black, or we've just been, partying and not knowing where the party's going. We're just going wave after wave, or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe everybody should be a feminist. So let's get into it. So basically, the white women's tradition in the Western, the white woman was quote unquote owned. So when you are raised with your father, you are owned by your father. And when you get married, now you are owned by your husband. And mostly when you are taken by your husband, you stay home So you don't need to leave the house. Leaving the house was not a good representation of the person who owns you, or if you really needed to leave the house, then you have to be chaperoned by your husband or your brother or your father. Again, if you are a white woman, definitely come along. My comments are open. This is not a movement talk. This is history and common sense. Everyone, keep your mind open. This is just a discussion, okay? When slavery happened in the Western world, let's just say when slavery happened in America, there was a Black woman who is outside, picking cotton, working, and going through whatever she's going through. Again, I'm not ignoring the Black men here. We will touch on that, but this is all about women, so we can really understand our core identity. The Black woman who was outside the home could move around. She could go to the market. She could, she could talk to any other man. She was moving around. It came a time where the white men wanted the Black women to work inside the home. Okay, and so there's the Black women and the white women. The white women's picture or depiction is supposed to be pure, angelic, innocent. That's why they would stay home and they would be protected. Basically, they've always been protected up at this point. So the Black women, on the other hand, even during colonization, they just appeared different. Their beauty was not angelic or soft. They were strong. They were mysterious. They were from their skin to how they glow to how they looked young, their teeth, their perky boobs, their hips. It was just something that's never been experienced before. So the white women in their
Stanley.
windows, they would literally just watch and admire that. And
yes.
Did she say that she's from Africa? Is she in America right now?
You know what? Let's find out. Yeah, she's in the US. At least the website is. Or her yes. I usually just go to the description and they'll tell you where she's broadcasting from.
But nowhere to find out where she was she what part of Africa she's from.
Well, she said she's from Congo.
Congo.
Yes.
Yeah. Would you ever go to Africa and get you a queen or what?
It wouldn't be my specific purpose.
Do you know that that's what somebody did with her?
I'm sorry, say that again.
I'm guessing. If I was to take a wild guess, I think some guy went to Africa to find his wife or whatever, or met somebody when he was there.
You would definitely be guessing.
Yeah, it's a guess. I mean, how is she going to get to America from the Congo? Right? You don't just save and buy a ticket and they don't.
Hold on. Don't go off to the races.
Oh yeah, I'm ready. Let's cook.
There are she could have been a student. She speaks really good English. She could be a student who just stayed. Chimamanda, there are African women who wind up in the United States for one reason or another and wind up staying. There's a lady that Jordan Peterson highlighted her. She's like an entrepreneur who lives in Texas, but the main part of her company is in Africa. I can't remember which company. She came over. I mean, she wasn't I mean, she's my age, so she wasn't like a passport bro type situation. There's a girl who's a conservative, and I cannot remember her name. I'd have to go search for it. She is I think she came over. She was born in the Congo, but her parents immigrated, so that's how she wound up over here. There are all kinds of ways that African women wind up over here in the States.
And see, you
So
got
you're just indulging your fantasy.
not at all, Stanley. I know some things. I know you're not gonna realize what I'm trying to
Okay,
tell you,
well
but
then, no. What are you trying to tell me? So you know this woman?
no, but I know other certain situations or circumstances, like when Ukraine was at war and the women were reaching out to American men, and another guy in this space, we was in a Zoom call. I'm not going to give his name. It doesn't matter anyway. But he was going through his Rolodex, we'll call it that, of women from the Ukraine that was reaching out to him to see if, maybe they'd have a good relationship and work it out so that way they can get out from up over there. Not even the examples, but a majority of them that they used, you would be like, wow, and even with this African woman, right? There's a possibility that maybe some guy from America went over there and married her, because she don't show her husband. So we're just going to take a wild guess that might be the possibility.
Okay, and that's important to know why.
Because as you could sit here and fawn over one woman that made it here, there's a chance that you probably could meet one of your own.
You do realize that I'm watching the video for whatever it is she's saying. I'm not watching.
What is she saying, Stanley? Are you listening like that?
Trying to, literally, the title of the show is Who Was Feminism For? And the reason I'm showing it is because at some point, the next video is concerning the man not. So I'm kind of
So this is a pre-show to the Man Not show.
Well, yeah. We looked at the Black family, which was a lot. Media Man was talking a lot about masculinity. We know what Jeff St. James and Tommy Sotomayor specialize in, how Black men are oppressed by Black women. This woman is talking about who was feminism for, and I haven't listened to the video, but the way she set it up, she's going to talk about white women, she's going to talk about American Black women, and she's going to talk about African women. So she set that up. Feminism is tangent to what Tommy Sotomayor and Jared Ball are going to talk about, the Black man. It's all kind of within a theme.
It is definitely a theme. Probably nowhere near related,
that's
but definitely
that's
a theme.
why I'm even watching it.
Stanley, my question to you is, she's in America.
It's a fringe benefit to hear her speak
and to see her speak. Yeah, I get
pleasing.
It. I get it. Why don't you just admit it, bro?
I'm actually interested in her take on feminism as an African woman.
Who cares? It's not even, brother. She's got a hard.
I literally told you why I'm showing the video, so obviously I care.
You killed me with this shit, Stanley. She's from the Congo.
Well, dude. What can I say?
I just want you to admit that the only reason why you're watching is because she's your new girlfriend. I get it.
You know what? As I told Mela last night, I'm taken.
Okay.
I appreciate an articulate, interesting, and obviously good-looking woman, but that doesn't mean I care about her husband and why she's not. I don't care about any of that. If she wasn't talking about feminism, if she was talking about cosmetics or fashion or something, we would not be watching her now.
It's probably a small chance that she was, before she got picked by her husband, she might have been covered in dust, and you have to go in there with the Swiffer.
I don't really
and clean her up.
She cleans up well. Would be
yes, she does.
So let's get back to the video, shall we?
You're not letting me make my point, Stanley, and I'm feeling slighted.
Well, you go ahead and make your point.
Yeah, let's not lust over others. She's taken and spoken for. I want to see Stanley go get him one, whether you have to dust her off or not.
Like I said, I have my interests.
And her point of view about feminism being with that hard African accent, It's like
it's not a hard African accent. I actually appreciate her accent.
We know what you're doing, Stanley. You're trying to play dumb now.
No, I'm not trying. Dude, her accent is pleasant to me.
Yeah, it's pleasant.
Now,
Look at that collarbone, though. Yeah, she has a unique collarbone.
Dude, you can't even see her collarbone. She's wearing a damn turtleneck. You can't even see her neck.
That's called a collarbone.
And it's only coincidental that I'm using Anton's quote here. Turtlenecks add 3 IQ points. It was actually it was a guy some black guy, I can't even remember who it was, in a turtleneck, and he made that comment, which I thought was hilarious, and it's just coincidence that she's wearing a turtleneck. But anyway, as I said, I have my interests, and I'm not going over to Africa to find a woman when there are perfectly good women here.
Stanley, you're fawning over one from Africa.
I'm not really fawning. Dude, appreciation is not, equal to fawning in my mind.
Yeah, look at that collarbone. Now, this lady was covered in dust when her
I
husband
don't
found
see
her.
collarbone.
You came over there with the foot fixer.
I don't see her collarbone, and she looks mixed race, by the way.
Okay. She may not be. That might be where she's from. The same way people over there are.
Congolese tend to be fairly dark skinned. She looks mixed.
You ever been somewhere where they cook good food? And you're like, oh, you order something and this is good. The next time you go, is that the same thing you order? You want to see if they cook anything else good.
No, I might eat the same thing every time I go to a restaurant and never sample other stuff.
That's what I'm saying. You might have one-itis, so why not go get you one?
Yeah, okay. Have you made your point now?
No, I'm not satisfied with the way you like to twist the conversation. I will never get to my point, but it's fun along the way.
Well, just make your point.
Stanley,
if you make your point, I can't twist it until you make it.
Let's say she looks good, but like probably where she's from, she probably blends in pretty well. She might be a wallflower. I'm making my point, Stanley.
See, you would make a great novelist. You see a character and you just make up a whole background story. I just want to hear what she says. I don't really wonder about her background and what she did in Africa or whether she was covered in dust. I don't care.
So you know how like
if I really wanted to know, I'd figure out a way to get in contact with her.
You know how like an apple falls off the tree and it rolls downhill? You're like, damn, apple, my lucky day. That's what you're doing.
Well, why don't
you go find the tree where the apple fell off of, and you might see an apple that don't have bee stings and bruises, and you never know.
Well, most orchards that I've seen are flat, for starters, and they don't let the apples fall to the ground. They pick them.
Yeah, I'm taking a long way to make a stupid point. Go ahead.
Oh wait, you haven't made your point. Okay, I'll wait.
Nah. It's just, I'm just dragging out nothing. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. It's cool.
Experienced before. So the white women in their windows, they would literally just watch and admire that. And of course, we want to talk about the white men who really took advantage of that and used that to degrade the black men psychologically. And till now, I can say that there is still some trauma going on from back in the days and all of that.
Well, I am going to make, just a quick point about, the black men getting the vote back in the 1870 or somewhere in there was when the 16th Amendment or 15th Amendment was passed. That did cause a huge rift. White women, the Katie Stantons of the world, were up in arms. So that's where the actual rift began.
That's another topic.
If you focus on her face with that turtleneck, she kind of looks like
they went through rape.
She looks like a creative player.
White men would rape their the black
looks like
men's
what's
wives
her
in front
name
of
from the
them, just to
Cosby
show them
Show.
that they cannot do anything. And
Or
if they
a
did
black
anything
Laura
to protect
Croft from
the
Tomb
black
Raider.
women or to fight, they would be killed. And then they moved some black women in the home of the white woman and the white man. We also have to keep in mind.
Yeah, she looks like a Bratz doll.
Speaking of this, I really should show this video today as well, but it might not quite fit in with the theme. But there is, I've been meaning to talk about this book. Oh shit. Jeff St. James is talking to the Crimson Cure on Friday.
Stanley, if you've been paying attention, you kind of got that kind of pull over here. You had MOT, you had Big J, even though you
Well,
didn't let Ruthless.
MOT, I think you brought MOT over here, right?
I'm saying, like, you had Mella, like, you got some of the vets in the space. Big J, MOT.
I've known Mella for a year. She's been coming up on my show regularly for over a year.
Mella is internet famous.
I just, you know what? I just found that out a couple days ago.
You argue with Bomb Cherry. She was the first e-girl. She was clocking dollars off of centerfold photos and stuff like that. You don't know who you've been talking to. You just think these personalities come out the woodwork. Everybody's got a backstory. And sometimes they might need introduction before they pull up, because Stanley, you're just Stanley. He's like, you know, I may think highly of you, you know, but you don't know who you be talking to. You talk to some real characters around here.
I guess I do. Well, you know what? That might even work out to my advantage.
I think so. Like, you might be becoming that channel that when you look back on who you had up here, and wherever they may go in the future, you got some people, some heavy hitters, man. You got Nightish up here. You come from the John Galt sphere. That's how everybody's gonna remember you. You was John Galt's buddy.
Hey, you know what? Who knows? We might be buddies again one day.
Yeah, you and Be Brave. Y'all would be good neighbors.
I wanted to point out this book right quick. A book called They Were Her Property by what's her name? Stephanie Jones. Damn, she's got a hyphenated last. Oh yeah, Jones Rogers. She was a history professor. She might still be a history professor at Cal Berkeley, but she wrote a book called They Were Her Property, which basically talks about white female slave owners. It's kind of tangent to this feminism thing, but at some point in time, I am going to talk about this, because white women don't they get a free pass when it comes to slavery, and they probably shouldn't. So, you know, this issue with black women and like Frederick Douglass and Katie Stanton. I can't even remember her first name right now. Was it Elizabeth Cady Stanton? Those two going head to head. Black women, white women and black men have been at loggerheads, and maybe it was just like a sexual tension. Who knows? For quite some time.
That was sexual tension for sure.
Psychosexual. But anyway, I just wanted to make that point. Hold on one sec here. This stupid computer. So one of these days we will talk about They Were Her Property.
Reminds that during that time, the white women, they had a cycle of disease, and they were barely showering. So they would shower maybe once a month. And so their skin were fragile and soft. Their hair were breaking, and they were pale. They would use perfume, you know, but showering, they thought water would get them sick. So there was just a cycle of sickness going on. Some would lose hair, and it was just a tough time for the white woman. The black woman enters the home, and the white man is attracted and infatuated, whatever you call it. And I can just picture some homes, you know, with the hierarchy going on, some white women not being able to talk back and having to hear or, you know, or observe the white men just, you know, eyeing the Black women and things that were going on. We get the picture. So then the white women started mimicking the Black women. They would paint their skin. They would wear wool hair on their heads. They would wear corsets. They would pat their dresses just to get that look of the Black woman.
Sin
And
seems
I also know that there
Sin
was a
seems a little
relationship
triggered
between the
here.
white women and the Black women in the house, but we also have to be realistic here. If you are African, I want you to just think the man with the money sleeping with the maid, and you know, the woman feeling some kind of way and getting upset and things like that, which, you know, we've seen in movies, and technically it happens. And also sometimes the maid will get pregnant by the man, and the man will cast the woman away, go away. The child is not mine. They're not going to claim it. Same thing happened in American history, where the white men would impregnate the Black slaves, and they will keep the baby, and the baby will not be claimed, but all the white women will know who was the father of the certain baby.
And they were her property. Talks a lot about that. Oh yeah, that's literally you know, these women. There's a story about a woman who literally put some child's head beneath this what do you call them, the ski or whatever it is, of a rocking chair, and as punishment would rock her chair over this baby's head, and it wound up, you know, the head wound up being misshapen. These white women used to just fucking torture the products of their husbands' dalliances, and would get away with it. So that part, like I said, she may not be a historian, Sin, but that part is true. That and we will talk about it one of these days when I talk about this this history book.
Yeah, she's not talking about it in the Congo, is she?
No.
I would think that's what she would know.
Oh wait, you know what? Do you know the history? Have you ever read a book called King Leopold's Ghost?
No, but I've heard of it.
Belgium basically took Congo as a colony because they wanted to get into the colonial game. Oh my God, dude. What the Congolese went through in the Belgian Congo is way worse than slavery, American slavery. Those, oh my God. You got to read the book. It was, the book scarred me. That's how horrible an experience Congo went through. It was like a fucking horror movie.
Would you have saved this lady right here from the?
And the white women.
Boy, you have a rich
you know what?
fantasy life, don't
This
you?
is crazy because
Nah, I just be wondering what motivates you.
free, but technically free. She can move around. She's
Her message,
outside,
which you
and
keep
not only
disturbing
that, she is
and talking
taking
over.
on men. You know, and we are just crossing our arms and we're watching what's going on. We need to do something about this. Matter of fact, let's get together and start a movement. I'm trying to stay as light as I can, but you have to understand so that I can make sense and I can make my point. And so the first wave of feminism started. It was during the late 1800s to the early 1900s. And around that time, the slavery was ending. So the slaves were free. And so when the slaves were free, so now we're going to line up the women. When the slaves were free, the white woman has already started the feminist movement, and she is asking for the right to vote, for the right to own land, and for the right to and the right to just be legal, basically, because before they were owned, they had nothing. And if you have nothing, you can't go anywhere. And so
This is
now
tether babble.
you can walk around and say, hey, this is me, look at my ID, and things like that.
Oh, you'd
And
rather hear
so
Tommy Sotomayor
that's
babble.
the white woman.
Nah, I
That's
just
what she's
think she
fighting
should
for.
talk
She
about
started the
the
feminist
shit she
movement,
was
and that's the
acting
first
present
wave.
for, irrelevant to her own
The
history.
black woman is
She's
late 1800, 1900.
she is talking to an American audience. Dude, what is it? What is it with you not listening to women?
Oh, it's a staple of mine. You know, it goes back
No,
a long time.
well, you call it a staple. Are you sure it's not a pathology?
Sure, whatever you want to call it, it don't bother me. But I just think that, you know, your motivation for listening to her is
I mean,
not.
you were not being this disruptive when Tommy Sotomayor was spewing whatever it was he was spewing.
Yeah, I was barely listening. I was driving and doing things, but you know.
Oh no, I think what it is your misogyny is shining through and splashing on her collarbones.
No, I don't think she. That has nothing to do with it. I don't know. I prefer the original. So back in college, my college days, I was getting a history lesson from a Ukrainian dude who had like 30 something letters in his last name, and I couldn't understand them. So
You
I'm
were
like,
getting American history?
history 101, history something in college. Well, I forget what the class was. But the guy had like he had 30 some letters in his name and he couldn't speak a lick of English. And I'm like, why is he teaching American history? This makes no sense. I can't understand him. I can't write notes. I don't know what the last 6 things he said. I don't know what the last thing he said. And this
Well,
is
did you
similar.
drop the class?
I absolutely did. I absolutely did. And this is similar. It's like, you know, tell me about the Congo. I don't want to hear
No,
about.
it's not even similar. If you skip class, there'll be no penalty.
I know feminism is a broad subject. Well, she's talking about how it started here.
We can get through this, Dave.
No,
Early
just put it on
1900,
mute.
that is
It'll
the
do the
first
same
wave.
thing. We
So the
could
black
talk.
woman is free.
Let's just talk.
She
No,
is
I'm interested
transitioning
in
from
what you
being a
say.
slave to being free. So with that transition comes, trying to find homes, facing poverty, trying to figure it all out, right? So the African woman is also colonized. So she is, she's
Why do I feel like I'm
hardcore
in the
now
bush with
because
her?
she was soft. Even though they were queens, they were all soft. Softness is really part of us, and I'll get into that later. But the African woman is being colonized under the white men, and during the colonization, same thing happened. There were a lot of mixed babies, and the white men would journal
She looks mixed,
everything
so
about the
maybe it
black
is relevant.
woman, their beauty,
It's just the
their
act, Mo. It's
jewelry,
not
how they
serious.
bathed, and how they oiled their skin. The white man will journal everything, and he later went back to Europe, and it became the beginning of the beauty industry. We'll talk about that later. So this is the first wave. 3 different women, one fighting to get outside of the home, the other fighting to find the home and to be stable, and the other one also fighting with colonization, the white man. So that's the first wave. Now we go down to the second wave of feminism, also continued by the white woman. The white woman says, and this is in the 60s, the white woman wants to work because she said, listen, I know we got the freedom, but the black woman is still working. She's still going to markets. She's still doing her thing. And so they are fighting for the right to work. Besides that, they are also fighting for they are literally having a movement against housewifeness. They did not want to hear about that. They also were fighting for reproductive rights. Now, let's keep in mind, this is when it gets messy when you read about the founders of feminism and their personal stories and their children and how it's insane because mostly none of them, none of the
Sounds like she's read more books than you
who started the
there, Deacon
movement
Dave.
were righteous.
Doesn't
I can tell
matter.
you that. It got messy because as soon as the women got out, they were misbehaving. And when they started working, they needed the rights for abortion because they went a little wild. It was crazy. There was a lot of, and that's the white woman. The white woman wants work. The white woman wants, rights to abortion. The white woman wants to be outside of nothing domestic for her. Now, the black
I
woman
wonder how she feels about the
this
white
is the
woman.
1960s. Martin Luther King, they are fighting for the right. The black woman wants to be heard. The black woman wants to be seen. The black woman wants to eat in a restaurant at peace. She just wants peace. There's poverty and she's doing double shift. There is police violence. There's a lot going on with the black woman. And then the African woman is going through independence. So she's transitioning from independence to rebuilding, to finding her roots again, trying to figure it all out, because now they are left with new ways of living, and they're trying to weigh, culture, Western ideology, all of that. So again, second wave, different situations here. White want a career.
Yeah, it's nice hair for an African woman.
Reproductive rights and all of that. And the black woman, she's just wanting justice. The African woman is rebuilding. And there's also one thing I wanted to mention about the second wave on the African American woman. While the white woman is wanting reproductive rights, the black woman is figuring out family structure. She's figuring out how to keep a home. She's figuring out how to instill values in the children, how to keep the black community's integrity intact. Because at the time they were really, really working together to keep the black community, in its rightful place. So the African woman is rebuilding, rebuilding churches, rebuilding schools, and, cultures, division, going through all of that, trying to organize everything again. So now we are in the late 1990s to 2010. You guys can correct me on that. But this is now the third wave feminism. The third wave feminism, at this point, Black is getting included. The second wave, also Black, got included. I mean, why not, basically? So when the Black woman is included to policies, it's always like, yeah, of course, kind of makes sense. Now we are in the third, late 90s. White woman is fighting for now being exclusively herself. We're talking about sexual freedom, body empowerment, body autonomy. In the third wave, they also rejected the beauty standard, like the classical beauty standard. They just wanted to go all out. From styles to music, it was just, it was basically chaotic. They just came with a wave of expression, of loudness, of staying as far away from domestic view as possible. So around in the 2000s is when we came to the United States.
I bet you if she hits your panel, you let her talk.
The family structure of the Black woman was out. The man was nowhere to be found. There were a lot of single motherhood. There were a lot of boys in the streets. Like I mentioned, we lived in Baltimore, a very, very bad area. It was a very bad school, but we're old enough to hang on to our cultures. But we observed the chaos during the third wave feminism. So she's trying to figure it all out. But the feminism movement gave him more of the voice, right? But at the same time, she was also labeled.
Why do you say that?
Too loud, too.
You're letting her talk, and she's not even on the panel.
She was.
You don't let me talk.
Listen to her. Well, you want to talk about feminism? Go ahead.
Not at all. You want to play this tape?
I'm just giving equal time. We've heard.
This is my problem with the people in the chat, Stanley. The show is called Stanley versus the World. The world stays in the chat.
Is there something wrong with that arrangement?
No, there's not enough verses. You're gonna have to change the name of the show. What was it? Saturdays with Stanley?
Well, I might start calling the Saturday show that.
Hey, you're derelict. Nobody's bold enough to take the dare.
Oh well. Ruthless Truth came up, and This is not all things considered. Okay, if you come up here with an argument, I need clarification, and I might not wait till the end of your argument. Dude, I'm old. I might forget my point. If you come up here talking we, for instance, no, I'm not gonna sit here and listen to something that I know doesn't make sense. And I was just looking over here. It looks like I lost a subscriber. And I'm like, I'm guessing that might be Ruthless Truth. But you know what? I'm okay with that. Okay. You don't come up here and just get carte blanche. It is an adversarial panel.
I know what me and Richard got to put together you like a 30-second clip of like, okay, brace yourself. If you hit the link, brace yourself. Before you let him on the stage, you got to play a 30-second clip.
That's actually a good idea.
Yeah, and then tell
like,
people
dude,
like if you have a flaw in your argument, you will be stopped.
No. There are going to be flaws in an argument, but it will be addressed right then and there.
Yeah, senior citizen.
I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to wait till the end. I've played the Supreme Court. That's kind of my model for running the panel. You might get interrupted.
Uh-oh. Yeah, there you go. Just put up a warning label on the screen. Like the overlay.
What I really need to do is go get a clip of the Supreme Court where justices are interrupting lawyers, and lawyers tend not to interrupt the justices, but it does happen on occasion.
Yeah.
What I do is get an exchange like that, and then put a message overlaying it that, hey, this is the style of argument you can expect. If you can't handle it, just back out. There'll be no love lost.
Yeah, and with the cutscene of like a stick figure getting his head chopped off. Yeah, because that's pretty much what happens. You just got to be able to visualize it to understand what's going on.
And by the way, I don't know if it's Ruthless Truth, but I'm guessing it is. And what can I say? I'm not gonna, Man of Tomorrow, MOT, even Mela to a certain extent gets a little bit of carte blanche up here. If I've known you a while, it just, you might get a little bit of leeway, but you don't like Ruthless Truth coming up here hot. The last thing you want to do is come in hot, because I'm gonna cool you down right quick.
Oh yeah, we were just having a moment where you was expanding the conversation on a quick point.
Right, and it's his first time up here that I can recall. I mean, if you're new, don't come in hot.
You definitely got to control it. Like you were saying about Mike, it's all about style.
Right. And I think content creators also make the worst panelists. Because they're used to, kind of controlling things. So, and that's not a ding. It's just, I'm kind of like that too. There are a lot of times, like on Mo Love's panel the other night, I think she's still in the audience. I wasn't going to come up there because it would have just been disruptive. And there are a lot of times I don't like going up on panels, because what I'm going to say is going to rub somebody the wrong way. Last time I was up on Drip's panel, it just got pretty contentious up there, and I was certainly I wasn't going to back down, because I think I'm right. So
yeah,
anyway,
that was the age gap argument, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I played a portion of it on this show.
All right, good conversation. I like the stance you take, man. I think most people are cowards, and I really wanted to show you some respect on how you went in there and you stood on a principle. You stood on something. And that's when you make a good conversation. When you go in there with straight facts, straight truth, and you stand on it, and regardless of how people feel, because most people have this thing where we're going to judge you because it's contrary to the social or the community belief that yes, you should never cross this line, but it's not illegal, and those they can deal with it. They're two adults, you know.
Well, the thing that really bothered me is like
the chimp out that follows.
Most of these people ain't gonna do shit.
Right. And it was the chimp out that followed us that, to put you in the category of a PDF because you're telling them the truth. Like that's how you could see like people's true, like they're just immature. They're not mature enough to even handle that conversation.
Yeah, it did disappoint me.
Yeah. Now you see what kind of characters you're dealing with. This bias, this I don't know what to call it. I do not know what to call it, but it's something.
Well, I as much as I want to continue on with her argument, slow as it is, I am actually interested in her take as an educated foreigner, her take on what's going on here. But I can see people kind of bleeding out of the panel.
No, you
out of
remember
the chat.
You remember the big head white girl that you strongly disagreed with? You would not give this lady that smoke. I forget her name. She was talking about the feminization of America or society.
Oh, Helen Andrews?
Helen Andrews. Yeah. It may be an opinion piece, but you don't have to, but I give her credit for at least trying to attempt the argument.
Oh no, I don't have a problem with the attempt.
Yeah, but you had less patience because she got a big old head.
I don't think she's unattractive. I would just give her a different hairstyle. If I were a husband, I'd suggest something
something with bangs to cover that forehead.
I would suggest exactly. You might want to do a swept forward hairdo.
She looked like the headbutt champion of the world.
Now, I do have to say, if I have one critique of this young lady, is because of her accent, it's slower. It's not a crisp, flowing argument. It's probably longer than it needs to be because, she doesn't speak English, at a fast pace.
I have a problem with
that.
It
English is probably her third language, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I was going to say that too, but like she's too pleasant. We're not used to that. Like we're a little bit more used to edgier, rough handshake type females.
All right. Well, I'll have to forego the pleasure, the pleasure of watching her to this. So this I am not going to interrupt a lot. If you want to interrupt, that's fine. But Tommy Curry is indeed a force to be reckoned with. And, I think both sides of the manosphere argument probably, take parts of his book. And, it's a good book. It's a good topic. And Tommy Curry is a force to be reckoned with.
I mix what I like.
All right, what's up, world? Welcome to another edition of I Mix What I Like. I Mix What I Like.org at I Mix What I Like for all your relevant social media. Again, I'm Jared Ball. Happy to be your host. And we
by the way, I don't think there's video for this.
An extended part 2 of an initial discussion we've had with our next guest. And I'm very excited to get to that and to talk about some of the latest occurrences in his own professional life as well. And of course, that is Professor Tommy Curry, who's back with us, who is a professor of philosophy, critical race theory, and Black male studies, among many other things. He's an editor of a Black male studies series on Temple University Press that came out last year, but is also the author of the American Book Award for the book we're going to talk more about today, The Man Not, Race, Class, Genre, and the Dilemmas of Black Manhood. Professor Curry, welcome back to I Mix What I Like.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you for having me.
So I wanted to start, and first of all, I'll invite everybody to go back, and we'll link it again to our first conversation, which was almost like a year ago or more, closer to when the book first came out, if I'm not mistaken. And was a lot to deal with, and I'm glad I've had some time to work through it more and to grapple with the work, and not being familiar with all the primary sources, as not being that familiar with your field. It took me at least a little bit of time to try to just catch up and understand. So, but I wanted to start by asking you to explain again your book from the perspective of something that you start with in the book's epilogue. And you say here that while Black men and boys continue to be criminalized and die at the hands of the state and white vigilantes, disciplinary morality asserts that scholars should resist the urge to account for these deaths theoretically through any serious philosophical or conceptual study. Black male scholars throughout the academy have noted the resistance of journals in various disciplines to seriously consider Black male vulnerability beyond Black feminism or other paradigms that assume that Black males are culturally maladjusted and pathologically violent. To study Black men and boys outside their descriptions as problems is taken to be heresy. Any study of Black male vulnerability is taken to be at odds with, and thereby an erasure of, Black female suffering, and more generally, theoretically irrelevant.
Just a quick programming note. Probably about the time this ends, Jeff St. James will be starting up with T. Hassan. So stay tuned for that. Now, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through the whole T. Hassan thing, but I will make the attempt. And Slick Rick, salute to you for this article. I definitely appreciate it. Don't know if I'm going to get to it tonight, but I am definitely going to use it tomorrow. So salute to you. And by the way, everybody, make sure you hit the like button. If you are new, please subscribe to the show, because it turns out, looks like we might need a replacement for the we need a replacement for the person who unsubscribed in a huff. So please subscribe to the show. We would like to be monetized at some point in the foreseeable future. And stick around, subscribe. If you don't like the show, if it's not your cup of tea, in all honesty, it is the right thing to do to unsubscribe. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I certainly realize that. And please make sure that you support the show by supporting the host. My Cash App is in the little scroll at the bottom. I do, I think everybody probably knows that, doing this type of show does cost a bit. There's the YouTube, not the YouTube, the StreamYard, which I've been advised don't get the top tier. You don't really need it. And actually, I'm glad you were here, Dave. The top tier subscription to StreamYard allows you 10 panelists. The next step down, which is roughly half as much, only allows you, I think it's 6. I don't know that I'll ever get 10 people up here. What do you think?
Just I don't think we need it. No, because when's the last time you had 10 people up here?
Never.
Right. 6 is really the limit before you just get completely annoyed.
Okay. And if I can always upgrade it if I need to.
No, the shit talking panel that you had the other day. Now that was funny as hell.
Oh, look at this motherfucker. You don't even have 10 viewers, let alone panelists. Well, thanks, Richard. That boosts confidence.
That's because I got up here talking
I'll
crazy.
have you know, at one point there were 15 viewers. So, and by the way, I do actually get a lot of people passing through. So, you know, the number, it's not as dire as all that. And by the way, I literally have passed the 30,000 view mark. So I get a lot of views. I don't get a lot of subscribers, you know, probably for obvious reasons. If monetization were built on the number of viewers that I've had over the past year, I'd be monetized by now. 30,000 viewers is a lot of people, you know, putting eyes on the show. It's just they don't want to subscribe, and that's fine. I'd rather, you know, people who are kind of used to me. I don't think I'll ever have, you know, a high number of subscribers, but you know, the thing is I can pretty much say what I want to say. Even if I get monetized, I'm not sure I'll do it because, you know, just doing everything via Cash App means that there's a certain level of autonomy I get. So,
right. I'm gonna look for other channels that you could dabble with, because that networking piece is huge for growing channels. Like,
well,
you
Man of
don't.
Tomorrow said he'd like to interview me at some point, and then Narratives and Dialogues. He's got like 30,000 viewers, and he's offered to collab. Nightish has offered to collab. There is a project that Nightish and I are both interested in. So I mean, I have some collaborations in the works. I'm not, you know, I'm not complaining. I'll grow when I grow. And, you know, I know why, you know, I'm not growing by leaps and bounds, because I just have standards, you know, as ridiculous as they might be. And like I said, I need to be able to sleep at night. and you know, doing a CT type show, I wouldn't be able to do it. You know, the spiritual rot is you know, something that I'm sensitive to. So anyway, support the show by supporting the host. The Sovereign Beer Fund is always open for investment, especially as we get towards the weekend. And you know, I'll take the time to say I appreciate the ride or die folks. Richard, Slick Rick, Dave. You all know who you are. DiCaprione was in here earlier. Ryan. I appreciate that folks are just, you know,
Palomino. Don't forget nobody.
Oh yeah, well, Palomino has a wrench, so you know.
He earned a wrench. That's what's up.
Yeah, he's been less obnoxious as usual than he has been in the past, and there's you know, he deserves a wrench.
Even Mike and JB.
Yeah, well, no, I took JB's wrench. He had a wrench, and he started timing out people. He got pissed off. You weren't here. He got pissed off and started timing people out just randomly.
Oh yeah, that was the first time MOT came over. I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, he timed MOT out.
That's a bold move, man.
Hey, what's up, Narratives? Hey, we were just watching a lady in a turtleneck, and last week we were watching this other guy, content creator in a turtleneck, and Anton did this one-liner, and I thought it was pretty funny.
Turtlenecks, raise your IQ.
So So anyway, yeah, maybe I'll just keep this subscription through the end of the year and then downgrade it, because who knows, maybe over the Christmas, maybe I'll get 10 panelists. What's up, Untrackable? So anyway, let's go on with Tommy Curry, the famous, the great Tommy Curry, and the famous, the great Jared Ball.
Like Black males' actual social condition. Conferences are reluctant to accept papers. Editors discourage submitting such work for review. And there is vitriol toward the authors of such works that allows booing, ridicule, and intimidation throughout the academy. In my discipline of philosophy, one text has yet to be written that specifically analyzes the life and experiences of Black men and boys in America. That the at-large morality, in fact, demands that one never be written, because Black males are not thought to be the right subject of study. I mean, I know that's somewhat of an extended quote, maybe a little bit dense to be read through a microphone.
Right.
But I wanted to start there because I think that situates, obviously, the point of the book. Could you explain what that means and how that all works, please?
No, absolutely. Absolutely. So the epilogue of the book is dedicated to what I call the subject dilemma. That Black people in the academy are encouraged to study lots of things, but they're not encouraged to study Black men. So the subject to study, right, is that we should look at Black men as, an area of specialization, of concentration, et cetera. And a subject of study means that we shouldn't theorize from the perspective of Black men, right? That they don't have a subjectivity that could contribute to our theoretical apparatus, et cetera. And when I wrote that section of the epilogue, it actually, when I first wrote the book, those few paragraphs were in the intro. And one of the reviewers said, this is kind of too hard hitting for people just starting off with the book. They'll find it way too provocative. So the kind of negotiation, or I guess the remedy to that, was to write an epilogue that better explain, why I wrote the book and kind of why I thought this was necessary. So the piece about journal editors, censorship, et cetera, really kind of comes from two big experiences. And I've had a lot of them, over the course of the last few years trying to write about Black men. People have asked me to contribute to blogs. They've asked me to contribute to anthologies, et cetera. But when I wrote about Black men from a historical perspective, or from the theory that I was developing, they were upset because the focus was just on Black men. I give one story in the epilogue where an editor invited me to contribute to an anti-Blackness anthology, and says that, look, the article's excellent. The article actually is chapter 4. So if you read chapter 4, you knew what I was submitting at the time, and it would fit fine as a journal article, but didn't fit with the overall tone of the anthology because it studied Black men specifically and centered their experience of sexual violence during slavery as a basis of theorizing about them in society. I've been at conferences where Black feminists have booed me because I discussed Black men being victims of rape and sexual violence.
Yeah, I did want to ask that. I mean, did that actually happen? I mean, people actually booed you?
No, that actually happened.
When you're sharing your work?
Yeah. I mean, I read the page. I think it's on video on YouTube somewhere, actually. I shared my work, which, like I said, it was chapter 4. Like, chapter 4 has gotten the most responses. Maybe that was because it was the only thing I was, kind of presenting publicly at the time. But yeah, I was talking about Black men being victims of rape during slavery, and this Black feminist was boo. I'm not any scholarship that takes focus away from Black women. And I said, basically, I thought that was a bullshit argument, that if that's the case, Black men can't study anything that would have traditionally be associated with women or Black women, like domestic abuse, rape, child sexual abuse, et cetera. And I was like, that's just an anti-intellectual trope, right? It's the attempt to prevent falsification of the universality of Black feminist thought, if you will. So no, that stuff happens, man. I've had there was one situation that happened about a year or two ago where there was a blog in philosophy where they actually asked me to contribute. It was a feminist blog. And I said, look, I have no problem doing it, but I'm going to write about Black men. They said, that's not a problem. Went through everything, wrote the blog, the book had just came out. It was doing extremely well. And I basically just broke down the theoretical apparatus of, Black male study.
Narratives. This is a must-read book. if you're interested, in any, he is read by men's rights activist types. I've even heard some manosphere types mention Tommy Curry. He's kind of a big deal.
And evidently they sent it off to some black feminists, and they were like, if you publish this, we're going to boycott your blog. Right. So this stuff happens behind the scenes constantly. It was just a blog, so I didn't worry about it.
Well, let me just fine. Let me just let that interruption allow for a segue here, because I wanted to actually ask you to elaborate on that in response to something I wanted to ask you anyway. One of the problems that I have, we were sort of talking about this off air. One of the problems that I have just in general is and I think you've experienced it and feel at least somewhat the same way, is the lack of willingness to debate within academia, a problem that I've seen out obviously in the broader society, in the larger world, but within academia in particular, where there's supposed to be this, maybe I'm still naive to think that it's true anywhere, but there's supposed to be this concept that, look, we're going to exchange these ideas, and if there's a problem that I have with your work, I'm going to read your work, I'm going to explain in detail my problem with your work and give you a chance to respond. And then if we just really just don't agree anymore, and we can't just build any further, then we just move in our separate intellectual spaces or write critiques of each other's work and keep it moving, but continue to engage. This idea that people would be trying to suppress the work, I find troubling, right, especially given that when you read the work, it certainly, to me, can't be argued, and this is where I was going to ask you, it can't be argued that you are intentionally or willfully trying to suppress a concern for or the study of any other group or segment of Black people or anybody else for that matter, but you're just arguing for the particular concerns of Black men and boys in the United States. So I wanted to ask you to say anything you want in response or continue your previous point, but I did want to ask, are you aware of, I just haven't done the research yet, are you aware of anyone taking it to the level of scholarship in debating your work? Have any of the feminists that have critiqued it, or anyone said, I've read his work and I'm now going to publish a piece of my own that explains what's wrong with what he's doing?
No, I think that the dominant way of interacting with the man not by the groups that don't like it, so Black feminists and some white liberals, has been censorship, right? And so you're right. Like I share the same, I guess ignorance. I don't want to say I'm naive at this point, but ignorance about the willingness of people to debate ideas. I came through college debate. I went through high school debate. So my understanding of how we approach arguments and knowledge is through debate and publicly airing out ideas, right? That's why I read so much. I'm always interested in making sure I'm actually getting the argument right, and it doesn't come just.
That's right. Shout out to reading.
From my perspective, or some kind of ideological or political tradition.
Read a book, motherfuckers.
So I have not seen any actual debates or any invitation, right, from that side of the aisle, asking to debate some of these ideas. And as you know from the book, I think, most people who've reviewed the book, I think we have about 15 or maybe 18 reviews of the book now, have consistently noted the rigor. Like every sentence has a footnote. Everything is engaging, the relevant literature, despite it being 5 different chapters and segues, right? That's never been a question with the work. So if there's some disagreement, my perspective would be, let's actually talk about it. Let's hash it out. And I think that when you come to Black men and boys, and this is kind of what I said when we first started discussing this, there's a real resistance, right? And we have to be honest about this, right? Like when you look at the attitudinal data that Black scholars and Black college educated people had about Black males from the 1970s forward, you see that it's overwhelmingly negative, right? That the majority of the negative sentiments about race and racism in this country is viewed through the lens of Black men by whites, and is also viewed that way by other educated Blacks, right? So we need to be honest about the kind of perceptions that we allow to go through the academy. That's not just in Black feminist work, but that's also in Black male work, Black education work, even what we take to be Black radical work, right? So my indict's never been directed specifically at Black feminism, though Black feminism has done the most or claimed the most authoritative voice, speaking of Black men and Black boys, at least theoretically. So I engaged that tradition. I think if anybody reads the book carefully, you'll see my real target is probably white women and white men. especially with the detail I go into, explaining how these ideas that there was just a racial oppression that wasn't sexual against Black men, that white women can be trusted and were not villains throughout history, giving white supremacy and racial injustice. I think that that's the crux of the argument. The question about Black feminism is more so a question of methodology. Why choose these kind of subculture and violent theses coming out of the 1960s and 70s as kind of the basis of how you're looking at and dealing with Black men and boys, when so much of the empirical evidence, even by other Black feminists in empirical fields, disproves that. So there's a tension between what the evidence says, even when the researchers are Black feminists, or feminists generally, and then what the ideology says. And I think that we have to get back to a place where we're not afraid to debate. If the man not's done what many people think that is done, which is to kind of mark out a new field or a new trajectory of how we should study Black males, and if you disagree with it, then come to the forefront. Let's have the actual argument, right? But it's been out for a year and a half. I think it was, last time I checked, it was still in the top 50 or so on Amazon in its field or in its area. People haven't been willing to sit down and debate this, despite the multiple forums and opportunities they've had.
Well, I'll just add myself, for what it's worth, to the list of reviewers who would at least say that, though I'm not admittedly, what I would consider a competent expert in the academic field of philosophy, your book is at least well sourced. And were I to be more conversant with the field, and I had a problem with the argument sort of viscerally, if not, supported by data, there would be plenty that you've left here for anyone to investigate,
absolutely,
determine whether you've interpreted it properly and come up with something. So at minimum, you know what I mean?
But brother, at this point,
yeah, go ahead.
No, but I was just saying, look, at this point, I mean, I think the world knows very clearly where I stand on some of these issues, right? So it's not like there's not over hundreds of interviews and writings and stuff for people to engage, but the way that we want to deal with this is to say, he's a Black man, so he's trash, or he's a Black man, so he's a misogynist, or or he's a hotep, right? That's my favorite. And I, because I have a deep sympathy for African-centered thinking, but it's interesting to me the ways in which some of these woke activists or Black feminists, both in the academy and on the web, try to discredit anything that takes that perspective, right? So if I'm using a semi-colonial analysis in how I'm conceptualizing the birth of race in America, or if look, even if, let's say I was just following Carruthers line by line, that's still an intellectual tradition that deserves some sort of engagement, right? And I find that a lot of the people that are trying to do discredit to the book are largely people who are making these kinds of ad hominem attacks and suggesting that any study, any centering of Black men is the problem. And I grossly disagree with that kind of perspective, because while Black feminism has done a terrific job in helping Black women understand themselves, their experiences, giving them various epistemic lenses and perspectives to look at the way that they live and exist in the world, there has been nothing comparable written throughout history that's done the same for Black men and boys. So if Black men are forced to remain the objects of Black feminist thought, or even what we take to be Black progressive thought, with tropes like toxic masculinity, etc., that does not give them any kind of cultural or epistemic way to reconstruct themselves beyond adopting the politics of feminism, right? And that's what I say in the introduction of the book, that when you look at other...
He brings up a really interesting point, and I'm impressed that he doesn't shit on Black feminism. And I like the way he phrased it, epistemic lenses of ways of, knowing about yourself. The manosphere, the Black manosphere in particular, has crashed and burned and missed a whole opportunity of doing what Tommy Curry has done. And I never really thought about it in this way until just now. Basically, what Tommy Curry is trying to do is a Black man version of Black feminism. And I think that is a very worthy goal. This is why I would shit on the Black manosphere. They haven't done the heavy lifting. Nothing even close to what Tommy Curry has done.
other groups of people. When you look at people studying Portuguese masculinity or even poor white masculinity, there's an acknowledgement that those masculinities do not have to be feminist to be non-hegemonic or non-oppressive. But when you look at Black men, there's no conceptualization, despite Black men being raped, going through death, being mutilated, being burned down and boiled to elixirs, that any of that actual history changes the kinds of masculinities that you get on the outside. Right. So the close association that Black men have with death and the same association they have with revolt, or even when you look at chapter 1 with Black male burden societies in the late 1800s, you're telling me that none of those things serve as historical examples that could give us an insight into the various or the plural masculinities that have existed within Black men throughout history. But the trope of the Black Panther Party or Black men excluding somebody from the American Negro Academy do. Right. And that's what I mean by the kind of selective dishonesty that we have both in reading history, but then the kind of archetypes we use to generate theory. And the book pushes back against that. It wants to look at Black men as creators and endurers, right? A resilience that they've had throughout history and beyond death, right? That influence the way that they move through the world. So if you have a group of people that have historically been able to be killed, right? And that's why I talk about death and dying, the actual act of death, but then their lives have been an actual dying, right? Because it's everything that negates their existence, everything limits their life expectancy, et cetera. Then you can't be upset when they come up with ideas like, Black nationalism, Pan-Africanism, or the various forms of Afro-pessimism, et cetera, that we see today, right? That's what I mean by the eschatological dilemma, that the framing that Black men have had throughout the world has been intimately tied not only with the kind of humanism we see with a Mandela, but also a kind of pessimism that we saw in X or even Ralph Bunche and Blackism towards the end of his life, or the old Du Bois, et cetera. And the fact that nobody wants to talk about this as an outgrowth of Black men's experience, endurance, and revolt against white supremacy and patriarchy is shocking to me. Because when I look at genocide studies, when I look at people who are looking at the life histories and the survival testimonies of Jews or Armenians, or even indigenous peoples, right? Like there's an understanding that they're fighting against their oppressor, not that they want to be their oppressor. But then when you look at Black men, the idea is that despite all the hell we've gone through, despite the fact that we know that white people were eating Black men only want to be like white people. And that's a projection of early 1900, early 20th century colonial thinking, right? This is your Manonis, right? This is your Ramos. This is the application of Adler and the masculine protest that says that because Black men are racially immature, that they don't have a strong ego development, that they seek to imitate their colonizer. This was the dependency complex that you get out of Manoni when he's studying the Malay. So if that's the way that we understand Black men, that they're mimetic and want to imitate their oppressor and white patriarchs, then what actual generative resources do we have to actually discuss them beyond being problems? And that's the indictment that the book makes. The indictment is that beyond or below all the theory that we claim to be radical or progressive or even generative for other paradigms, there is the misandric orientation towards Black men, especially poor Black men.
Oh man, you just generated like 50 new questions in that one response. Wow. One of which is just very quickly, sure. I got to add. So then am I hearing you correctly then? Because I didn't get this. See, I didn't get this in reading the work, but I'm in your response there. Am I hearing then a critique of even the kinds of approaches that have moved me, for instance, the anti-colonial, for instance, specifically anti-colonial, internal colonial theoretical approaches to the study of Black nationhood in the United States? In other words, am I missing something then? Are you, or I don't have to personalize it. Is that approach then sort of committing the failure you're describing of falling into the trap of then looking to offer an analysis of Black men or people collectively through these flawed lenses?
Well, I think it's the question is the application. I think the anti-colonial and the semi-colonial analysis is the closest to getting it right? Because you see I utilize that some in chapter 3, precisely because they're looking at labor relations of black men, specifically from the 1950s forward, with the commercialization and the deindustrialization of the U.S. economy, right? So you get people like James Stewart, you're getting the Blonders, you're getting the Robert Allens, who are looking at black men and saying, this is actually Staples' lens, right? In black masculinity, right? You're saying that, look, because of the way that this is set up as a colony, black male labor and their threat go side by side. What I do talk about, however, and this is partly because of the availability of the resources at the time, is there wasn't an expansion of that analysis into sexual violence, really only death and labor, right? And that's why I think that when you get Herndon's work, it becomes such a problem, because he's trying to make an argument that racism is a carnal and sexual hatred. And that kind of broke a little bit with how people traditionally thought about men and segregation outside of the rape of black women. So it's more of a limitation of the theory in the time, but I don't think it's antagonistic. I do think that the arguments that we take to be liberal and progressive thought, multiculturalism, of course, black feminism, intersectionality, I think some of these arguments, even in terms of how we look at black queer theory sometimes, I think those arguments are more so my target when I'm talking about anti-black misandry than the kind of, anti-colonial or semi-colonial frame. I just think that those frames are incomplete given the resources at the time, but nobody had evidence back then, maybe outside of a few slave narratives, that black men were being victims of rape and sexual mutilation. So, it's not an antagonism. It's not that they're necessarily the object. It's an incompleteness more so.
Okay. I will continue to consider that. One thing real quick, did you ever happen to read, because one of the thoughts I had was, and this might, and I, he might be, I don't know, the sexual demon of colonial power, Pan-African and neurotic.
Yeah, I've read that. I actually quoted it.
Okay, so does he bridge that gap at all for you? I don't know the book well enough.
Well, great. I mean, yes and no, right? So, when I actually read Thomas's book, I thought, wow, this is a fantastic articulation of the limitation of Western gender frames, right? Mm-hmm. Because what I think Thomas does is he gives what I think is the first anti-colonial engagement, right, with the Western concept of gender beyond, say, a Oyewumi or a Sylvia Wynter. Right. Mm-hmm. But I think that the problem is that after talking to him, underneath all this is still the deep suspicion and dislike of black men. Mm-hmm. And he thinks that straight black men as a group still imitate patriarchy. And I was like, well, given the analysis of the book, right, we've had this discussion. So I think that's.
I didn't know you two had that discussion. I would have liked to have heard that discussion.
It wasn't a very friendly discussion, but nonetheless, it was a discussion.
Greg. Yeah, I'm not right, Greg.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say. I think
I get it.
Scholar. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not the type of cat that'll, everything's. I think it was a groundbreaking book that deserved more attention. I think the analysis pushes a boundary, but again, I don't think the analysis gives you what the man not does, which is an articulation of kind of the he talks about the sexual demon, but the demon of the colonial apparatus has always been racialized men. And again, that's why I say is that his approach takes a very literary and theoretical approach to it, which I think is fantastic. But when you measure that against kind of various historical apparatus like genocides or actual, like Kenyan occupation or British occupation of Kenya, right? You see that black men have been targets of patriarchal societies throughout history. And my only question is that, well, if we know this is kind of like a historical fact and process, then why are we not studying it, right? And that's what I mean. I think that's the limitation, that nobody wants to go in on or truly investigate the relationship that colonial patriarchy and imperial societies have with racialized men in their target society. And that, to me, that seems obvious. So when you get, James Stewart making this argument about institutional decimation, like, he's coming at it from this perspective. Like, why is it that these white colonial or post-colonial apparatus are built with the idea of targeting black men in America? And nobody wants to answer that question. That's almost a question that you can't ask now, because the answer is, it's racism. Yeah, but if it's racism, then why do we not see the kinds of disparities that we see around black female bodies? There are different disparities. There are different kinds of harms, but they're not these harms. They're not mechanisms of death and dying necessarily. Right. And I guess I always push back, because people say, oh, well, you're trying to create division. But I'm saying I'm trying to introduce nuance, because I want to know why black men have like the earliest sexual debut. They suffer from the highest rates of depression /
This is actually excellent. for the SKCs of the world, who don't think racism exists in America to a degree that it actually does harm. The point that he makes, well, if it's not racism, then why aren't we studying to find out exactly what is going on? And he brings up Black women. Well, yeah, Black women don't seem to be suffering the same sort of thing, though to me that's kind of debatable. More Black women in college, and if you look at it, and I just thought maybe I'll do that overnight or tomorrow, but I wonder what the income gap between Black men and Black women compared to the income gap between white men and white women. That would be an interesting thing to look at. But bottom line is Black women, at least at a certain level, are doing better than Black men. If you look at college, for instance, why is that? And if it's not race, and there's an argument that it's not race because Black men, Black women are the same race. What is going on here? And nobody's doing it. Certainly not the fucking manosphere. They're describing what's wrong, but nobody's actually out there doing heavy lifting. And Tommy Curry's only one man.
It's the system, right?
John Henryism.
I'm sorry,
there's
what?
all these things that you see.
I thought that's what you guys were talking about earlier. The system, the white man.
Well, no. You need to keep up sometimes. The only reason I even brought the only reason I even brought up the system is Ryan brought it up. Brian talked about Ryan basically compared the system. He substituted system for Whitey, blame Whitey. And I just ran with it because there are people who argue that Whitey is the system. So I didn't bring it up. Ryan did, and I just took it to its logical conclusion. People shouldn't do that.
I don't think the answer to the question is that deep.
If Whitey isn't the problem, then exactly what is?
I just don't think it is as deep as it seems. It's just
what
like
isn't as deep?
if you
so the question of why are Black women, at least at a certain strata, doing better than Black men, it's really not that big a deal.
No, it's not. I'm not saying it's not.
Okay, then why is there a manosphere?
It's not that deep. It's not that deep.
Then why is there a manosphere? Why are there whole YouTube panels dedicated to the topic?
Because everybody's saying that they would get further if they work together. They're trying to figure out why they can't work together.
Okay, that is basically why are Black women not working with Black men? Why are Black women doing better at a certain strata, et cetera, et cetera? That you're not going to.
Yeah, and it's not
that statement. That statement was not escape velocity. It's just a part of what I'm saying.
It's not that deep.
Okay,
you know what that means?
It's not that deep, why is there a manosphere? The manosphere is literally has man in it. This isn't a why can't we work together? And if the question is why can't Black men and Black women work together? Well, that is what he's saying. If it's not race as to why we can't work together, what is it? Why I take it you've gone back into your shell. Bottom line is the manosphere is literally lazy. It's just lazy. It's just a drum circle of people complaining about women. Not very strong men complaining about women at that.
Black men going through, and nobody has an answer besides racism. And I find that to be inadequate, because what I do find happens is you take Black men, because we understand them as only being affected by racism, and what you basically do is you appropriate their suffering. So when you look at intersectional frames, you say, oh, so racism is about the death, murder, destruction of Black people. And you use Black men like Michael Brown, Trayvon Martin, et cetera, to represent this fact. But then when you talk about, well, how does the subject think through this, right? The subject thinks through this by orienting themselves around an intersectional plurality. So a Black female or feminist or a Black queer body. And that's fine if that's just one approach, but those approaches have fundamentally condemned, morally condemned, and disciplinarily excluded any other theorization from the perspective of Black male bodies, be they straight or queer, as the starting location of how we understand racism, imperialism, genocide, et cetera. And I find that to be inadequate. How do we study the genocidal logics of anti-Blackness, white supremacy, and imperial capital structures? But then we say that, well, we know these processes historically have traumatized and targeted racialized men, in this case specifically Black men. We don't want to study the primary victims, right? There's something else at work there, because that's literally how we claim it should be done. We always claim that standpoint epistemology starts with the people most affected by the social historical disparity. But when it's Black men, right, that are the ones most disproportionately affected, we appropriate their suffering and put it in another subject. And that bothers me. That I don't understand why the most underrepresented group in the U.S. Academy, right, of course, alongside brown men and boys and of course, indigenous people, are constantly censored and silenced. Right. And that's what I meant.
Could you say something more about that just very quickly? Because I think that in listening to you, and I had that somewhat of that reaction in reading the book, and I know that consciously or not, this is part of the reaction people are having, whether they love the book or struggle with the book, is that you make claims and cite numbers somewhat to the effect that you're talking about here, about the disparities in Black men, what Black males suffer in terms of violence and other issues in society, that seem maybe shocking. And it would seem that some would find it hard to believe some of the numbers that you reference in terms of the rates of violence suffered by Black men versus Black women, and some of the other disparities that you talk about. Could you maybe say a few words about that as what undergirds your point about we start with a study with the people most negatively affected? I think some still struggle with the idea that Black women are not the most negatively affected in each and every one of these categories.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's basically it. I mean, there's things in the world called facts, and we should start with facts for theory. Right. And I understand. We've had a discourse that for the last 20 or 30 years has told us that Black women are on the bottom of every demographic category. That's just untrue. There are some categories that Black women are at the bottom of. If you're looking at childbirth, if you're looking at child mortality, if you're looking at poverty, if you're looking, these are things that because of their demographic, they outnumber us by 2 or 3 billion, then in some demographic pockets, they are at the bottom of that. But in other pockets, like 15 to 34, Black men are more incarcerated. They're more likely to be killed by homicide. Like the world's, it's one of those things, I don't know what to say, because the world's complex and facts matter. So if you take a theoretical orientation that says that ontologically, as the matter of definition, to be Black and female in the world, or to be Black, female, and queer in the world, is to be at the bottom of every social hierarchy, then that's almost a failure by analogy. It's suggesting that the formal metaphysical system of definitions that you've oriented as the way you define yourself or define your subject is reproduced socially and throughout society and historically. And that's never been the case. I mean, this is why I actually made a comment on Twitter. I was like, the Platonism of many of these radical Black theories or progressive Black politics is really unnerving to me, because it's that kind of formalist metaphysics. And I know people don't really talk in those terms anymore, especially in Black studies. But I mean, surely we have to do better than assuming that because we define things in the terms of an idealistic metaphysics of how we think things ideally work.
Okay, Brian, my question was, there is an income gap between male and female, Black men, Black women, white men, white women. I'm just curious to know if that income gap is comparable or whether one is larger than the other. And I'll look it up. It's not that important. It's just a question I had listening to what Tommy Curry was saying about the disparate impact that race seems to be having on Black men versus Black women. And Tommy Curry's basically saying, if it's not race, and he's not convinced that it's race that is causing the disparate outcomes, what is it? And no one really seems to be even making the attempt to study Black men in particular. And, my remark is that the manosphere is a miserable failure in that regard. They're not, there's a lot more heat than light that the Black manosphere has and is providing.
And we truly believe that this actually works out in our society, right? This is, in fact, the critique that African-centered thinking has given us of many of these other perspectives in European thought, right? That they don't start historically and sociologically, they actually start, idealistically and separate from society, separate from history. So I think that when we look at the facts, right, we have to ask ourselves, how is it that Black men have historically been victims of intimate partner violence and intimate partner homicide, and we didn't know? How is it that Black men were victims of rape during Jim Crow and slavery, but we basically didn't know, right? Why is it that these things exist and we know that there's evidence for it now, but we didn't know or don't account for this within our theoretical apparatus? So I think that the numbers should shock many people, because they should, instead of them being angry about it, they should say, well, what is it about my theory that didn't capture this reality? So how do I need to rethink or rework my theory? And that's what I'm saying. In a few decades, people are going to look back at the man not because analysis and data collection are going to improve as usually does, and they're going to say, well, Curry got this wrong because now we know X, Y, and Z. That's how knowledge progresses, and that's how Black knowledge should progress. But what I see is people trying to hold on to these decadent arguments from the 1970s and 80s and saying just because it was made by Bell Hooks or Kimberly Crenshaw that, any of the new data, any of the new analysis, any of the new findings that we have should not fundamentally question or change the paradigms that we've already adopted and named ourselves by. And that's why I write in the last chapter that intersectionality is undergirded by an insidious gender essentialism that really is taking its cues much more from early 1980s and late 1960s and 70s white social science than anything that's come out of, the generative Black female intellectual traditions from the 1970s forward, right? Because when you get Joyce Ladner writing The Death of White Sociology, she's trying to decolonize sociological methods. She's not reproducing what, Farrah Cooney and Wolfgang were doing in the subculture of violence, which is exactly the language that you get Bell Hooks using, saying about poor Black men using violence as status symbols, as a way to communicate their disdain with society, right? And she's writing that stuff in 2004. So we have a real problem kind of divvying up what is and isn't Black theory. Is it Black theory when a Black person appropriates and merely reinvents subculture of violence theory or cultural deficit theory, right? Which is what hypermasculinity is. Do we call that Black theory? Or is there something more substantial about how we specifically study, read, and understand the empirical, sociological, and historical motivations behind Black behavior and thoughts? And that's what I'm pushing, right? I think that the people will be shocked because our ideology, or rather what I call, in various works, the morality of Black disciplinarity has been so ingrained, and it's so classist, right? It's so bourgeois that it never had us consider, is this really how Black people, Black men, or poor Black men actually exist in the world, right? And that should be shocking. It should jolt us to talk about their vulnerability, the child sexual abuse, the domestic abuse, the intimate partner homicide, right? The poverty, the underrepresentation in the academy. These are numbers and facts that we have that we should be using to question our current theoretical orientations.
I thought about, it was sadly perfectly timed for our interview. I thought about actually this conversation when online, even this morning, I was reading about the death of Nipsey Hussle, and who admittedly, for people a lot younger than me and more current, he meant a lot to more than me in terms of, just my own experience with hip hop and whatever generation gaps, to the extent that that's real, exists here, or just whatever. But what I thought was really interesting was that as a lot of people were lamenting the brother's passing, or his murder, there was a stream that I saw online of a few voices saying, but what about the fact that he said black women were, I think at one point, something like the scourge of black culture or something like that. And others were saying his homophobia is getting a pass because, people are talking about, there was actually one tweet I found compelling in this person trying to make the argument that, while people, talk about the erasure of black people and black men or this black rapper himself, there is an erasure of all the people that he spent a career, apparently, and I don't know this to be true, but apparently to some, attacking, black women and the LGBTQ community. So I thought about you, and I was thinking, but Dan, I was also thinking, but Dan, here's this brother's just got killed. Anyways, but go ahead. I don't know if you have any particular thoughts about any of that, but I
do. I mean, look, I tell people all the time, my job and my research is not an apologetics for black men, right? I think black men have to be evaluated on facts and nothing more, right? And I'm very serious about that. Like, I'm not going to be the person that defends somebody who did something. I'm going to ask, well, why was it done? And why do we use that one example, like R. Kelly or Bill Cosby, to say this is how all black men are? So I think two things. One, I always find because the same thing happened with Alton Sterling, right? I mean, I always find the trial about black men's character interesting after they're killed. So, it's always this question like, okay, he was killed, but what did he do? Right. So did he abuse women, or was he homophobic, or did he do X, Y, and Z? And I guess I find that interesting because I don't see that with other people in our community. Right. I don't see a black woman being killed and they're like, oh, well, did she cheat on her boyfriend? Did she abuse her child, etc. In fact, we've done the exact opposite. So I don't know if you heard the story of Monica Jones, a year ago or so, a few months ago. Right. But the woman who, killed her toddler was put in jail. But then she got out and there was a debate whether or not she should get into Harvard or Yale because I believe it was English or creative writing, something of that sort. Person killed a young black boy, hit the body. But because white people say she had tremendous talent, that becomes a conversation piece where now it's an issue of merit and not her past. So I find the way that, as I say in my book, the characterological defect of black men is constantly reinvented. It could very well be true that, Nipsey or, other people have abused women or have not been progressive in terms of homosexuality or queer rights, etc. That may very well be true. What does that mean, though? Like, does that, and I mean that seriously. So does it mean that if you abuse someone or you don't have the right progressive politics, that what your life means is worth less? Right? Because we can't get a tally of what we think his offense is. Like, we don't know every single victim. We don't know every single trauma that this person has caused. So do we imagine that in a pretend world where we say one offense is enough? Right? Or do we say that, look, what's his experience? Right? That's my question. Like, if you're growing up in a poor neighborhood, it very well may be the case that the people that you have first contact as your caretakers, your mother, if you're in foster care, the women taking care of you there, your first babysitter could all be abusers. They could physically abuse you. They could sexually abuse you. And we've talked to black men in our various studies where that actually is the case. So what if he was a victim of that? Is his story as a victim or a survivor out of bounds? Like, if he experiences and was raped by a black woman or beaten by a black woman, right, for years, does that mean that him communicating that he thinks black women at large are the scourge of the earth? Is that not something that you hear from victims constantly? I'm not saying it's right, but I'm saying that if you hear the exact same thing where a black girl, right, or a young black woman was beaten and raped and sold into prostitution, etc., as a sex worker for somebody else's profit, and she hates the men that look like that, the men that she associates with the Johns that abuse her, we don't call foul on that. So my question isn't really a justification, but is an epistemic question about how we take in black men's, death, dying, and suffering. Are we
also, simply put, it's the difference between a response to something in social media and the development of an analysis. So
exactly.
It'd be easy for me to say, as was the case recently, fuck R. Kelly, and if I wasn't already, I'm fully done with this dude. That's one thing. But if there's a question of how are we to assess what actually happened with this man, then I think that's where I was starting to think about your work. So the same thing when I was reading that tweet earlier, I was like, wow, that's actually a good point. I could see that. Like you feel like this dude has actively engaged in erasing you and your experience. Cool. But then the first thing I thought of was, but he was the one getting shot up in front of his store.
Right.
Like that's in terms of your.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
he was the one
that's why I don't know what it means. That's what I mean. Like, people get upset with me all the time because I don't have like a political party in the cat. Right.
What's up, CKJ?
I'll read the Afro pessimist or the Afrocentrist or anybody else just as quickly as I'll read anybody else. Right. So I read queer theory, black feminism. There's things I disagree with more than others, but I'm not in the camp. So I don't know what it means when you want me to co-sign on a tweet. Right. So this brother got shot. OK, you don't like his politics. You don't like the way he lived his life. So what? Right. Like it's amazing to me. And I think you may have seen, on Twitter, I had a fight with Black Twitter a while back about a claim I made about Black homosexuals and white women it was actually black, but it was about white homosexuals and white women during colonization and slavery. And I said they acted the same way. And people were like, oh, you're just talking about homosexuality and femininity. You hate people. I was like, I'm just talking about historical facts. Right. And that's what I mean. Like even presenting a fact now that doesn't fit with someone's ideology is an attempt to get them canceled. So I'm confused then in terms of how do you actually generate intellectual productions and analyses that go beyond what everybody thinks. So you force Black people into this kind of, moratorium on political morality and identity performance, where if I disagree with any other Black person who has any other intersectional identity, then somehow I'm morally condemnable. Well, then that's fine, but that's not how intellectual analyses grow. You can't give a new analysis or account for something and still be popular amongst the masses. That's why they have tenure. That's why the academy exists somewhat distant and separate from society, right? But in the case of Black men, in case of Nipsey, in case of, Sterling, et cetera, it's like this intuitive thing, like, okay, they did bad things in their lives. But like what happens, and I'm serious about that. What happens if we start turning the flashlight onto the things that Black academics do? Because I know some of them personally. I know that they've been homophobic throughout their whole lives. And then they changed when they got that job. I know that they've actually hated Black men their whole lives and married this white guy, right? I know all this stuff about them. So when they die or when something bad happens to them, do I say, hey, right, they were misandric, hey, they were homophobic, hey, they were Islamophobic? I mean, come on, that list goes on and on and on. So the question is, why is it highlighted specifically with Black men? And that's not my justification of it. If he had an issue with Black women, if he has an issue with Black homosexuals, et cetera, these things should be questioned. These things should be exposed. But is that a determination of his life and the value of his life? I mean, I just doubt that Black scholars and Black people really want to take that on as a general rule for everybody.
Well, listen, so one of the other things that, and I'm going to try to build a segue out of this if I can.
For the people who just joined, make sure you hit the like button. This is Tommy Curry talking to Jared Ball. And there is a part one, which I may actually show tomorrow, just kind of continue what I'm doing here. The loose theme of this show has been basically, Black relationships, Black family, and things that are kind of, satellites around that topic. And at one point in time, we actually had a pretty lively panel up here, but it is dinner time in some places and, people get busy. In the next few minutes, probably at the end of this video, T. Hassan Johnson is being interviewed by Jeff St. James. We may look in on that for a little bit. Probably won't get through the whole thing, but if we don't, I'll just show the rest of it tomorrow. And again, I think I'll just carry this over another day because I still have a few videos on the topic that I'd like to at least show and discuss with whoever wants to come up and hit the dare link. And so let's go ahead and finish this out. It's got about 15 minutes left.
One of the other issues that is often off the table for consideration in terms of developing an analysis or inclusion of consideration historically is the issue of violence, the issue of, or even how we define violence. Now, some of this, I might be confusing some of the timeline here, so I'll ask you to clarify any of this for me. But
sure.
But there was some discussion online, and I read at least one article on you having to take up a position in Scotland, a university position in Scotland, because of a sort of national ban against your employment in the United States, primarily not in defense of your work on Black men, but your defense around the concept of violence. Clarify, if you would, anything that I have wrong in that brief summary, and then if you would tell us a little bit from your perspective what happened.
Yeah, so I think
what's happening.
Yeah, so I think the Chronicle, it was interesting. So the Chronicle piece came out and it kind of highlighted that part, right? Like we had an hour-long interview.
Yep.
Yeah, the Chronicle Higher Education piece came out, and I had an interview with the young journalist, young white woman, I believe, journalist, and and we talked for like an hour. And I guess that's the direction she wants to go on this with the story, right? So, what I basically said was like, look, I've interviewed over the last 2.5 years. I've interviewed for some really big positions at top 20 institutions in the country, and some of those I legitimately lost to people who were older and more experienced than me, right? Because a year or two ago I was only out for 7 years, right? Because I graduated 2009. So, I said that but you feel a frustration because after something like the alt-right attacks you and you're at a conservative university, the only thing you can really think about is getting out. And I felt frustrated because I wasn't getting out quick enough, right? So last year, I had 4 on-campus interviews, right? And I didn't land anything. This year I had 9 interviews, but I landed Edinburgh within the first 2 or so, so I accepted Edinburgh. So yeah, I don't think that was the complete accurate. I don't think there was a ban on my employment in the United States. I think that given the controversy of the alt-right and some departments of Black studies even not agreeing with the way that I study Black men, that created a recipe where it was extremely difficult for me to find the right kind of fit. But I did get on-campus interviews. I was in several times, a finalist for these positions, et cetera, which, if you're banned, you certainly don't get the on-campus, much less the primary interview. But I think that what ends up happening is that in the United States, because Black studies has been so overwhelmingly influenced, not by the anti-colonial tradition or the semi-colonial analysis, that many of the arguments that we're getting coming out of literature, even theoretical fields like philosophy, women, and gender studies, are completely grounded in assumptions of pathology concerning Black men. And because my work engages Black feminism on that issue, it's very easy to say, well, Tommy Curry's anti-Black feminist, right? And while my arguments against Black feminism are certainly very direct and specific, I've never made any claims about being against Black feminism any more than I have anything else. My argument, flat and simple, is that Black feminism gets Black men wrong. That's the argument, right? So that made it somewhat difficult. In terms of me leaving, Edinburgh was just a better career decision. As a chair, which is pretty much equivalent to what we think of a distinguished professor here, it was a tremendous opportunity to be at a top, I think they're like 16 or 18 in the world, right? A top 20 university in the world to study my field, a field that I created, a field that's been getting national and international attention. So at 39, I think that it was a good decision to go to that kind of university, to have that kind of platform, that kind of resources, the endorsement from the colleagues and people that I met there to develop Black male studies and talk about Black philosophy outside of the censorship that I find in America. And the thing that surprised me, I guess, from some of the responses, I think the Diverse magazine article on me did a much better job of trying to communicate this. But I think what's interesting is that even amongst Black academics, there was this idea like, oh, yeah, he's gone, right? Because they don't want to engage the argument. And I find it interesting that the response to, yeah, he's gone is, yet he's gone to a much more prestigious university as a distinguished professor to do work that he couldn't do in the United States, which is something that all Black professors are complaining about, that they can't do the work or there's higher penalties for talking about race and racism under Trump. I just thought that was an irony, that we're all complaining about censorship. We're all complaining about backlash. We're all complaining about the decrease of resources, the kind of neoliberalization, and commodification of our intellectual labor in universities. And then a Black person says, okay, well, let me do something that's never been done. Let's actually go to the United Kingdom, right, where they have universities and a different kind of conversation, and start talking about racism, gender, the Black experience from that perspective and that geography. And instead of that being made like, oh, well, that's something that we've generally not thought about as Black people in the United States, right? There's this kind of other side where it's like, oh, well, he was banned or he was X, Y, and Z. So I think as usual, it's kind of one of those things, like this is the first time that anybody in my field, certainly, and I know there's been very few Black people in America that's, gone the other way, gone to the UK to try to do work. But it was, in my mind, it was a good career decision. And it was something that allows me the freedom of not having to worry about the violence of white supremacists, conservative institutions, or even a Black feminist backlash from, kind of making my work stagnate or interrupting me from actually doing research on the subjects and people that I want to work on.
I'm glad you explained that, because I think there's often a lot of negative association for a variety of reasons with Black faculty taking a position, or Black activists or intellectuals, period, leaving the United States for Europe.
Yeah.
There's either the negative association that this is, somehow, valorizing Eurocentricity in Europe over Blackness. Or some have also said, not necessarily related to you, but just in general, well, why didn't he or she take a position at an HBCU and do this good work here for the community?
Oh, well, I've tried to. I'll be very honest about that conversation.
Could you have done the work that you're doing? Could you have gotten a position at an HBCU and done this work?
I don't know if I could have. I know I tried to. I mean, look, man, I won't name the institutions because, I think that'll be, a faux pas, so to speak. But look, I mean, there are several Black institutions that I've approached because I wanted to study Black men. I'm from Lake Charles, Louisiana. The reason I ended up working at Texas A&M is because I wanted to be in the South. I'm very comfortable around, working class, poor Black people. That's what I've known my whole life. I think you kind of see the way that I engage and interact with things. My major issues are anti-Blackness and death and poverty. Right, like I'm interested in the trauma we produce because that's what I grew up seeing. So no, I mean HBCU would have been fine, right? But HBCUs, and I'll be very clear about this. The year in 2017, when I got attacked by the alt-right, it was not HBCUs that were inviting me to come give these endowed or kind of named lectures. It was white liberal institutions. Right, it was the Bard colleges, it was the Trinities, those are the people that were like, this is an interesting issue of academic freedom. We want to hear about how this person's engaging the world, right? And those are the people that said, okay, well, look, we want to hear your perspective. I was actually talking to people at HBCU saying, look, I'd love to come talk to X, Y, and Z. And a lot of the administrations were like, no, we don't want to deal with that issue. We think that'll be too controversial. And my reply was, I was like, think about, we're in 2019, 2018, 19, et cetera. And we're saying it's too controversial to invite a full professor to major research one to come talk about his justification for why blacks have the right to self-defense. Right. So I know what the white supremacists said. They said, oh, because he's talking about self-defense, he wants to kill all white people. There's no transcript, there's no academic venue anywhere in the world that actually agrees with that white supremacist position. The real issue is, I said, Black people have a right to defend themselves because the failure of the rule of law means that white vigilantes and white Americans arm themselves to protect themselves against immigrants, Muslims, and Black people who they think are criminals and rapists. And when Black people ask the very same question about self-defense, should we defend ourselves against a police state, against white vigilantes in a world that's increasingly hostile to us just breathing and walking on the street, people tell me that that's out of bounds. And I'm trying to figure, and that's what, for a minute, when this first happened, I asked myself, well, what did I say that was so crazy? Right? Because, the guy pulled the thing from a clip on Django. And then I said, let me sit back and disengage from this. This is really an issue about white people controlling certain kind of Black intellectuals that are saying that we can't discuss Black people defending themselves. Because I'm not saying pick up arms. I'm saying we have a right to defend ourselves from people that want to kill us, that don't look like us, that have racial antipathy against us, that want to kill us. And that becomes a conversation out of bounds in the United States of the 21st century, right? And that's a profound realization. It's a profound realization because it means that the kind of violence that we've historically associated with Blackness, and not just Black people walking in society, but what Black people produce against the ideologies of mainstream society, can still cost you your life or your career. And this is what I'm saying. It's the irony, right? The almost laughability of some of the responses I've seen from people is that we all know that we're going through this, right? We all know that Black people, especially Black men, have been in the media for these kinds of statements, right? But then we say, but they should somehow endure it. The university system's collapsing. It depends on adjunct labor. Tenure lines are shrinking. Tenure protections are shrinking. But we should somehow just stay. Why is that the only alternative? So I think the move represents something. My hope is that the move at least gives some younger scholars an option to know that we can do good thought, in other places in the world, that Black thought is not only valuable in one geography, but at the same time, I think that it puts us in a weird position, because this is what I mean when I say that we have to change the way we think. Why are Black thinkers not thought of to be world leaders and intellectuals? Why do we only think, especially in America, that the Black condition only deals with Black America, that has no kind of resonance with anyone else in the world? This is part of our assumptions, and it's something that is an assumption that I don't share, which is when I said after that year of not getting the positions that I wanted, that I thought, one or two I thought I deserved or was the best candidate for, well, let me try Europe, let me try Canada. And I've had a much warmer reception in Canada, talking about the rape and brutality of Black men, and in the UK, in Brighton, places like that, talking about these issues that I get in the United States. I don't get booed by Jewish scholars and Holocaust scholars. I don't get booed by African scholars, right? I get booed by Black feminists. I get attacked by white liberals who are offended about using critical race theory and an anti-colonial lens to dissect some of these concepts. So I thought it was the right move personally, and in terms of my career.
Well, Dr. Tommy Curry, not only do I thank you again for taking the time to talk with us again more about your work and sharing that story, but more particular and specific to that story, that I think particularly those who are not familiar with academia, and even some who are often misguided as to what can and cannot be done, specifically in and around HBCUs.
Absolutely. HBCUs have a tremendous opportunity. I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt you.
No, go ahead. Keep going. Finish that.
No, I think HBCUs have a tremendous opportunity, especially during this time, to do some groundbreaking work, right? But at the same time, I think that we have to, as Black people, we have to really talk about the intellectual political conservatism that a lot of these institutions have. Because what we've done is it's become kind of a dichotomous logic. Either you support or you don't support HBCUs. And there's a much broader conversation to be had. I'm being very honest, if an HBCU would offer me an endowed or distinguished professorship or chair, right, that would have been one of my first things, because I want to stay around and study Black people. But unfortunately, many of the people who are research driven, right, many of the Black scholars that are research driven don't see HBCUs as a possible landing spot for them, because so much of the interactions we have with HBCUs has been largely conservative and negative. Right. And I don't mean negative in the sense like, oh, well, we don't like your work. It's negative that we don't want this conversation here. Right. And I think that that's a tremendous opportunity that we're losing, because there's so many young Black people coming out of grad school that need good jobs and good positions. I see no reason why HBCUs can't be one of those venues. But it means committing to research and paying people the same types of things that they would get, right, if they went to white institutions. And we have to address that at some point.
I hope so. And I hope that your example is another reminder of what can.
All right. So we're going to hop over to Ask a Brother podcast. And not sure how long I'll be interested in watching this, but we'll get the wind of it. Who knows? It might actually be interesting. He doesn't know why what?
All right, y'all. Welcome back. So real quick, if you have not done so, make sure that you check out our store. As you see in the back, we have the Make a Masculinity Great Again hat. We have the same for Make Femininity Great Again hats and sweatshirts and hoodies as well. This stuff is not going to be staying too much longer as we get ready for the holidays, because I'm going to have some holiday colors and themes and different items that are up. So make sure, if you haven't, feel free to check out our merchandise. Leading up until Black Friday, I think we're going to kind of leave it then, and then we're probably going to start swapping out stuff as well. So real quick, men's groups. If you haven't, make sure that you check out our men's group. It is $75 for the month. So per week, we meet on Tuesdays at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we've been loving it so far. We're actually currently working through the 12 Rules of Life from Dr. Jordan Peterson. We're currently in chapter 3. And me and the guys were just saying this was one of the best chapters we've read in the book in quite some time, and absolutely loved it. And we're working together as we strive to work on self-improvement. And we were just talking about when we're going to be planning potentially our men's retreat later, some point next year. And there's already potential discussion that it may potentially be in Jamaica. So I will stay tuned for that. But guess what? When I announce it, the first people who are going to is definitely going to be capped. We're not going to allow every single guy to be able to sign up for it. We're going to start with the people who are coming into the group to get first dibs of the seats. And then after that, I'll announce it and post the links. And then once it's filled, it's filled. So the one way to kind of stand out is definitely to make sure that you kind of check out our men's group and see if it's something that potentially can be helpful and beneficial to you as well. All right, y'all. So, and then last but not least, for everybody so last time I made the announcement 3 minutes ago, we were at about 50 people. Now we're at 107 people. So if you're new and you've come in the last 3 minutes, make sure that you like the video. Make sure that you subscribe if you haven't done so. Feel free to become a member if you feel free. It's $2.99 to become a member. And most importantly, if you feel free to donate tonight, if you feel like we are cooking in the conversation, if you feel like tonight's next guest is going to be cooking, $2, $3 donations, whatever it is that you could afford, greatly appreciate it. If you do not want to give through YouTube, there's other ways that you can donate. Of course, I believe it's through Cash App, PayPal, and I believe YouTube as well. Those are typically the options, more or less. Listen, y'all, let's get all that stuff out the way, because I know y'all all ain't tuning in for me. I know that there's really a much more important reason, a much more important person that you all are tuning in for. So I am hyped. I am excited nonetheless, and I am absolutely honored for this moment for sure. So without further ado, our next guest is a professor of Africana Studies, a prolific scholar, author, and developer of the concept of Black masculinism. He is one of the key individuals that built the foundation of Black male studies and challenging stereotypes about males and masculinity. While working alongside titans in their profession like BGS, Dennis Sperling, and many others, he have developed one of the most comprehensive political agendas on the behalf of both Black men and men in general in 2024. I will just say this, y'all. If you don't know this brother, you will soon realize there's a reason for why I'm so excited and why so many people and so many comments over the last.
Wait, did he say that Hassan Johnson was a pioneer in the field of Black male studies? Let me replay
I will just say this, y'all. If you don't know this brother, you will soon realize there's a reason for why I'm so excited and why so many people and so many comments over the last few months have said you got to get this brother on. Please help me welcome Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. What's going on, sir?
Okay. Enjoy where you're going. I enjoy what your channel is doing, and I'm looking forward to seeing where it heads from here. So.
Listen, I appreciate this for sure, and I'm super excited. So real quick, y'all, because I'm going to be focusing so much on our conversation, and a lot of y'all telling me to focus to make sure I'm listening. I'm always listening, but y'all want me to make sure I'm really, really listening. I'm going to keep an eyeball out for the super chat. So the same person that just now, the super chats or the comments, and I'm going to try to prioritize to read in between our conversations. And over time, I may casually see other people's comments, but there's already 50 comments, and I've only been running this for 10 minutes. So it's not that I'm ignoring everybody. I just want to be more present in the conversation and kind of let it flow for sure. Doctor, why don't you let everybody know a little bit about your background in terms of education and how you kind of were started to see as like one of the main faces of the studying of masculinity and specifically Black masculinism.
Oh, and don't be shy about hitting the link. I'm sure I'll have
bachelor's,
comments.
in Africana Studies and Philosophy out of Cal State Dominguez Hills, master's in African American Studies, Temple University, doctorate in Cultural Studies out of Claremont Graduate University. And I've been teaching here at Fresno State for 17 years. I've been teaching university level for 27. I started teaching university level at 21 years old. So, it started out pretty young. So it's almost 30 years as far as that. But I didn't actually start focusing on Black males in my research until after I got to Fresno State. And, prior to that, I'd only pretty much been introduced to Black feminism as far as gender was concerned. So it wasn't until after that I started doing that research and really discovering what wasn't said about Black males. So that went on for a number of years. And then I ran into Dr. Tommy Curry, and we have a small cadre of brothers that, helped kind of formulate Black male studies. And Tommy kicked it all off with the Man Not. And we've all just been working to build from there. So there's a small group of a growing number of Black male scholars that have been coming up, getting doctorates in writing, putting out books. And, that's the work we've been doing. So that's probably been, I think I met Tommy maybe 11, 12 years ago, something like that. So we've been kicking it off from there. So, that's kind of how it's been, how it started, and it's kind of where it's going. But a lot of it was really just on the ground. I mean, I started teaching a Black male studies class before we had that terminology here at Fresno State. And I mainly was doing it because I saw how Black males were being treated. I saw they didn't have much support, particularly here at Fresno. And I've told this story before, but the very first day that I taught the class, I hadn't even walked into the room yet. There was a military recruiter and there was a police detective at the front door waiting for me. And I didn't even know who was taking my class yet. Hadn't opened the door, had no idea who was sitting in there. The military recruiter wanted to, before I even gave my first lecture, he wanted to take the stage to invite some of my students to join the military and leave college. And the other guy was looking for a brother who was accused of knocking over a liquor store. And he wanted me to go in and point him out. Now, the reason I'm saying that is because it framed why Black male studies was so necessary. Because even in regard to how the public engaged us, the way they saw us was either somebody that needs to be, in the military or somebody that needs to go to jail. That was before the first lecture was given. That was before I could even look at the students in my class. So that was the context for what really started to get me into this. Made me want to push more.
Wow. That makes sense. And in hindsight, a lot of the guys that we're thinking of, like you, Dr. Tommy Curry, and others, we didn't realize the need for this until you guys actually put it out there, because we were all experiencing something when we grew up in certain environments in our home. We didn't realize what was actually happening to boys and men, especially to like Black boys and men. It was just what everybody was kind of used to. And I'm sure as we dive into it and we kind of get to the gist of what those nuances were, it'll start to flesh out more for the audience what it is that why this was such an important thing to actually create a study out of. Recently, a lot more people over the last month or two have been talking so much about a woman by the name of Helen Andrews. Right? And she did an essay or essay rather, and she spoke, and it was on the great feminization of Western civilization.
Right.
I was extremely impressed with how nuanced and in-depth she was about it, and how she was able to scale it and track what it did and how it changed and morphed over time. What were your initial thoughts about her, the great feminization of Western civilization presentation? Like, what do you think about it? What did she get right? Just overall, what was your opinion about it?
Well, my first thought, I was surprised. I mean, I'm like, this is a conservative white woman, and they're kicking. I mean, because it's more than her. I mean, there were some white women scholars I ran into last year on YouTube that have done some work, and they were talking about feminization in the academy and whatnot, and they were as critical as she. I think hers was more general. They were more specific to the academy, but I was still blown away that this conversation is coming out of women on the right. I didn't see any of that coming. It really kind of blindsided me. And the nature of the critique was sound, addressing the shift in the culture in institutions to practices that are more accessible and practiced more so by women. I didn't expect that at all. I was blown away by it. But after the initial kind of shock from it, when I thought about it, I said, well, as far as Black men are concerned, we're the canaries in the mine on this. You know what I mean? In terms of the Black community, we've dealt with feminization much longer in a different kind of way. So, I wanted to, in my last show, just really start off and have a conversation about how much I appreciate where feminization is going as a critique, as a means of analyzing what's going on in everything from the job market to workplace climate to politics and so on and so forth. But there's always a unique kind of shift in the Black community from the larger mainstream, because we kind of run into things differently. We have a different history, we have a different narrative. And so I kind of always want to maintain how we were introduced to these ideas. So whereas you have white folk who are really starting to examine this question of feminization within the last 5 years, in terms of how Helen Andrews framed it, we can talk about it going back to the 1970s and 80s in popular media. We can talk about it in terms of the workplace and the schools. We can talk about graduation rates, graduate school. We can there's so many different areas where we can have this conversation where, as you said earlier, I saw these things, but I didn't really have a frame of reference for what I was seeing. I just saw them. I just experienced them. There's, like, for example, just off the cuff, there's been no college campus I've been to, as far as Black students and faculty are concerned, where I've seen more men than women. Not one. I never thought about that. I just went to school.
Yeah. At least, would you say in the last 20, 30 years? Probably.
About the last 30. Yeah. I started college in 92. Everywhere I saw it was more, but I didn't even process that at the time. I really came to that in retrospect when I thought about it, but I just accepted what I saw and I left it at that. I had no idea about what the implications of that were and how that even affected, college professors in terms of Black men and Black women and how that would play out. So these kinds of things she's pointing to as far as feminization is concerned, for a lot of us, it's going to be a lot of retrospection that needs to kind of take place. We're going to have to go back and recount, because for us, it's been something we can acknowledge for much longer than some of these other groups. And so, and that doesn't necessarily have to, kick off any negativity. It's just acknowledging what is. And so I think Andrews kind of opened a door to a conversation that we were touching on in these Black spaces on YouTube, but I think she kind of framed it on a larger scale, and that allows us to kind of open that discussion up.
I appreciate that. Now, you had mentioned earlier that you felt like Black boys and men were experiencing this great feminization of a particular culture.
Okay, this is absolutely stupid. The emasculation started being a slave, being a man, having your freedom robbed from you. The Black community in the United States has never not been feminized, or emasculated would probably be a better word. This is going to be problematic. I can already tell.
Society earlier. What examples can you give to kind of explain, especially for those who are hearing the whole great feminization of Western civilization? They're probably hearing this for the first time. Like they may have heard about like gender wars. They may have heard about like men and women not getting along and the divorce rates. But from starting with the Black community, and then we can kind of extrapolate or go to like the general population. What did you note of examples of what Black boys and men were experiencing in terms of the feminization of the culture?
Well, a lot of it started with the exclusion of Black boys, for example. I'll give you an example. Matter of fact, in the comment section of my last video, there's a brother that gets in there and he says, I have a young son, and I was trying to find books, children's books for my son. He said, I couldn't find any, but every one I did find were targeted for girls. Right? I've had other fathers, and I went through this when my son was young, looking for everything from after-school programs to programs designed for Black boys. Overwhelmingly of the programs we found, they were targeted for girls. these are the kinds of low-level things we started to kind of notice, right? If you talk about the pedagogy in the K through 12 classroom, much of it, and this is, across race, much of it is fixated on defining the ideal student really as female. It's not targeted for boys. And so you kind of see how the impact has been. If you look at the graduation rates in the last 10 to 20 years, they're overwhelmingly more female than male, especially when you talk about those who are going into higher education as far as college is concerned. So you see these trends in different spaces. One of my main areas has been media analysis. And that started out because I was just teaching about stereotypes, and it was something I was drawn to. And as an 80s latchkey kid, my sister and I, all we did was watch movies. Mm-hmm. Again, it wasn't until retrospect that I started to really pay attention to what I'd grown up watching. But in this kind of framework from the 1980s onward, you talk about Black men and women and the narratives and experiences and even complaints that we have about everything from dating to marriage to so on and so forth. Black men really didn't have a platform on the same kind of scale that we saw happen with women. I mean, we had hip hop, we had comedy, they had Steven Spielberg directed movies. I mean, it was a global stage for a visual narrative about the experiences of Black women. You didn't see that same kind of access for Black men. Much of the time, we had to wait for Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy, somebody else to say something that we kind of could have aligned with, but we didn't have a platform on that scale that we could really speak to. So there's so many different areas where you start to see this, but pulling them together wasn't the easiest thing to do because despite experiencing it, I really hadn't thought about it. If you think about whether or not you've ever had a Black male studies course, let alone degree, for those of you who went to college, it's not something you normally saw, right? You saw women's studies, you saw Africana studies, which in many ways is kind of overwhelmed in some respects with Black feminism. You really didn't see a framework for Black male studies. This is why it had to be introduced and created. The belief was anything that was happening in Africana studies, for example, or Black studies outside of Black feminism was somehow considered masculine and whatnot. But it really wasn't. And when you really start to go through, particularly The Man Not, with Tommy Curry's book, you really start to see what conversation has not been happening about Black males. That's when you first begin to really pay attention to it and see what's been missing. So, so that kind of focus is outside the discussion. So those are just some examples. If you want to talk about the percentage of male teachers versus female teachers from kindergarten through graduate school, what the differences are there in terms of that. And of course, especially in the Black world, the Black Academy, those are some of the differences we notice as well. So these kinds of differences in terms of whose narratives, whose voices are where, how they're acknowledged, what frame they're in, and who predominates in physical numbers in some of these spaces, it varies. But much of the time, you notice in retrospect how, especially the higher up you go, you tend to be the only male in the room, or at least that was the experience I had, and many of my cohort colleagues had the same kinds of experiences in the places they were in. And to this day, I still get Black males finishing doctorates, working on doctorates at various stages of it. I think I'm sitting on about 5 or 6 different doctoral committees. I got one Thursday who's actually defending, but I'm on about 5 or 6 of them. Because these males are looking to deal with Black males in their research, but they're being attacked, sometimes by their own committee, sometimes by their own committee chair, because for the most part, it's Black feminists that are the only ones there, and they're, kind of dealt with in a very hostile fashion, and they're looking for ideological support, and, academic support, intellectual support, so that they can rationalize doing the work they want to do without being kicked out. And I've had a few of them experience that as well. But just trying to find resources, not only on Black men, but Black male scholars willing to talk about Black male studies, there's a dearth of that aspect as far as that's concerned. So, we could talk about, we can identify areas if you'd like, but
yeah. Well, you know what? Let's start with, you mentioned education and the overwhelming percentage of teachers being women or female. A lot of ladies, and even some men that may side with the ladies, that think that, well, what's the issue with that? Like, people get to choose what profession they want to take, and they became teachers. So what's the issue of having such a heavy percentage of overwhelming majority of teachers being women, what could possibly be an issue?
Well, the people that predominate in a given space tend to set the culture, and this is what Helen Andrews was speaking to, really. And she was talking about, when women predominate in a certain space and they enact a culture that is gynofocal, and that becomes the standard for how things happen, it can become in and of itself alienating for men, right? So if you go back to teaching, if the majority of the teachers, especially, the lower grades you go from kindergarten upward, are female, then the culture tends to, especially the pedagogy, tends to respond in that way, tends to function in that way. And boys find that their rates of punishment go up. Detention, expulsion, these kinds of things tend to go up. And then, of course, when you start talking about medication, when you start talking about treatment for behavior, you notice that those things tend to go up as well. Very different if you go to Nation of Islam schools where they have male teachers and male classes, for example, very different response to the students, that whole kind of thing. So the people in the room tend to set the culture of the environment, and the culture of the environment more than often.
I have to say, I don't quite get it. Men and women teachers if the goal is to get more men into teaching, that's not rocket science. You get more men into teaching by increasing salaries, basically. I don't understand why this is so difficult. Women, in my experience, I literally didn't have male teachers, and I had one male science teacher in eighth grade, I think 7th and 8th grade, in 8 years of schooling, and then I had a bunch because I went to an all boys high school. Women have always, especially in the Black community, have traditionally K through 12 teachers have traditionally been Black women in the Black community. I don't understand why they even talk about feminization in K through 12, because it's always been feminine. There's some problems with this argument, and it really doesn't matter. I understand the expulsion rates and all this stuff, but the problem isn't the teachers. The problem is the parenting.
Tends to benefit those that reflect the people in the room, and it operates very differently for those outside of that. So that tends to be part of the issue. And, as far as who's in the room, who gets affected, who gets to say what, who gets honored, who gets cherished, who gets punished, who gets dismissed. And we've seen this across race. I mean, we've seen the study a couple of years ago where they actually tracked the eye movements of teachers in K through 12 classrooms, K through 6, I believe, and they were looking at which people they pay the most attention to, which children, and it tended to be Black children, especially Black male children, right? But these were coming from mostly white female teachers, and so you see in the dynamic of who, and that was
that phenomenon has been known.
Right? You see who they acknowledge as
what's
a problem,
her name in the baby doll
as those who are doing well.
Again, no new ground
with
covered
my own
here.
son growing up, in these environments. So the people in the room have a great deal of impact on who gets to do well, who gets to excel, and who doesn't. And that becomes a conversation unto itself. The other part of the problem is, and this is coming from many of the young male teachers I've dealt with, I too had this experience when I was teaching K through 12 in the 1990s. Often the culture can be very hostile to Black men moving into teaching in a predominantly female space. One of the things we noticed is that the first things that would happen is they would often take the most challenging male students and put them all in the same room with whoever the male teacher is coming in. Many of us had these kind of experiences. You had difficulty getting support. You had difficulty, enacting programs and ideas you might have to help with the kids. But they kind of, if you were a male teacher coming in, they'd send you all the male students that were a problem, and then just kind of leave you to your own devices to deal with it, whether you were trained for that or not. And of course, the burnout level would be extremely high. But the most difficulty the Black male teachers I've associated with had wasn't necessarily with the kids. It was with the kind of limitation of the administration and even the other teachers on being able to expand on what's happening in the classroom and how they could take it to another level. So I'm bringing that up to say it's not just that the culture is influenced by the people there, but it can also be hostile. to those that aren't part of that culture, that aren't part of that demographic and that's largely in position. And Black male teachers experience this even at Black schools with predominantly Black female teachers. And they talk about this at length in my spaces. And they've been doing that for,
gang,
the last.
Was this a sweater you wore to work? Maybe
8 or so years, about how, the climate is hostile to, not only themselves, but the ideas they have about how they can help Black male children.
And I hope you wore Italian.
I noticed it
Italian
even at Fresno
loafers.
State. We had those kind of situations happen when I first got there. We set up programs to help the kids. The majority of the faculty involved in those programs, just because of who was there in numbers, were Black women. And the response from that, as far as the students, is when you started to go to events, when you started to go to programs, it was overwhelmingly Black female students that were being drawn in, because they were being drawn in by Black female staff and Black female faculty. I had to create a separate program just to get the males, because they felt isolated, they felt excluded, they felt left out, and they felt like nobody was even bothering to talk to them. So in other words, the women faculty were looking for women students. It hadn't dawned on them to go get the male students. They operated with what they were familiar with, and that was their focus. So the male students were just outside. So I had to go get them and bring them in and actually deal with them. And that, for them, was often the first time that a faculty person took interest in them, and directly went to go get them and saw the value in their presence. But a lot of young Black male students experienced that as well, from kindergarten through college. So demographics play a huge role.
Yeah, and this person, said, Rashad Walker, said this is what's not brought up when women say we need more male teachers. They don't think about the environment of what the female staff and faculty creates for those male teachers. It's not just about we need the male teachers to help with these young boys and students. It's also about, well, he's going to view the level of threat very differently when it comes to boys' behaviors, even outward behaviors, than many of the ladies will, where it's almost like he may potentially be more primed to be able to deal with it, be more patient with it, come up with other alternatives of how to address the behavior. Whereas a lot of ladies are kind of skewed with, once they feel something that feels a little threatening, their initial impulse is expulsion, is suspensions, is disciplinary. And like you mentioned, Dr. Umar would mention this as well, about when you move in that direction, and now the kid starts to be seen, especially from the mental health psychology side, as a problem. Now you're getting diagnosed with things, oppositional defiant disorder, ADHD. Oh, now we have to separate them into another class. We have to get them on meds. If the kid doesn't want to be in a smaller class, if the kid's now surrounded by other kids who are also causing issues, now starts the school to prison pipeline.
Yeah, you definitely see that. And at the same time, we can point out these same dynamics within the family. One of the things I've been talking about for some years now is what I call the gynecontestal family structure in the Black community. And that's basically female-headed households, even within the same family, like where family is kind of like a satellite. You got the grandmother, who's the matriarch of the family, her daughters, having their own households where they are in charge of their households. And what you see in those spaces are boys that are expected, of course, to follow and do what they're told and so on and so forth. But the idea is that you still have this predominantly female-led space in terms of these environments within these households. And so it's not that as a Black male teacher, you're coming to an all-female space, say, as a teacher, and that's the first time you've been introduced to it. Most of us, many of us, I should say, grew up in spaces like that within our own families. And we saw how that dynamic worked out already. And some of the same complaints that teachers have, Black male teachers have in these spaces, are some of the complaints young men have in their own family structures. But these are the kind of dynamics that we're starting to create vocabulary for, to make sense of our experiences. And that's one of the things that I think is useful and helpful, so that we can actually begin to make sense of it and come up with various solutions that meet our needs.
And not only in the education space, because I sensed it in the education space, but on the psychology side. Whereas I, got into my graduate program and we're starting to be exposed and being exploring different things, I started to notice something about almost like a forced consensus on certain things. And for those who aren't really aware of what I mean by forced consensus, it was like, well, whatever the prevailing ideology or thought or new thing that we have to accept, if it's particularly and especially if you were a man in those spaces, talking about or questioning these things when and Helen Andrews kind of mentioned this about how a lot of the ladies who operate in these spaces that are heavily dominated by women and heavily feminized, they're big on group consensus. They're big on groupthink. And the people who question things or challenge certain narratives, they see them as almost like a threat. So when you're a man and a black man, or even a white man, when you're a man challenging these norms or questioning some of the things that we're just accepting, whether it's in education or psychology, now you're being ostracized. Now you're a problem. That's when the complaints start, right? So I remember when I was going through some of your stuff, some of your videos and whatnot, I distinctly remember you noticing how when you would present information about women's perspectives on things, no pushback, no issue. But the moment you even would start to highlight things about men or males' issues, especially in throughout society and culture, it was just doing that, just acknowledging that those inequities and inequality existed was like a problem.
Oh yeah.
Tell me more about that.
Well, that actually came from a class I taught at the Claremont colleges. So I had been at Fresno State for a while, and every now and again I would go back and teach a course at Claremont, especially if the chair of the department there, who I had a great deal of respect for, if she needed, some extra teachers. So I'd go back, I'd commute. Once a week, I'd go teach a class. So this particular class was an intro to Africana Studies course. And when I teach that course, I cover, basically give students a sampling of Africana Studies, everything in it that I can get my hands on, just to give them a taste so they can decide if they want to major. When I get to gender, I always start with Black feminism, and then I go to womanism, because those are two different things, or at least it used to be. But anyway, and then the third thing, I didn't have a name for yet. I had just started to delve into Black males. And I think at the time I was kind of referring to the treatment of Black males as.
What's going on, MOT?
I can't stand this fucking guy. but at the end of the day, he doesn't care about the treatment of Black men. He took down on this content, and so did every other PhD. They took down all of their fucking content when it came to the election. They all
right.
And if you're proud of your work, why would you take your content down?
Well, before this, we were watching an interview Tommy Curry did. It was audio only. An interview Tommy Curry did with Jared Ball. He's one of the co-founders of Black Liberation Media.
Oh,
and
I can't stand that dude. I mean, like most of these
Tommy Curry.
No, not Tommy Curry. Like these, like. Do you know what Black Liberation Media's content has been since the fucking election? Everything but
I
fucking
used
politics.
to watch their morning show probably for a year, maybe even 2 years. I watched their morning show.
Yeah.
They've I have not watched them since they changed their name. It used to be Black Power Media. Now it's Black Liberation Media. So
yeah, there was a dust up between some people within that group. And
is that
that's
right?
when they changed their name. Yes, I remember that.
I didn't realize that.
Yes, they kind of broke up or broke apart, and that's when they changed the name because the person who broke away, the name belonged to them, so they kind of separated from that.
Do you know who it was who broke away?
No, I just remember when it did happen specifically, but I don't know who broke away.
Yeah, I stopped watching. Actually, for no particular reason, they just started getting kind of repetitive. So, and I'm not really
dodging
a Black
real
radical.
issues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the guy, I can't think of his name. It would take me a minute to think of his name. The guy who's the lawyer, he was kind of light skinned. He was a lawyer, and he was actually out there. He was out there on the line. This whole Cop City thing in Atlanta, he was knee deep into that, and he'd even been on NPR, and I think he was on CNN. He was on some of the major networks because his group literally was out protesting. So
yes,
at least he was out there. I guarantee you it was the lawyer who had the foresight to to own the name.
Yes.
I cannot think of his name. His first name begins with a K. I'd have to go back and look it up. But anyway, I was listening to Tommy Curry, and I didn't realize that, you know, one of the issues he had was with the far right. Apparently, you know, his stand on black people and gun ownership and, you know, defending, you know, property rubbed a bunch of people on the right and the left the wrong way. But,
yeah, I mean, and this is why gun ownership shouldn't be something that you should never be talking about in front of people anyway, because that's always going to be the actual thing, is that they don't want you owning no motherfucking firearms, bro. They never want that shit. And a lot of people don't understand that the NRA itself kind of got started by, you know, telling people to own weapons and firearms, and then it kind of morphed into, you know, scaring the shit out of white people and getting them to purchase firearms because it's, you know, yada yada black motherfucker who's gonna come through, and then they start running the score up with Democrats gonna take your guns. That type of stupid shit happened for a while.
well, the way I understand it is at one point way back in the day, the NRA was adverse to the right, and
Yes,
that
it was.
changed in the Reagan era.
Yes, I mean, because they was about black people arm the fuck up, use your Second Amendment rights against these people, and but overall, their message is pretty much the same. You know, they're just Second Amendment, you know, homosexual, you know, extremists, and you know, they wanted blind people to have guns, they wanted deaf people to have guns. It's just that that's what their actual message is. I mean, I understand that, but when it came to like Philando Castile and Tamir Rice, motherfuckers get mad quiet about them gun rights shit when it comes to black people. So that's why I'm like, man, fuck the NRA. You know, because at that point, because I was a NRA member for, well, you know, you're in the military, you know, you're part of a bunch of right wing shit that you don't know about until you get the fuck out, and then you realize, oh shit, them motherfuckers talking about me not having no rights. Period. I mean, because like, you know, no, you're in that military bubble, and you know, you kind of treated like an honorary white as long as you don't ask too many questions. You know,
Right.
realistic questions. And in the military, you know, they pretty much shield you from asking realistic questions anyway. But like after the 2000 election is when like the shit fell out for me. And I'm like, wait a minute.
Well, you know, I was actually kind of lucky in the military. The captain that I served under the longest was more or less a liberal. You know, I mean, as liberal as you can be in the Navy. I mean, you know, he had his he had his his Washington Post delivered to the ship every morning. So you know, I was kind of lucky. To be honest, the only politics I ever talked was like in something we call the bullshit palace. This friend of mine that I told you about, that we've been years for decades now, because he tends to be, you know, fairly right wing, and me being me, you know, we used to go back and forth, but it was really just, you know, sitting around bullshitting until our bosses left. Because you have to leave in a higher, you know, the captain leaves first, and then it just kind of goes from there. Your boss has to leave before you leave. But in any case, it never really got real political in my short 5-year career. So I was kind of lucky.
Yeah, I mean, but like the political thing, like for us, like in Denver, if you can believe it, it's nothing but right wing talk radio. As much of a left wing place as it is, there's nothing but right wing talk radio up and down, up and down the AM dial and up and down the FM dial. I mean, you know, we had that time period of balanced budgets and not fucking investing in shit. We used to have that. We used to have that balanced budget shit in place, and you couldn't really invest in things until people just woke the fuck up and one day just decided to get trained in the Denver metro area and then move their ass out to the middle of nowhere. Because you can run your left wing politics all you want to out in the middle of nowhere. You just better make sure there ain't no fucking black people out there, so that way they can leverage that talking point away from you. But yeah, But that's how that kind of worked out there. You know, everybody came for their training in a different metro area, then they just left out. You know, obviously people with
Right.
money, you know, did that
Right.
shit. And that's kind of the way that it was. It's just that, you know, if people were more political, they would get more results out of the process that they're trying to avoid. They don't understand that everything is part of this political system that you desperately need to participate in, and you desperately
You
need
know,
to understand how it works.
I honestly can't understand. You know, you would think after the civil rights movement that, you know, everybody would be political somehow or another. Um, well, minus my parents, you know, they weren't like running for office or anything, but you know, we just happened to have had a childhood friend of my mother's. Her husband was running for county commissioner or something like that. And I remember turning 18 a couple months before graduation from high school. And my father was like, "Oh, let's go. Let's, you know, let's get registered," you know. So that's about as political as it ever got. But I'm just shocked that Black people aren't more political these days.
No, I
Somehow or
mean,
another,
they
from the
want to disconnect from
70s
the
to now.
process until it gets perfect, and then they want to come in. You know, they're like a fair weather Democrat. You know, when shit's going good, everybody's a Democrat, but the moment shit ain't really going good, and then they're kind of middle of the road or Republican, but they still live in liberal areas. And
Right.
like in the Denver metro area, the more you did for Black people, the less they fucking showed the fuck up.
Really?
So yes, and it's like, you know, we have like free busing, free fucking light rail, all that kind of shit for like if you are in school or if you're going to get a job that they don't have
Yeah.
for other
Yeah.
people, and they don't know
Yeah.
that that's what it is. But it's like you can word legislation so that way people think they're getting shit out of it when they actually ain't getting shit out of it. I learned that,
Hmm.
you know, trick and lesson, you know, writing, you know, standard operating procedures for the military, that, you know,
Hmm.
how to fucking word shit to where people think they're getting some shit and it turns out it ain't even for them, it's for other people. So
Right.
I learned how to write legislation and all that kind of other stuff. But it's kind of like the Denver metro area do not allow you to be Tia Son Johnson level of full of shit, like claiming that you're middle of the road and coming up with an 18-point policy plan and then scrubbing the internet of the shit the moment the election's over with. Even though you
Right.
tried to claim like the Democrats wasn't gonna do shit for you, she came out with a blackmail agenda plan. She did, and the whole ministry ignored it.
Yeah.
Like, and you have to, and you have to understand, TSI has kids. Like like most of these PhDs, they have kids, but they come to the
Well, what do you
manosphere.
mean? You mean, I mean, when you say kids, like,
Children. Yeah, he has
well,
children. He has
yeah,
son.
but I mean, I guess I have to ask the question: is he a baby daddy?
No, his wife died.
Okay.
He's widow. He's widowed.
Okay.
However, he doesn't teach his son this manosphere shit that he's trying to teach these other people who have kids in this
Interesting.
space. Yes. So all of
Really?
these people have children, but they don't bring their kids around this manosphere shit. Like this whole thing is a grift on Black men and Black men only. Like when he came out with his blackmail agenda, he did the same shit that Ice Cube did, point for point. He went, he created a
Hmm.
policy proposal a bunch in front of a bunch of dumb niggas who didn't know anything about politics. So he was exploiting Black men's representation without participation piece, but he only
Hmm.
did it when Democrats were in charge. Now, once the Republicans got in charge, there was no more talking about politics because we know he wasn't going to take any of that shit to the Republican Party, and he still hasn't. Because the only thing he's done since the fucking election was do movie reviews. Yeah, we haven't talked about that 18, 19-point agenda since then. They haven't done that shit. They're doing like interviews with this bullshit artist on the screen on the left right there, you know, trying to fucking build his audience and platform off of these dumb niggas or whatever. But at the end of the day, these problems still gonna be here. These people did not come to fix any of these problems. They came here to leave all these problems in place. These problems is how they got their voice. There is no way that they're about to get rid of their voice by fixing anything. It's not even a
Right.
requirement to fix anything.
Oh no. Well, let's get back to this.
Yeah, sure.
Gendered racism, but I didn't know how to frame it. It was still very early. And so when I was teaching it, I decided this was going to be a class where I was going to try and introduce this area that I'm researching. So we did the feminist component, the Black feminist component. They loved it because that's how they were trained. It was majority Black females in the class.
Mm-hmm.
Might have been 25, 30 students. I'd say 20 of them out of 30 were Black women, right? So they loved that. When I got to the womanism part, I had a colleague of mine, give the lecture, and it was a woman. So, I knew if I gave it, it would have been a problem. Yep. So I said, okay, I let her do it. And because it varied from feminism, they didn't like it. But because it was a Black woman who was teaching it, they kind of begrudgingly accepted it. But I didn't have a framework. I hadn't come to Black masculinism. There was no Black male studies yet. So at the time, I just had slides, PowerPoint slides with stats and charts on them, right? Black male homelessness, Black male suicide, Black male life expectancy, Black male cancer rates, Black
all
male
grift.
HIV
all
rates, Black male police homicide rates. I would just
all grift.
Images. Data. That's it. I didn't even say anything. I just would show them, and they would, they knew they were supposed to take notes. What I found is the women got more and more offended. By the next class, they had gone to the dean and complained that they felt physically threatened in my course. And they felt like I might do something to them, right? Because of this. And that was it. The complaints came about just from me showing data. So it wasn't like I went into, my book or my publications or none of that even existed yet. These were I was just seeing, these issues that I didn't see. Look, I mean, I did what, 3-4 degrees. Nobody in any of the classes I'd ever taken from 1992 to 2007, bachelor's degree to doctorate, nobody had talked about these issues pertaining to Black men. And as I found more of them, I'm like,
let's stop right here.
Let's
stop right here. Again, he's have a degree and he's exploiting his educational position to kind of center himself as like the king of Black male victimhood. Now, he doesn't provide any solutions at all. Like, the solutions is get your fucking shit together and leave these women the fuck alone. That's the solution. But the victimism of trying to be like the arbiter of all Black male things, because a lot of Black men think emotionally and shit, and they think that people having pity on them is somehow going to work for them. It doesn't work. At the end of the day, you have to get out here and compete. Calling himself a masculinist, dude, you got some balls being weighing like 500 pounds and calling yourself a masculinist. Nigga, bro, that takes some fucking balls to fucking come out here and consider yourself the arbiter of Black masculinity. Like, Arnold Schwarzenegger never called himself a masculinist. No accomplished man would call himself a masculinist, right? But at the end of the day, all of this shit is about victimhood. And look, are these issues a problem? Yes. But you can't write about these issues and then not be part of a political party when it comes to changing these issues. This guy is a middle of the road guy, a third party guy in California of all places. If there's a place where you're going to get some liberal shit passed, it's California. But I'll talk to multiple people locally. They ain't never heard of no T.S. Johnson. And now that they know who the fuck he is, they can't wait for him to come around so that way they can throw his ass out their fucking school. Because
he doesn't strike me. He strikes me as more of a right winger. Just the ways most of these guys are right wing.
Yeah, what they are is they're anti-Black progress kind of right wingers. They're not for the getting out and doing shit to change anything in society. They're kind of like, woe is me, shit is fucked up, don't do anything, the women are too powerful, don't do anything different. Because there's no solutions here. We know all those things are a problem, right?
I was actually, talking about me growing up. I mean, in Savannah, Georgia, It's just the way it was. You didn't have a lot of black male teachers because, if anything, it was considered a woman's job.
Outside of
Teaching in the
coaches,
black,
no. Outside of
yeah,
coaches,
yeah,
no.
exactly. Yeah, I was saying the other night, the only now I went to a Catholic all boys school, so there were priests there, and didn't have a black priest. As a matter of fact, I've never had a black male teacher.
I had black male principals.
At least K through 12. Nope, never had a principal. Now my mother was a public school teacher. That's kind of a different story. There were black male principals. But what I was trying to say is, generally in the black community, specifically in Savannah,
Not at all,
Georgia,
man. I
70s,
can't think of
80s.
it. I can't think of it. I've never had a black male teacher. No.
Yeah, not in K through 12. Now I have in college, but
Oh yeah, college. Yeah.
but what I was saying is that having female teachers in K through 12, as far as I know, my personal experience, it's always been that way. It's not a new issue. And having, he talked about, the test where they track the eye movements of teachers in classrooms, and most of the eye movements were towards black kids and black male kids in particular. But that's not new science. I mean, we've known that for years, for decades, ever since what's her name in the baby doll test and the eye color test and all this sort of stuff.
Oh, that shit.
This isn't anything new. And I do think that we're kind of rehashing old ground here.
Yeah, and that's what I don't like about it, because this shit is not meant for increased understanding of anything.
I
It
agree with
isn't
that.
meant for you to take any action on anything, right? So it's like this. Why the fuck is a grown ass man having a fucking lecture on feminism for? What the fuck is that about? Like, I don't get when niggas start complaining about feminism. You know what you do? You go to the old country and go get you a woman like I did. Not hard. But the thing is, they want these specific women that are not going to be acting that way to act a certain way. And this shit's over.
Yeah, they want to force it, and then they want to wonder why, the women won't fuck with them.
Yeah, and it's like, they think that, look, I ain't shit. I don't have my shit together. I perfectly want to be under your feet. Now you want a nigga that got money. Shit, my fucking inventory of being a dumb nigga is ruined. And that's kind of where they at right now. Because they don't understand that it take money to have a family and shit. And they just kind of stop their actual growth pattern at, I'm going to be beneath this woman's foot. And since you won't accept me the way that I am, they kind of wasted their life. And I'm like, hey man, you got to leave that dude, those people, as a separate sect of black masculinity. You got to not let them dudes try to be the voice of black men, because the only thing they're going to do is spread victimhood.
Let me, something just popped into my head. One of the things that has interested me on some of these panels, and I have panels specifically in mind, but a lot of the people who get up on these panels and start talking about, these problems endlessly, and a lot of them are fucking smoking weed while they're complaining about it.
Oh, no shit.
I'm like,
no shit.
I'm like, it's really strange that you're up here talking about women and, they need to follow and you need to lead. Well, dude, you're fucking sitting here smoking weed while you do it. Now, what woman? Yeah, like what woman is what? Honestly, what woman is going to see you as marriage material with you up here complaining about women smoking weed? That you will not be taken seriously by a woman who's worth anything.
But here's the other part of it that doesn't make sense. They want a traditional woman, but they are not a traditional fucking man.
Boom. Yes. Yes.
They want to keep all the bells and whistles of being some fucking gigolo, but they want some fucking trad wife shit. And it's like, bro, no woman is just going to give up her fucking level of productivity in society to be under your broke ass fucking roof. It ain't gonna happen.
Right.
Especially when she can have, especially when she can just have the infinity dick and just fuck with bitch ass niggas. Like, why the fuck would she give up all that power just to come be under your roof and be broke and don't fucking work? And so that way y'all can barely make it. So that way you can have your idea of a black family, and she don't have her idea of a black family. And it's like the loudest mouths are the people with the least to fucking offer. And then they talk all that trad wife shit, and then right after they say that, no, they say after that, oh, we all need to come together. Like, why the fuck are we coming together when you're the person who primarily benefits off coming together?
Right.
Like, I don't believe in this come together shit. I'm like, look, once you produce some shit, come to the table with some shit other than some complaints and no bitches, then we'll start talking about how we split this shit open. But they have to understand most communities have a buy-in. Even at the bottom, there is a buy-in.
Right.
But they want the results of masculinity without putting in the work of masculinity. And the moment you start asking them about their outcomes or how they get to teach from outcomes, they always try to leverage, well, you know what, I fucked up everything, so I'm the perfect person to talk about where we need to go from here. Oh, nah, nigga. No fucking way should you be talking to anybody. But you have to understand that most of these people have bought into that because it doesn't require shit from them. The only thing they got to do is just sit up, put up a live stream, throw some super chat money in the kitty, and let these dudes talk them into not taking any action. Because these people have been here 10 years with no action, no policy proposal, staying in the same area, no sides picked, no understanding of how the political system works. Couldn't tell you when the last time they've been to an actual city council meeting. Don't even know who they're represented by. Again, they keep dodging all the responsibility of masculinity and expecting everybody else to do the work of it. And I'm like, nah.
Well, the other thing is, you know, I'm looking at T. Hassan here, look the part. You're right. You know, overweight and dreads. Yeah, we know you're in academia and all that sort of stuff, but you know, at least Tommy Curry like has a haircut. And I'm not, you know, I'm the worst person in the world to talk about a haircut. But the thing is that if you're going to talk about masculinity, you actually do have to look masculine.
To look the fucking part. You can't you can't be the trope of a black fat feminist and fucking start talking about masculinity. Like, you can't do that shit.
Complete with dreads.
Yes. What's the difference between Tia Son Johnson and those fucking dreads and some fucking woman with a whole bunch of weave in her hair talking about how much of a feminist she is and she don't need no fucking man? It's the same fucking argument. The same.
They
No
are
different.
definitely similar. So let's get back to it.
So when I just introduced this to the students, the response was hostility. This response was frustration. Now the male students were different. They were scratching their heads. They were shuffling in their seats like, you know, what is this? This is interesting. You know what I mean? But the women had a whole different posture. It was very much like, this is an offense that we're talking about black males. That was actually a quote from one of the students.
It was offensive just to talk about data about how black boys and men are affected in society.
The only way you were allowed or expected to talk about black males in courses like that was critically, in the sense that they were a problem for someone. They were a problem in society. They were a problem for Black women. You were allowed to talk about it in those lines. And I actually did that early on when I first started teaching
Are
Black
you
male
fucking
studies in
crazy?
general.
Like, dude,
I don't
nobody
think
would
I can call
tolerate
it
that
that. When I
shit in an
started
actual
teaching,
academic setting. No one would tolerate that shit in an academic setting. The only way you can discuss Black men is by calling us criminals and shit. Nobody would tolerate that shit in an academic setting. He's fucking lying.
As a matter of fact, it's almost opposite. Like in the liberal,
It is.
in the liberal, you mean calling Black men criminals and stuff like that in a liberal institution?
This shit would not be tolerated, bro.
Yeah.
Maybe in a PWI, maybe in some fucking like religious, right wing school, but they're not tolerating that shit in no motherfucking liberal, especially California liberal education, dude. They're not. Like, well, all this shit is like, oh well, I just talked about Black men and people were fidgeting in their seat. Bullshit. I don't believe you. I do not believe that shit. At the end of the day, he's rage baiting and pushing this Black male victimhood piece and trying to make it look like he's the arbiter of giving a fuck about Black men. Okay, where's your fucking policy proposals? Outside of your 18-point agenda that he has not talked about since the election. Now, he talked about this shit when Obama was in office, talked about this shit. Didn't really talk about it that much when Trump was in office. That's what I mean, man. Dude, this shit is a fucking grift, bro. You cannot expect this guy to give a fuck about your personal Black or white male outcomes. He's here to leverage bad statistics that you have an option to change yourself in your lifetime. This guy right here is
in the end, and this is one of the things, it's one thing to get up here and kind of talk about it in like, hey, we're going to get up here and we're just going to kind of do a bitch session about it. But honestly, if you are living your life by statistics, we know, about wealth and income gaps. We know about education levels. We know about the prison population. If you're living your life by those statistics, you're not really living a life. I didn't raise my son, for instance. Yeah, exactly. And you should not be living your life thinking about a narrative. You write your own narrative. So yeah, it's.
I mean, but he's leveraging Black male failure. He's leveraging Black male failure to make it look like he's the arbiter of everything Black male. Like,
well, or he has some sort of answer. In the end, I mean, there are policy, things that need to be changed for sure. But in the end, at least in 2025, this is the other thing. This is 2025. You can let shit hold you back if you want, but you're gonna be losing. Okay, this is not 1925. It's not even 1985.
Not even 1980s. Like, listen, man.
Yeah.
Nobody had the upward mobility to move in the 80s. Okay, when I grew up in the fucking 80s, born in the late 70s, grew up in the 80s, dude. People wasn't getting the fuck out of Mississippi and like fuck this shit on moving until like the early 90s. Early 90s is when Clinton was in office and the economy was doing good. Look, people started taking the motherfucking checks and getting the fuck out the goddamn community. They was like, fuck living in these projects. And I'm sorry, but welfare to work actually was the door open to getting the fuck out of them communities too. Because once the motherfuckers started touching actual work and still had that EITC money, them motherfuckers started moving to other places.
Yep.
They started to move, and they didn't think the community was the actual end all and be all, right? And it's like these type of people go in front of people who clearly have lost and given up, and giving them a reason to fucking stay there. Like, he hasn't talked about what are the top 10 career fields in each state that you need to move to as a guy. It's just leveraging past bad statistics. I'm like, dude, we're in 2025. Being a victim now, dude, that's gonna leave your ass stuck in a place that you ain't getting the fuck out of. You're not getting out of those places.
Yeah.
Look, you can sit there in Mississippi right now and lay up under some fucking land whale, bitch, and not get your fucking shit together and be happy that you laying all this wood down on this fucking woman. Dude, you can do that stupid shit if you want to. However, everybody else is going to be moving, and what what most people like T.S. Johnson don't understand, he's in an obsolete concept. This shit was acceptable before people had the ability to actually move. Like 60s, 70s, 80s, definitely not
Right.
beyond the 90s. Now, in the 60s, 70s, 80s, yeah, you was kind of hemming to the place where you were. You know, I could tell you in the 80s we didn't have a car, and not having a car after my dad died and shit. Hey man, you was extremely limited on a lot of fucking things.
Right.
But now you can't talk that. Oh, people was fidgeting in their seats because of past bad black statistics, and it's like, dude, are you really trying to use these fucking statistics to tell people about past victimhood, but you ain't got shit to say with the actual what we supposed to do right now? Like, dude, you late to the fucking game, bro. You late. You are 2 decades too late with this shit. And there's a lot of people who ran up the score, and the people who are in the positions like what he's into, the only thing he can do is have discussions about victimhood. He cannot talk about progress, because progress, individually made, is the opposite of what the fuck he's doing. He's talking about group failure. He's not talking about individually what a child can do.
Yes. Yes. Yep. You're absolutely right. And most of these people are thinking as a group. I had you weren't around. I had a Ruthless Truth came up to the panel.
Cool.
And I actually had like 3 or 4 people up here on the panel, and he came up. He had a problem with something that somebody said, and he started in with that. He started in with that we shit, and I stopped him right there. And unfortunately,
we can't do shit. The we broke. We so sick ball shit.
It was something about male and female, which is basically his bailiwick. And he started in on the we, and I stopped him right then and there, and he didn't appreciate it, of course. Look, this is not a platform where you can come up and you can just kind of start a very bad rebuttal or whatever, and then get all the way to the end, and then no. I'm gonna, if you start off with we, the first thing I'm gonna ask you, and I will interrupt you, who is we? Okay, there is no we. You
don't live
you're
in my
coming
community.
up.
You don't live in my city. What the fuck is this?
Exactly. You haven't done what I've done. There is no we, especially when it comes to black men and black women. There really is no we. Okay, not all black women are alike. Not all black men are alike. You just start out wrong. And you know what? We were making a joke about it. I'm sure he got bent out of shape, but I'm sorry, you're just not going to get away with it. I'm not going to platform stupidity without challenging it. And I mean, I'm going to challenge it in real time.
But you have to understand that they nearly get away with this shit 100% of the time that they live on the planet, except for when they come around men who actually know what the fuck they're talking about and asking good questions and answers, which they dodge. They dodge those being around those type of men in real fucking life too. They dodge being around those people. And I love being that person. And then all of a sudden they talking to a 7-figure fucking person. I'm like, oh shit, all my excuses don't fucking work. Like, you goddamn right don't fucking work. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This we shit is like, oh, we see. I'm like, okay, I can guarantee you that everybody who talks that we shit, they always are benefiting off of a situation of the same people that they're complaining about. And there is literally no back talk from that.
Right.
We sick, but you still around these people who are so sick that they provide you with a livable fucking income and probably a substantial above average of middle class lifestyle but you still don't like these people. Man, fuck out of here.
And Lou calls them, the we, the we. Who is we is basically the difference between, a macro, basically this micro, macro, making arguments with generalizations. It's really, there's way too much of that.
They switch it on the fly too. They switch it
Exactly.
on the fly. They switch it when it's beneficial, and then when it's not beneficial, it's that other group of people. But I'm like,
Or they go
you
back
are
to
the
their
part.
own lives. They go
Yeah.
back to that's the other thing. Using your personal experience, if you're gonna do it, preface it so we know that you're not trying to make your experience an experience that everybody has. So, they're just it comes down to people get up here and they really don't know how to conduct a cogent argument, one that sticks to the point for starters.
Because they're stuck in the, well, I got to get my shit out first to set up my premise, and it's like, that's not how arguments work. It's like you don't get an uninterrupted hour to make your fucking point. You have to make it before you stick to the argument.
Dude. I'm sitting here, just get to the point and stick to the topic, and it'll go a lot quicker. Yeah, getting up here and setting up we get a lot of people up here who just don't know what they're doing, and they may even have good points.
Black male class, because I was trained initially as a black feminist, I noticed that as long as I taught the class in a manner,
yes, you heard it. Yeah, you heard it right out of his mouth.
Now what would even interest a male in being a black, getting trained in it?
Yeah. Being a hair hat, being overweight, calling yourself a masculinist, dude, that's all shit a feminist would do. Thinking that they're fucking special because they're them, no fucking accomplishments except for education. That's exactly what a feminist do. So he went to school.
I'm thinking to myself, I've read Bell Hooks. I've definitely read Alice Walker, the Zora Neale Hurston, all that stuff. But I've never thought to take a feminism course. It doesn't interest me. I'm not a woman.
Neither. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, it's very strange for men to be around this shit and then turn around and pretend like they're not doing what a feminist is doing. That's exactly what a feminist does do. Feminists,
that explains a lot.
Yes. What he's doing is he's making himself into the grand victim. The grand victim of his own design. He was the one who decided not to go get a real education that led to a fucking career field. He did that shit on his own and by himself. Nobody asked him to do that. He did that on his own. He was the one who was trained to be a feminist. That's some shit you have to go after. You have to seek out and do that. You have to dodge all legitimate productivity to go be a feminist. He said it himself.
Oh man, that opens up all kinds of questions. Like, did you do it for the pussy or what?
That's not why he did it.
And wag their finger at their black male classmates, that was acceptable. And that matter of fact, the numbers of students grew and grew every year. The more I actually started to foreground men's experiences and men's perspectives on everything from relationships to politics to whatnot, then I noticed the shift. Then I noticed the women's studies department backing off from my class and no longer, they used to promote the class. They wouldn't do so anymore. Students would take offense. The feminist students would take offense. But I noticed more black males started taking the course.
Let's
and often they would say
pause
this was
right
the
here.
only.
These are elective courses. You don't need somebody to promote your elective fucking course. Elective mean not fucking important, but it's here. You can take it if you want to. Look, if some people just chose to take some other elective courses without trying to delve into this victimhood shit, like these people got to go live in corporate America after this shit's over with. Like, he can stay and be an actual feminist victim. That's some shit he can afford to do. That's the life he signed up for. Everybody else didn't sign up for that life, bro. Everybody's not trying to be weak. Everybody's not trying to look for other weak people to live off of.
Well, but let me propose this. If for some reason or another, because what happens with electives, a lot of times they will, if people aren't signing up for the elective, they'll get rid of
They'll
the
phase them
elective.
out. Well, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, phase them out.
But the thing is how about work to make the course more attractive? If that is, what you want to do. If the elective is driving people away, either change the elective or come up with something else. Again, it's like you want other people to adjust themselves to your problem, but you don't want to fix the problem. If the course isn't working, fix the course. Don't expect
because there's
other
no
people.
action. There's no action to be taken after this course is over. Look at the results. The results are on the fucking screen. This YouTube channel isn't about going out, getting a job, looking for better mentorship. None of that. It is not about maximizing the shit you can maximize in your life. It is about none
Right.
of that. It is about
Right.
you are a victim. These are the things that happened in the past. Why even try? And it's like, look, when other people go to listen to this shit, people go to school to learn about shit, and then there's a problem-solving segment to it. There is no problem-solving segment to black male victimhood. It gets you in the door, but it kind of keeps you there in the victimhood state. It doesn't tell you, look, this is it's kind of like how my grandfather was. He skipped out on the total education of the pro-black shit because he's seen what happened to his kids, like the very younger ones, not the silent generation one, but the actual boomer kids, right? He's seen that they use that actual woe is me shit as an excuse of not trying. Now, the silent generation people, they didn't have the opportunity of doing that because they were the ground floor of having the opportunity to do shit, so they had a lot to prove. And there was no
Right.
really room for complaint and shit. But like when the actual kind of boomers kids of his and associative cousins, first cousins and all that kind of shit came around, they used that shit as an excuse to not try. Because
Yeah.
of the past and what happened in the past and the non-acceptance and kind of all that other shit, right? And it's like, yeah. And
And
a lot of people just
is a
yeah,
history buff myself. The point of history is to learn from it, not to repeat
yes,
it.
and take actions
Or
against it. Yeah, to prevent it from happening again.
exactly. Even history can be used as a problem-solving tool. So
Yeah, but what happens when it becomes intro to black male victimhood? Okay, where's this leading to? Because if you're the only person who's teaching this shit, right, and nobody else is going to be getting out of this situation that you're in, then why are we even here? Because most history, even when you learn about any history, is what happened compared to today. Was this the right move? How this area would have looked if these actions would have taken versus those actions. That's what history is about. Compare and
right.
contrast. What is there to contrast from black male victimhood? There's nothing to contrast from anything there. It gets you into a rut and then it just fucking leaves you there. And it's the only class of its kind, too. So what happens after you learn this black male victimhood shit, and then that's the only class and it doesn't lead anywhere after you take the
Right.
class?
Well, most times electives are, within a major, like, you can the electives sometimes are more for specialization. Now when I was in school, it's different now, in my son's day, but the lower, the freshman and sophomore level electives were, or say something like you can take political science or you can take psychology, that sort of elective. But once you get up to, the 300 and 400 level classes, those are major classes that are electives. You know, if you're, say you're a history major, you can elect to take, I don't know, early American history versus, you know, modern American history. You know, there's specializations within the history field. But so, I mean, his elective sounds like something that, you know, would have been within a major, and people within the major were just not into taking his elective.
No, because his shit is Africana studies. So he's trying to turn Africana studies into black male victimhood studies, right? So he's trying to curve it into that, you know, kind of curve it into that direction. And he's trying to make, well, I'm the only person talking about this. Yes, because you're the only one who can benefit off of broken men in society. Everybody else ain't trying to live off of broken men in society. People are just trying to provide men solutions so that way they don't have to listen to these online bullshit artists that don't lead anywhere.
Right.
Because trust me, if it's black male studies was, well, this is what black men did in the silent generation when there was no options around available, that's some black male studies I could get around. The black male
Right.
studies of today of mass incarceration, I'm like, man, look, some motherfuckers was pulled over. I don't want to hear about criminalistic pieces of shit that was selling drugs in the community. I don't want to hear about those people. I don't want to hear that those people are fucking victims. They were selling poison to people. Because that's what this shit kind of goes into, right? It kind of curves into things that it just don't need to be curving into. And he uses his
Right.
PhD as a way of not debating the issue with anybody. Because as you notice, he's always the expert on this bullshit wherever he goes. He doesn't go debate anybody as a person who, it's not like I want to debate him because I know he has nothing to fucking offer. And I know he's not going to go out of their wheelhouse of black male victimhood. I'm the opposite of black male victimhood. I don't give a fuck about how you were raised. I don't want to hear that shit. I want to hear what the fuck you're doing now in your generation right now. Like, waiting on a woman to respect you and all that kind of other shit. And, oh, the feminists are doing this shit, man. Fuck all that.
Well, yeah, it's like, you know, you're not gonna meet many women sitting here on this panel complaining about women.
They think that, you know what, I'm just gonna complain about a bitch until one shows up and snatches me off this panel. That's what it is.
Well, you're gonna drive away. You're gonna drive away more than you attract.
And that's the whole point, is to have these dudes running around in victimhood circles. And they go from one
Right.
victimhood doom explainer to the next to the next. And next thing you know, they create a whole 24-hour dumb nigga network of just victimhood explainers.
Well, let's see what else we got here.
Only time they felt
Marcus
like their
Evans. I know who
experiences were
Marcus
valid,
Evans is.
their voices were being heard, their experiences were actually being foregrounded in the narrative. And this is a class on black males. But even at that time, the women expected themselves to be at the forefront of dialogue and discourse in a black male studies course. So those are the kinds of experiences I noticed early on. So by the time I taught this class at Claremont, they actually, you know, tried to get me fired on the basis of being what they considered a threat.
Well, the Claremont Institutes those are pretty much right-leaning universities or graduate programs. I'm surprised they even let him teach it.
No,
Or
because
maybe
it
it's
provides. Yeah, but you have to understand, like if you're looking at this like a long-term project,
Mhm.
it's about weakening men and giving them an excuse to not try, an intellectual excuse to not try. And he's the
Mhm.
only arbiter of this conversation. This isn't a conversation that's across the country. So he's making
Right.
his niche look like this is a problem for people overall, when this is just a singular issue, just for him. Yeah,
Mhm.
everybody don't have this black male studies problem. Like, your black male studies don't need to black male better results. It gets you interested in the actual mass incarceration piece and all these other pieces. But I'm like, okay, great. That was the 90s and maybe the early 2000s. Okay, all right, let's be generous. 80s to 2000. Okay, we don't live in the 80s and 2000 anymore. it's a dated conversation.
Right.
Right now, we live in the AI age and all that kind of other shit. So how do you put your black male study shit up against shit that's happening in the real world right now? Like, dude, that black male study shit, it's some borderline predatory bullshit at this point. It's borderline predatory.
Well, it is truly niche, and it's also something that could be folded into sociology. I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know why it really needs to be a standalone.
No. I mean, because if you look at most white children today who went through the opioid shit, they're going through the same shit that black children went through in the 1980s. You can discuss it that way because the results are just still the fucking same. Split up
Well, the
families.
results are a little different. You know,
Yeah.
what are they? The Sacklers, the Sacklers got sued. So,
Yeah.
you know, it may wind up being a little bit
And they
better.
got quote
But the
unquote
thing is
reparations back to their states. Like a lot of these states sued to get money back to them, to their states, which they just turned into tax cuts for like large corporations. So it really didn't mean anything overall in the end. But at the
But
end
the
of the
bottom
day,
line is no money is going to replace the damage that's done.
oh
That
hell no.
yeah,
Not even if we could sue Freeway, Ricky Ross, or no amount of money is going to be able to unmake those fucking crack babies. Nothing is going to be able to do that. Nothing.
right. And in the end, even this is a slightly different topic, but even something like the reparations argument, I understand the reparations argument, and it's a good argument. But if you're banking on that, and it doesn't mean you can't, keep the position, you can't argue it when it's appropriate, but you best not be borrowing against future reparations, because they're not going to happen.
No, but a
America
lot of
is
people stop
not.
their actual progression and leaving themselves
Yes,
intentionally behind to try to force a reparation argument. Like, look, I would be
right.
further ahead in society and life. Only thing I need is those reparations, and it's like, what the
Well,
fuck?
please, that's like you're hearing people say my retirement plan is playing the lottery.
Yeah.
It's like, please don't tell me that, because you're not going to win the lottery. The odds are way, like, astronomically against you.
I
So
mean, it's kind of like the pray to God but swim ashore. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
sometimes shallow water is the blessing that you want. You can still make it to the land. But if you're waiting on
Right.
a cruise ship and a buffet line to fucking pluck you out of this water, it's best that you just go meet Jesus, man, because you don't need to be down here.
Now, interestingly enough, I tried to tell other black men, and I wrote about this. That actually is a form of discrimination that's unique to black males. You are considered not only a physical threat, but even a sexual threat in many different spaces. Because again, if we're dealing with this notion of feminization, right, you saying things that are unappealing, things that they don't like, things that they take offense to. Now, notice they didn't say to the dean, we don't like this class because he's saying things that we just don't think are academically relevant. That's not what they said. They said we feel physically threatened in his classroom.
Oh, the one thing I'm curious about is, did they have a reason? I mean, what were you saying?
Okay, so this physical threat shit is bullshit. They have campus police everywhere. If women thought that they were under any physical threat, campus police would fucking investigate the fuck out of that shit. Dude, you just don't say somebody's a physical threat and it's just empty with no type of say so, no type of investigative work. He was like, look, man, hey man, talking about this black male shit. Yeah, man, people just thought I was a big ass threat. It's like, bro, who the fuck do you think you're talking to with this stupid ass shit, man? Bro, you're
Well,
not
the
no
thing
threat because you
is,
talk about black male shit. It's fucking
well, the
stupid.
thing is this is California, and if anything, this is just my personal feeling about it. And I have friends who live in the Bay Area, and they're forever telling me about how the white girls out there just basically love black men. They will make excuses for black men, et cetera, et cetera. All that to say, he must have said some shit to make these little, liberal white girls feel threatened, because, I've heard complaints that if anything, these liberal white girls are like overlooking a whole bunch of shit so they can date a black man. So,
and the wrong type too.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, if he's driving off a bunch of, liberal white girls who would ordinarily take a feminism class, well,
no. He's not talking about white girls. He's talking about black women. Like, his whole thing is about upholding this angst for and about black women. This is not about white women. This is about black women.
Well, there's not a whole lot of black women in California.
No. But what he's talking about in this argument is exclusively black women. He's not talking about the white women that takes his course. He's talking about the black women. So what he's doing is he's intellectually trying to make it look like black women are such a problem in academia. He can't even talk about black male issues. That's what this whole thing is about.
Okay, well, what I'm saying is that how many black women are we talking at, like, Fresno State or, wherever this is? I wouldn't think there'd be you're talking a handful of black women. How is it a problem if we're only...
It's a widespread issue, a far more widespread issue than it actually is.
Okay, well, nobody's asking him the right questions. Like, how many?
Correct.
And he comes in as the expert. How many black women even do feminist women's studies? I can't imagine there'd be a whole lot. Say at a mostly white university.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, man. I would date no woman who, I just went to feminist studies course. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, well, you can go sit that shit over there, and we got shit to do around here.
Yeah, I can imagine dating an Alice Walker would be a little bit of a problem.
Oh yeah, I'm like, look. That shit has its place, but at the end of the day, inside this household, there's work that's going to need to be done, and that feminist study shit ain't got nothing to do with what the fuck we're gonna be doing in this household. But he's using the victim. He's setting up a straw man with black women, not liking the black male studies part of the argument.
I see.
So it's a false straw man to keep, because before he took all his content down, you would see all of the gynocracy talk. When these dumb niggas talk about gynocracy, it talked, and women are so strong that they just can't go out and get degrees and science-based things and go get a job, and so they're just so fucking weak. So they just have to leave the workforce, and woe is me, and I need to feel like I'm a big, strong man in society, and everybody have to kiss my ass. It's like, dude, that ain't how none of that shit works. You get the praise after the work is done, not before the work gets started, right?
I talk the way I do right now. I'm not in anybody's face. I'm not calling anybody out their name. I'm not grabbing students out their desk. There's none of that going on. But the fact that they labeled it as a physical threat tells you how, when as a man, you're in a predominantly female environment, you're introducing ideas that don't go along with the dominant narratives in those environments.
Okay, I have to say, if you are in a female environment, then you need to keep that in mind.
How the fuck did you get there?
Well, yeah, but
the thing is, in a female environment.
Right, but the thing is that men are different from women. Okay, if you are in a predominantly female environment, you modify your behavior. Okay, you can't. Isn't that common sense?
Like, if you're in a primarily white environment, not the code. Walking around with bandanas and shit, right? Like, looking like an obvious hood nigga.
Exactly.
In an environment where that shit's not fucking needed. Now remember, everybody didn't go to school to be no fucking feminist. Everybody didn't go in as a trained feminist. That's his fucking fault. I'm telling you, this shit has a lot to do with his intellectual shortcomings. It ain't got a lot to do with not everybody. You know, this is some shit that he did.
You know, there's nothing necessarily wrong with code switching. You know, you gotta read the room. That's like, everybody knows that.
Immediately weaponized.
Even when I was in college, maybe like the one or two black dudes in like IT, especially database management. Yeah, I had to act code switch like a motherfucker and be different. I mean, because most of these instructors was not trying, even though they were teaching a class, they wasn't really trying to come up off the information to create fucking competition within their own fucking environment. They really wasn't trying to do that shit. They was trying to teach you the bare fucking minimum to see if you had like the actual intellectual capacity to go track down the actual real information, right? And even then, you still had to act a certain way within those environments to even get that little information.
Look, I, Deacon Dave says common sense for a simp. Look, I don't understand the reluctance. Life does not allow you to act the same way in every environment. I mean, even if you go to nature, chameleons change color, for survival. Okay, if you want to be a professor and you want your elective non-essential course to be popular, you might have to accommodate some things. You might even, like my father, God damn it, this is like Black Man 101. My father used to tell me there are going to be a lot of things that you have to do that you don't want to do to maintain a family. Okay? So this like, I need to be myself no matter what bullshit. Dude, Black Man 101 is you need to do what you got to do. And if you're a professor as a livelihood, you do what you got to do to put fucking, your kids through school or whatever it is you're doing. This is actual bullshit. Common sense for a simp. Well, motherfucker, you might have to simp for that professor's salary. And if you don't like it,
you're
change
going to have
jobs.
Because here's the thing. He teaches an elective. He doesn't teach anything science-based that's mandatory.
Right.
Look, in order for you, because here's the thing with these elective course niggas, I'm being polite here. Dude, what you have here is something that can be easily replaced. If you try to pull this victimhood wool over people's eyes that they ain't even trying to hear this shit beyond one fucking semester, you got to understand that you got to, like, dude, anybody working in corporate America, dude, they would easily get how to change this shit. It's not even that hard, dude.
Well, to be blunt about it, what do you think layoffs? How do you think layoffs work? Okay, they get rid of their weakest people. They keep their strongest people when they're laying people off. If your elective is not popular, they're going to shut it down, dude. This is just how
it's a choice. It's a choice.
Right.
It's not mandatory. You're teaching a non-mandatory course, and you're trying to, because what he doesn't recognize when he's teaching this black male victimhood shit, it's a slap in the face to who these people are dating and dealing with. He doesn't understand that. You're trying to make a group of people look like a fucking victim for your own benefit, not for everybody's own progression.
Right. Yep.
He doesn't understand that.
Well, I get your point now. He's talking about the problems, even the ones in the past, but he's not offering solutions. And by the way, research professors, if he's actually doing research, you know what?
Research.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, if you're doing the research to present to change policy, that's at least something. Yeah,
But he's not
exactly.
doing any of that.
I
Remember, he
see.
came out with
Yep.
an 18-point black male agenda, and he
Right.
presented it to fucking nobody but the black manosphere.
Yeah.
No,
And you know, one of the things that men are particularly good at is solving problems.
not this one. Not that one. No. He's good at presenting victimhood narratives, not solving problems.
Touche. You know,
And,
I
and that's the overall problem here. And every place where he goes, he's the actual expert in the conversation. Not an expert that's trying to solve any fucking problem, mind you, but the expert in just this bullshit. And it's like,
yeah. No, you know what? You're actually giving me a good education. Because
yeah.
I've never
And the thing is, this has to go on while this is being explained, so that way I
Mhm.
can so that way I can give you the why, because he's been here 5 or 6 fucking years, right?
Mhm.
So that's enough time to actually put forth a policy proposal. Remember, he
Mhm.
wrote an 18-point black male agenda and took it to no one. But he wants
Right.
to be this arbiter of black male, what do you call it, victimhood, no matter where the fuck he
Mhm.
goes. And it's like, bro, end of the fucking day, you don't have solutions for anything. You're talking
Right.
from a historical standpoint, and you're trying to present a false narrative to people who's way beyond that shit.
Mhm.
People are way beyond uh, mass incarceration as an actual subject and all that kind of other shit. Like, dude, we got other shit to worry about right now. I'm not worried about drug
Well,
peddling pieces of shit.
this AI
Yeah.
stuff is shoot, it's even got me a little worried, you know, because my son is in software engineering. Now, where he's going is going to be an advantage. He's you know going to you know one of the better engineering schools in the world, you know, and definitely in the country. But that's what that you know these even working. I have a friend of mine, Portia, who is you know kind of a colleague in this YouTube game. She was telling me out in Dallas about this McDonald's that is literally automated. You know, they might have people going in to maintain the equipment, but it's entirely run by robotics and AI. So
I've
shit,
seen
they're
one in
doing.
Chicago,
Oh,
in an
really?
upscale
They're
suburb in Chicago, and it's fucking scary.
so they're fucking talking about not only just replacing, you know, even flipping fries is gonna go automated at some point.
I'm telling you right now, like before that Lordstown plant closed in what is that? Not Cleveland, fucking Youngstown, Ohio.
Mhm.
Before they started offshoring shit during the Obama administration. Yep, they had like those machines in there who was doing all the shit that the union motherfuckers was doing. And the moment that plant fucking shut down, you know what they did? They flipped a switch and them fucking machines was running through there doing all that shit quick as fuck. But the machines look awfully slow to get the process down for fucking years.
Mhm.
Like
Mhm.
I used to go to places like Rochester, New York. Like there's a Budweiser place up there where the whole fucking warehouse is automated. Like
Wow.
you go inside the actual plant to sign your fucking paperwork, you see unmanned unmanned uh forklifts moving and loading trucks.
Yep.
No
Yep.
no people anywhere. And this was like 7 fucking years ago. And I'm like, dude, yeah, this was 7 years ago. Now a lot of the facilities are like that now, right?
Mhm.
But I've seen how it looked 7 years ago. And people don't understand that, dude. This is about removing the human element from this shit and taking all the money home, or
Yep.
attempting trying to take all the money home and all the people in society that help you build your shit through, you know, the SBA funding and all this kind of other shit and taxation. Yeah, yeah, it's about taking all the money home.
Mhm.
It's not about providing anything to anyone. And I'm like, people better understand. Like, listen, man, you can legislate that shit the fuck out of here. You sure can. But if they're trying to produce dumber and dumber people who don't know shit about politics, then it's kind of hard to get people to understand that. But
Right.
these victimhood doom sellers are extremely fucking dangerous because they get into a university and they don't have to live in the real regular fucking society like everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have to come out here to produce and produce something in order for him to be able to make his money. The only thing you have to do is teach victimhood to people so that way he can make money. But everybody else have to get
Right.
out here. They got to produce. They got to be able to manage a career properly and do all this other shit where he's just teaching quote unquote theory. And it's an actual, thing that he desperately kind of curved this kind of feminist education into. Because I'm not trying to listen to a dude who's went in deliberately to be a feminist and now he's selling black male victimhood versus woman victimhood. Because that's what
Right.
the feminist shit is about, is selling women as a fucking victim. So that's why he's the expert in his own field, because you cannot get away with doing that shit today outside of an academic background.
And I was just thinking, even Tommy Curry, he actually has a discipline, as in philosophy. So, even he, if he had to, black male studies went away, he could just be, a philosophy professor somewhere.
But it's a different type of black male studies that Tommy Curry do than what Anton Johnson's doing, though.
Yeah.
It's different.
I'm getting that now.
Yeah, it's very different. And it's like the study of historic crimes and all that kind of shit. But yeah, it leads to changing shit in society. It doesn't lead to you continuing to be a victim and not offering any type of solutions. It doesn't lead to that shit. And a lot of people don't understand how predatory that this shit is overall. Like if you look at it like if you look at it like a project and what type of outcome that you're supposed to create with this type of information that he's teaching,
Mm-hmm.
it is teaching tolerance of weak ass, unfucking focused men. It
Mm-hmm.
teaches you to tolerate that shit, not just be hand them a plan, see if they can follow and take direction, and not fucking worry about them.
Mm-hmm.
Because look, we don't know what Anton Johnson Sr. or whatever his father's name. We don't know what the fuck he does or did, because you don't just
Really?
show up here. Yeah, we don't know that. And there's a reason why you don't fucking know that. Because all these people who's now these poor righteous teachers, right? One thing they all have in common is you don't know what the fuck their father have done to create a son like this who believes this type of stupid shit. You don't know what the father have done. You don't know what the grandfather have done. Because I can guarantee you there's no long line of fucking men selling victimhood. Especially not silent generation and definitely not boomer generation. He's Generation X.
Well,
But at the end of the day,
I think
we
I
don't
heard
know.
him. I think I heard him say that he came from a single mother. I'd have to go back and listen to it. But
Yes, we're done talking. Yeah. He did say that.
Mm-hmm.
He came from a single motherhood home. He went to study to be a feminist. Now he kind of landed on the black male victimhood card.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck are we talking about here? This dude shouldn't be teaching not a motherfucking thing to anyone.
But
Because
let me ask you a question though.
Yeah.
Because you actually, I just think that it's maybe, I wish there was a way maybe to have all the boys coming out of single mother household, get them into the military. Because if nothing else, you're definitely going to be introduced to, at least back in my day. And I'm not even sure I should be proposing this, because the month that I left my last ship was the month women came on board combatants. So, maybe I ought to say this with qualification. You will more than likely be introduced to strong male leadership.
Yeah, but they
Maybe.
like okay. Let's use the manosphere as an example.
Mhm.
What most men are attracted to is fucking entertainment and foolishness. They know where the strong male leadership is at. They deliberately obfuscate and skip over that to go after bullshit. And then
Right, but
they
what I
say,
was saying is that
yeah.
Hassan here, you were wondering how a Hassan gets produced. Well, he wound up taking feminism, is a profession, at least for a short time. If I had been his father, I would have given a double take like, you're doing what? Why
Yeah,
would you even,
so where you
read
gonna work
about
at?
it? But it's like,
So where you gonna work at after it's over with?
That dude. Well, let me tell you a story. I majored in chemistry, and you know what? I've always been, had a strong interest in literature and history and stuff like that. That's my mother's influence. So, I'm like, well, you know what? I think I would rather major in comparative literature than chemistry. And I talked to my father about it, my parents about it, and both of them were like, no, you're not. And the only reason I didn't just make a command decision is I was too far into chemistry. It would have meant an extra year or so. And you know what? I couldn't afford to do it. But so that's kind of what saved me. But my father was not even having it. It's like, what are you going to do with that? So, my thing is that, I'm still interested. I still read, philosophy and, The Man Not I've read. However, it's kind of like in my spare time. My real job wasn't, teaching feminism. So that's luckily I had a father, who was like not gonna have that. I think his thing was get a graduate degree in it or something like that, which I wasn't about to do that once I graduated. Once I got into the Navy, I wasn't going back. It would have been something.
I had a similar situation in college, but it was from a actual colonel who was actually teaching class. And he would just sit people down. It was like, yeah, so what are you majoring in? It was like unemployed. Next. Yeah, unemployed. You're gonna be unemployed too. Who else is gonna be unemployed in here? Okay, what are you doing? I'm like, okay, all you guys who I said is gonna be unemployed, you're gonna change to information system programming. You're gonna change to this, and you're gonna change to this.
Right.
Now he did not give this advice to the women. He gave this advice to the men. The women was there watching, but the women were crazy fucking fine. So it didn't matter what they majored in. They're not paying attention to the fucking degree. You're just gonna get hired and get opportunity that nobody's gonna get anyway. But as a dude, nobody's gonna take you seriously in that shit. And that dude was for real. And then I had like an ex-CIA guy who kind of did the same thing, and the actual bachelor's degree level. He did the same shit. You found out this dude and, was part of a lot of fucking shit. I'm like, this goofy motherfucker right here. And then all of a sudden you read his fucking resume and he's done this and he's done that and he's done this. I'm like, nah, this is CIA Black Ops guy. This guy's a dangerous motherfucker. Do not let this motherfucking shirt and tie fool you. This motherfucker didn't put explosives on ships and killed motherfuckers for real. but
hey Lou,
what up?
What's going on?
Yo, only on the internet have I ever seen a man who's majored in feminism. Never met that in real life. Never seen that shit before.
Yeah,
that's absolutely amazing.
Well, you saw my reaction. He did what?
MOT on it, man. Like, but that's the victimhood shit is why there's no incentive to fix the problem. Because if the problem gets fixed, he's out of a job. And that's the same for a lot of that's the same for a lot of these panels. Like all the guys that are railing against, women getting fixed. If women get fixed, what are they gonna talk about?
Yeah, MOT made that point. Well, let's get back to Dr. Johnson.
As women, at least as long as we perceive women as being vulnerable and victimized by potential male violence, and they weaponize that to try and get me pushed out of the space. I am not the only one this has happened to. I share that story not because it just happened to me, but because I've seen it replicated in dozens of men over the last 15 years who find themselves in these spaces trying to have conversations that don't go along with the dominant narrative in those environments. Right? So those are the kinds of things that I noticed.
Related to exactly what you said about the weaponization of their femaleness and in regards to them always being seen, when particularly in relation to men, they're always automatically seen as the victim. And I wanted to bring up Me Too.
See, this is what confuses me. They're accusing feminists of doing exactly what they're doing. So what's the difference? The feminists, talk about female victimhood, and male, the manosphere types talk about male victimhood. Okay, so
There's
we
no
got
difference.
two sets of victims. Yeah,
It's the horseshoe theory.
It's two sides of the same coin.
Mm-hmm.
And in the end, and it's funny, but in the end, it's weird how black conservatism intersects with this manosphere stuff, because it's black conservatives that are always talking about, quote, pro-blacks being victims, but these conservatives who are in this manosphere are doing the exact same thing. I don't understand why they can't figure that out, that they're actually doing what they're criticizing others of doing. If the feminists are victims, the manists are victims. I don't understand where the black manosphere and black conservatism intersect. They shouldn't intersect, is I guess what I'm saying. Any thoughts on that?
I think they all just hide behind wanting to change the narrative. Because that's what they constantly say. We got to change the narrative, because the narrative about what the narrative of black men is the incorrect narrative or image as well.
I really do kind of wonder whether, is this something that they realize but they ignore? I'm trying to, and really, I'm just thinking about this now. All these guys claiming that they are victims of black women will, on the other hand, on another panel, say, "Hey, stop being a victim." I don't know. It's I have to think this through. And Man of Tomorrow lost connection. He's probably out on the road or something. So we'll just sally forth with this. Yeah, Mackenzie. I guess I really just thought about it. Hearing now, I don't know whether T. Hassan Johnson identifies as a black conservative, but I'm guessing he does.
No, a lot of them are pretty liberal, especially on that side. I wouldn't say it's a.
Well, I know
it's just a weak. It's just a weak. It's a weak thing, man. It's a weak man thing.
Well,
You're either the
Jeff St. James is definitely a Trump voter. He is not a liberal. I've heard him criticize liberals.
Yeah, he's the make masculinity great again with a fucking sassy voice and a lisp. Like come on, dude. We have to be sure that masculinity it returns. It's just like, dude, come on, bro.
I mean, like the only thing missing is a sundress, lace trim, and a fucking summer hat.
Right
man.
on
It's some
cue.
hoe ass shit, man. Some hoe ass shit.
Like I don't get it, man.
And
Nothing about that exemplifies masculinity at all.
At all, and he calls himself a masculinist while doing this shit too. like these people are only conservatives when liberals are in charge. When conservatives are in charge, they're nowhere to be found. Like they don't talk about politics when conservatives are in charge. Because overall, what they want is they don't want progress. Because the more progress that goes far, the women get ahead, the actual real men get ahead, but the victimhood sellers get left way behind when there's no progress. So they're just trying to weaken men so that way they can be the actual complaint point. Because there's a lot of people who's behind. There's a lot of men who's way behind. They provide them intellectual cover for their fucking weakness. That's what they do.
Well, let me ask you a question. And this is, I'm just throwing it out there. Again, I just thought of this parallel, but you've heard the term what do they call it, like the Jesse Jacksons and the Al Sharptons, basically the race hustlers. Are the manosphere folks basically
hustlers.
They're basically gender
They're race hustlers for men. Yeah
well, gender hustlers.
Gender hustlers for men. Yeah, that's what it is.
Interesting.
Yeah, they just want swinging dick privilege. I'm born perfect. I don't need to do shit. Respect me. I'm weak. Therefore, you need to put me ahead of everybody else. Fuck that.
Interesting. That might be tomorrow's show title: Gender Hustlers.
Because I think a lot of what's happened with a lot of noticeable, observable changes that's happening between the sexes, men not approaching women in the same way. The workplace fraternizing is probably down to like in the negatives, and women are now talking a lot about,
it should be.
You're not supposed to be talking to women at work. You fucking idiot.
Whoa! It's the workplace. I mean, if it happens, it happens. I'm not anti meeting your wife at work, but dude, listen, you go there to
weebs not approaching women. I'm not worried about that. But what there should be 100% rate of trying to fuck women at work. It's like, what?
Oh my god, dude!
Fuck? That's what you think masculinity is, bro?
You know what? I know at least once in my life, like I was a bag boy in high school, and we had some of the checkout girls, and this was the beauty of my neighborhood. This is a slight aside. The grocery store, JT&K's Red and White. It was a white-owned grocery store, but it was a black neighborhood between two neighborhoods, Carver Village in Savannah and Cloverdale in Savannah. But the building was owned by that husband I mentioned, who was the husband of my mother's childhood friend. So it was a black-owned strip mall, but the white grocery store owners rented space there, and the clientele, the grocery shoppers there, overwhelmingly black. But the checkout girls were there, and we were all young, and my father used to tell me, you know what, you go to work, that's what you should be doing there. Basically don't be flirting with the checkout girls and not doing your job. So anyway, the strong black male influence, my father, dude, who cares about you know, the fraternization at work. That's not what you're there to do. I can't believe he said that. This is a topic of discussion.
The lack of you being able to do that makes you a victim.
No, I gotta replay that a bit. I can't. This is shocking.
It makes you a victim because you can't talk to women at work. You're so oppressed.
Oh wow.
You're in a predominantly female environment. You're introducing ideas that don't go along with the dominant narratives in those environments. They immediately weaponize their vulnerability as women, at least as long as we perceive women as being vulnerable and victimized by potential male violence. And they use that, they weaponize that to try and get me pushed out of the space. I am not the only one this has happened to. I share that story not because it just happened to me, but because I've seen it replicated in dozens of men over the last 15 years who find themselves in these spaces trying to have conversations that don't go along with the dominant narrative in those environments. Right? So those are the kinds of things that I noticed.
Related to exactly what you said about the weaponization of their femaleness and in regards to them always being seen, and when particularly in relation to men, they're always automatically seen as the victim. And I wanted to bring up Me Too. Hear your thoughts about it, because I think a lot of what's happened with a lot of noticeable, observable changes that's happening between the sexes, men not approaching women in the same way. The workplace fraternizing is probably down to like in the negatives.
That is a good thing.
It's just the way it's supposed to be.
You're not supposed to shit where you
I can't, dude. What the fuck? It should be kept to a minimum. Have you ever heard "Don't dip your pen in the company inkwell"?
There you go.
To them,
what the fuck is he
any
talking
restriction, about? I mean, any restriction of non-viable behavior is a restriction of masculinity to them, and it's like,
oh man,
dude, this shit actually keeps you safe and with a job by not trying to talk to the fucking secretary of the fucking CEO. We know why she's there. She's fine as fuck. And you're like, well, you know what? I'm just gonna look. I gotta talk to every woman. That's what a man is. Like, no, dude.
Oh Jesus Christ! Oh my God! You know what? That just takes the cake. I cannot. This dude's like a professional counselor, some sort of psychologist in the other. Oh man,
and that's why all these bullshit artists are on this fucking show, right? Like Obsidian and all this other shit. Because at the end of the day, he's trying to get into this dumb nigga audience shit and try to legitimize their fucking fears. And like, no, what you walk in there and do, you walk in there and you take this motherfucker's heads off. No, you do like me. I'm just gonna start doing reviews on all this dude's content when it comes to these manosphere motherfuckers. Not anyone else, but these manosphere dudes. But I'm glad you showed me this channel, so that way I could go to this dude's channel and just the reviews of these interviews, so that way I could be able to just knock this fucking shit the fuck down. Like,
well, no, bro, you know what? You've actually helped me form good arguments, because, you know, I mean, I had my critique of the manosphere, but man, you know, having you up here who's so familiar with the history and you know the legends of the fall, as it turns out, this has helped my argument immensely. You don't know you don't know how much you've helped me sharpen, you know, some arguments here.
And the moment you start asking cogent arguments, they'll just forget you even exist and just go over to another person and start spreading the same bullshit somewhere else, right? And that's what they do, because it's a dual thing. It ain't just he's full of shit. It's T.S. Johnson is full of shit, and he's always the actual person, the expert everywhere he goes. Like, when you actually bring up something that T.S. Johnson just said, there was dozens of people, there would be dozens of people like X person in X situation. this person in this situation. It wouldn't just be ominous fucking people, right? Because remember, he was trained as a feminist, which means he just took his victimhood shit for women and just turned it on to just men, right?
Yeah.
Because remember, this is not a show about therapy. This is a show about entertainment, guised as some type of fucking therapy. It's not about presenting the fucking narrative because there's no third person on there asking Tia Johnson questions. Like I know how to ask
Yeah.
questions. Yeah. So it's just that. And look, for people who got their shit together, this shit sound ultimately fucking weird as fuck. But if you don't have any experience, it sounds
It
good if you don't have any
does.
experience with life.
Yes.
Sounds
you know
perfect to
what?
comfort your weakness, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. He's a kryptonite seller, man. That's all it is.
Oh, here's what you'll like this MOT because I done heard this on at least 2 channels regarding this guy when he was like on panels arguing with women and stuff. He don't really argue because he's a therapist and stuff, but you know, they calling him that they were saying that he has the potential to be the next Kevin Samuels figure. Maybe not to the magnitude, but to the archetype.
No, I mean,
Who, just St. James?
That's what they're saying.
No, it's just said, look.
No, go
they thought
ahead.
that Media Man was going to be the same shit. Look, there's not going to be another fucking Kevin Samuels. There's not going to be an uninformed perfume salesman who tells an average woman that she ain't shit. Do that lightning in the bottle. It was a one-time thing. Now, look, he is doing the correct thing by bringing on other bullshit artists that are further along the path that he actually wants to be. But here's what happens. When you try to go somewhere else in the real world and have this fucking conversation, because this is a fringe conversation that he's having right now. It's fringe. You take your ass to a PWI, nobody's going to want to hear that black victimhood shit. Nobody's going to want to hear that shit. So while everybody's piling on to this place right here, what they're doing is they're trying to rebuild a Kevin Samuels out of these fucking people. And it's never going to fucking work. Because remember,
Yeah.
they can go get their shit together whenever they want to and get rid of these fucking arguments whenever they want to. They want to build another Kevin Samuels. They want another level of plausible deniability so they can walk right into the mouth of a fucking lion. The thing is, they haven't found the person to give them that yet. That's why they're trying to make everybody into Kevin Samuels. They want the plausible deniability to keep fucking around with the same women that they shouldn't be dealing with in the first place, and then call themselves victims once they do get their head bitten off. Right? They're trying to build that shit. At the end of the day, this dude is not going to go any further than Media Man, because at the end of the day, you have to come out of that bubble and have that realistic conversation with somebody. And once they see, like Tia Johnson, that there's no there is no I took a person from this level of shit to this level of shit. I took a person from not having their shit together to accomplishing something in life. The only thing you can do is take a person who is a victim and give them intellectual arguments to remain that way. That's not how you build shit. And you're only not going to be able to go so far by doing that.
Yeah, Deacon Dave, it's funny that you mentioned this. Apparently, T. Hassan Johnson actually reacted to a Helen Andrews speech. So we might just, I think we're going to wind up extending this, this theme at least into another day. Tomorrow's Wednesday, so I will switch gears come Thursday, but I'm really interested in T. Hassan Johnson's critique, and it's probably going to be more agreement with Helen Andrews.
Of course it is.
And I don't see Deacon Dave, you and I are just not going to agree on this. And even if it is a feminization of America, history happens in cycles. Okay, history, we've gone through a feminization of America. I bet they probably made the same arguments round about 1920 in the 20th or the 19th Amendment. anytime that things change, there's going to be that, this has happened before. Like not Me Too necessarily, but there have been complaints about the feminization of America in American history. Will survive it. And the one thing for sure, if the feminization of America is going to happen, it doesn't look like Jeff St. James or T. Hassan Johnson, or for that matter, even Kevin Samuels. Yeah, they're not going to be able to change course. They're not going to be able to offer a course correction.
But here's the thing, man. This speaks to how outdated this shit is, because they're always talking about, for example, like family court. They always ran about family court. It needs to change. Yes. It's not changing, right? Meanwhile, it is changing.
It is.
You see what I'm saying? Like I said, you got the Kentucky 50-50 cut, like that is happening. And it's like all of these changes just get disregarded because the change isn't happening fast enough.
Oh, no. It's worse than what you think. T. Hassan Johnson tried to take advantage of everybody else's states doing shit in society in their own state. And like BGS and T. Hassan and all these fucking crackpots try to make it look like them talking about it online and not participating in the political process itself led to these changes in these states where they don't live. So they try to take advantage of when people actually do something. Now, here's the thing that everybody understands and knows. The worst state to get married, the worst state to get divorced, the worst state to have a child custody problem is in California, where T. Hassan Johnson lives. So how the fuck is he complaining or even trying to take credit for shit happening outside of California when he ain't trying to change shit in California is beyond me. But he does it, and they all do it. At the end of the day, nothing that you talk about on the live stream is going to automatically translate into some type of action being taken in another place. And that's what I mean about this doomsplaining victimhood shit. Like, look, my brother was in Mississippi. Mississippi doesn't give a fuck if this woman kill your child. The man will not be getting a child unless the woman is dead. Doesn't matter how she fucking act. Yeah, until he moved to fucking Virginia. Then he got access to his fucking child immediately with all the same bullshit that he was presenting in court in fucking Mississippi. Yes, you gotta fucking move to get shit done. You can't remain in stale and stagnant situations and keep complaining about shit. Gave him the idea, he picked it up. He didn't pick it up at first, but then he picked it up later on. That I gotta move in order to be able to do shit. I'm like, okay, great. You got your money together now. You gonna get your fucking son, or you gonna leave him down there in Mississippi and let him suffer the fucking consequences? Got access to his fucking child. Everything was fucking great.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well,
that is what you got to do. Yeah.
Well, I don't see. I notice he has like 40,000 subscribers. I mean, there are sites that have millions of people. You're right. I mean, the thing about a YouTube audience is that they tend to they create an echo chamber.
Yes.
And everyone is subject to that, except for me, apparently. all my subscribers actually are on the other side of the political fence, so I'm lucky that way.
Absolutely, you become Neo in the Matrix. And this is my question to MOT. If you change your environment, you change your surroundings, you change your friend circle.
Yes.
You do all the changing in the world except for changing your political party.
No. Actually, everybody lives in these liberal areas for a reason, because shit works.
Oh, okay.
That's why I live there.
Okay.
But because it works.
Okay, so
I mean, conservative areas don't work. They don't invest in the infrastructure. Companies will never fucking go there. So I need an actual, like, the reason why I stay where I stay is because there's 100 colleges in the area, and there's a ton of talent, and it's a working class place. there's a ton of homelessness, but you got to really fucking choose to be that shit because there's a lot of fucking free training out there. I mean, I as soon as I got the money, I guess I could act like I'm a conservative and I don't want to pay for shit, but I know how too much shit works, and I would rather them have that money than corporations have it, right?
Yeah, plus you're a socialist. You did say that.
Yeah, okay, I guess. But
No, no,
what I
no. I'm
do,
just saying I see that as more effective to what your cause is. I mean, maybe you do need that
I don't see
unlimited.
being a socialist as a bad thing. Look,
I
I'd
know,
rather
I'm
be
not. I didn't
socialist
say
for
it
the
was.
people rather than socialist for the actual corporations and get nothing out of it. I get a lot out of people getting shit from the government. I don't get anything out of the corporations getting shit from the government. The corporations now don't even have enough sense to pay their people more when they get shit from the government. Tax cuts and breaks and all this type of other shit. Dude, they never share that shit with the fucking people. That's why I would rather people have the money because they're going to spend it. Corporations get the money, they're going to fucking hoard it, and they're never going to pay their employees with it. That's why I'd rather always side with the people in almost all situations and cases. Because per capita, corporations get a hell of a lot more away from the government than some $400 or $500 check a month total from for people.
Right.
Corporations
I
get
just
millions of
don't.
dollars.
I guess what I'm saying is that I don't understand what your interest is in the whole
My interest is a working
being
and functional society and a working and functional safety net for those people that apply for it and
the
receive it.
safety net, which is what.
No, like Social Security, like Medicare. You can be able to go to the hospital whenever you need to, like functional society shit.
Oh, versus. No, I get it. I get it. But I'm just like versus what?
Versus
Versus-
versus Mississippi type shit. 20, 30 miles from a fucking hospital, county fucking ambulance that's gonna Delta Regional Medical Center, which kill most of the motherfuckers that walk through the fucking door, versus saving them. That type of shit.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
No, I'm
You got
serious. This is I'm telling you how my city works that I grew up in. If you call the police, they'll be there tomorrow after everybody's dead. They're not showing up there right away like other places. Like I said, once you go to functional society shit, you're not trying to go back to not having government services, not having infrastructure, not having shit that don't work.
And you know what? To that point, the John Galts of the world expecting people to come back to the hood or care about the hood, dude. that is literally why I think he's whacked in the head.
Nah, man, he gonna be a
Although
mean
I did
motherfucker.
change my
I ain't
environment, I
doing
can
nothing like that.
relate. I can relate to what he's saying, but I did change my environment, so I'm not dealing
Oh,
with
cool.
that in
Good for you,
particular.
man. And look, man, I would want you to be as happy as you could possibly fucking can, however you can. I'm not trying to change where your mind. I'm not trying to change where you
No,
fucking
no, no.
live
I
at.
was just trying to understand what your perspective was as far as what
No,
you
no, no.
see.
That's. Well, man,
Yeah.
you need to have me
Yeah.
on, man, so that we can ask me a whole bunch of questions, man.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, there is a motivation behind it. If it is from what you're used to, okay, that would make sense. Okay. Well,
But you have to
I'm not
understand
in
that.
a highly populated, environment, so it's not like that
Okay,
for
cool.
me. So
But you have to understand that my start was having nothing. Right? My start was in the Mississippi Delta, seeing the side of my street being fucking broken for the majority of the fucking time that I lived there. Like, like the school systems and all the other crazy bullshit that happened in the area because of conservatism. And conservatism just didn't affect black people, it affected white people too. But they lived on the other side of Highway 82 and we never really interacted with each other. Well, not much more than we do right now, and that's what the start was. And then I went to the military, and then I went to Germany, in actually socialist place where they had high taxation and there was actual investment for all people who wanted it. You wanted to go to college, you wanted a fucking skill, you got that skill in high school. And if not, you went to college for anything that you can, and everybody was fucking unionized. So I went from not having shit to the military to living in an actual socialist country where shit actually works at. You know, when people talk about socialist countries, no, they're not talking about the Swedens. They're not talking about the Germanys and shit. They go to like South America and find socialist shit that ain't working, and try to have the conversation from there. Because mostly they just don't believe in equal protection under the law, which makes most conservatives ineligible for office because they go in to break government and remove government from being invested in the actual people. I, I just want functional shit so that way people can get trained and get paid. But if your environment is based on not paying anybody anything, then it's just not going to be able to flourish like other parts of society. And that was my start. So my start was I had a lot of motivation to do shit that just wasn't no way to fucking turn that shit into anything. But when you go to a more functional society that have the training and not only the places to get into school, but the places to fucking work at after you got out of school, shit, that's fucking like normal rational society shit that I'm interested in. So that's my actual point of view on that. I mean, I just can't stand corporate subsidies or that type of shit. I really hate it because as much as these capitalists hate the federal government, they sure as hell take a hell of a lot of money away from them, you know. And I don't think giving capitalists more and more shit is going to get the middle class and the lower class more and more of anything. It has to be legislated. It has to be, a labor movement. People have to care about that shit. Like me, I would never work at fast food or in the fast food industry, but I want these motherfuckers treated right and shit. You know, I don't want immigrants to be here taking no fucking jobs. But the people are too fucking stupid to not take those jobs, then they got to bring other people in. You don't have this shit in other capitalist countries, right? You go to different places, capitalism work very differently in places, different places. It's just that we just
I
have
mean, just
the worst type. So
I mean, to be fair, you work yourself to a position where you don't have to worry about paying certain taxes, I guess.
but
So
I
yeah,
still have
that
to desperately be concerned about it because people not shipping shit will eventually affect my career field. Eventually.
when is that
Believe it or
gonna
not,
happen?
this is a bottom level career field. Transportation. Everything has to be moved from one place to another.
Yeah, I'm saying when's that not gonna happen?
When is that not going to happen? That's what you said?
Yeah, that is always gonna happen. You're always gonna have a
Correct.
need for that.
Yeah, but I still need for society to be able to function so that way all this shit can work. I just don't want to be the person with all the fucking money. That doesn't do anything for me. I mean, me being an oligarch, like, that doesn't do anything for me. I'd rather hire fucking skilled fucking labor so that way I can make sure that my labor is cool and my prices are right. If they flood this place full of a bunch of people who don't give a fuck about their shit and not being paid anything, it means something totally different. Like a truck driver in Mississippi makes half of what the fucking truck driver in Colorado would make. Half of what they would make in Kansas City or St. Louis or Columbus, Ohio. Half. They got these motherfuckers out here with CDLs making like $800 a week take home. Other people get like fucking like $1,500 to $1,800 a week take home.
But that could be the difference between the owner operator and somebody who's just signed on.
Correct. But at the end of the day, there ain't no trucks on sale down here either. Like the actual employers have the equipment advantage here. And there's nowhere down here to lease any fucking thing like you can in a big city. Right? Because they don't have
Is
the
that not
economy set up that way.
is that not the same, or is that not taking advantage of your know-how and where you know where to go versus somebody who
Correct.
just like, oh yeah, give me a job. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're plugged in more than the person who's just starting out on the ground level. And it's almost
Correct.
like when you're young, you got to get that experience. You know where to go, and you're like, oh, I wish I knew this 5 years earlier. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing as far as how you're set up. You work yourself to a point where you can see enough to do enough.
Correct. But this is the information I wanted to go after though. I wanted to be in this position. I didn't expect this position. I failed a lot even getting to this position. Like most of the shit now can be done within 2 years. It took me like fucking 7 or 8 to figure out all the fucking ins and outs of this shit by doing shit the wrong fucking way, or not having enough fucking
Right.
sense to do it the right way. And now that I do have it the right way, I present it to people, and they look at it like there's no way that's easy, because you have to present legitimate shit in the form of a hustle in order for dumb niggas to actually fucking pay attention to it. You know?
You did have one success story from your course. I'm not gonna say you had a course, but from your example, was it not do business, but it was another cat way back in the day. He started a whole trucking field based off what he learned from you.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually visited him today
I can't
when
call
I
the
was in
brother's name
Texas.
though.
Yeah, I visited him today. The dude did everything that I said in the fucking $1 million course that I gave him. And this dude was 21 and he retired at 23.
That's what's
2
up.
years out there of a couple $100,000 a year. He paid off his fucking farm, and he don't even drive anymore. He does nothing but farming now. The only guy, he's white, followed everything that I fucking said, and got out of his fucking parents' place, was able to buy a truck. He worked and he saved every fucking dime, bought a whole bunch of fucking land, and did farming. And only did trucking like 4 or 5 months out of the year. Now he don't even do trucking no more. One
Oh,
person.
okay. Hold on. Wait. That's somebody different. I was thinking of grown man business. You
Oh,
remember him?
yeah.
He came out of your school, right?
No. I never interacted with grown man business at all. Only
Oh,
online. I haven't talked to him behind the scenes or nothing. I don't even know what he does for a living. I thought he was a real estate guy or some shit.
well, I thought he was trucking. I thought he came out of your wanted took some advice from you or whatever. But I don't know what I'm
No,
talking about, man.
don't
I'm
worry about it,
poking and
man.
prying a little bit.
No, it's just that there was a success story, but like everybody else ended up being owner operators for different companies and shit. They did upgrade significantly their entire life, but once they got the money, they didn't need the manosphere shit anymore. They didn't need the social circle of failed men anymore. The moment they got the fucking money, they felt better when they was able to afford shit and go do fly nigga shit. They didn't need the manosphere anymore. They left.
Yeah, you will see that. You'll look up to see people that you don't see anymore. They're out of here. You won't see them
And they
again.
stick their head in here for 2 seconds, and then they got to get the fuck out of here. They get so mad at how dumb they used to be, they just fucking leave and disappear. You never hear from them again.
It's kind of like the old neighborhood. If you go back to the old neighborhood, the old friends you used to have, they're still standing in the
Oh yeah,
same spot to the point where the concrete's uneven.
yeah. Shit, I go home,
Hey, well,
man.
shout out to you, MOT. You
Yeah.
you got one success story more than a certain IT manosphere guy we know.
No. I'm talking about success story out of the information I gave for free that everybody had access to. You want to know how many people I gave that information to?
I
How
wasn't
many?
here at the time.
About 500.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I think I came
Yeah,
around
that's
20
that's
at
that's
the end
typically
of
how it works.
2017. That was it. And I didn't come across you.
Yeah, but like a lot of people upgraded. I would say about 20% of the people upgraded, but the one person who went all the way through it as it was designed to go through was one person. Just one. So yeah.
Hey, salute to bruh, whoever that is. Salute to him.
Yeah. White dude too. White dude, young ass white dude. Said he was listening to my channel for a fucking while. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here since you're 14 years old, man? Like, what the fuck is that about? But yeah, he was lost. He was working some bullshit job in some small town Texas shit. He went and got his fucking CDL, and a year later, he followed the exact steps, saved all his money, bought a truck, bought a trailer, did exactly what he was supposed to do, got his money together, saved it, flipped it right, turned it into some other shit, bought a whole bunch of land. got hooked up with some Latinos. They help him farm on this fucking land. He bought housing for him and shit out there, partnering up with motherfuckers, not having that Southern approach to labor bullshit. And he was chilling. He did it right.
Yeah, speaking of, man, don't dump on Stanley. We gotta feather him in. He be up here lacing him with game, and he don't realize that he's unlocking new levels. I was dragging him along slowly, and you got him on the speed course.
Oh yeah. I mean, because a lot of
That's my
people
guy.
don't understand this fucking. They don't understand this black manosphere, black male victimhood piece, right? Because it sounds weird to people who have their shit together, but if you don't have no fucking direction, it sounds like a godsend to you to have somebody. Finally, somebody understands me. Like, no, this nigga doesn't understand you. He's not trying to create you into being no fucking competitor in society. He wants you to be a permanent fucking victim. That's what this dude's interested in. And most of these man-spirit niggas are interested in making you a permanent victim of the worst type of women in the world. That's what they're trying to do on purpose.
Yep. I agree. I see that.
That's why they have to hide behind so many other men, you know, who do the same shit, right? Who does all the same shit. And that's why I say, you know, okay, great. You think this shit? What did your father think? What did your grandfather think? And it's like, oh, okay. There's none of that because this dude was just hatched out of nowhere, right? It's just him and there's no one the fuck else. Just him, right? Like, man, what is this shit? It's like, but then again, there's a lot of weird ass dudes out there who haven't done shit with their fucking life. And they desperately are trying to find somebody else to blame other than them not taking action, man. And it's far, you don't know how much we're far outnumbered by those guys, dude. Like 100,000 to 1. We are way outnumbered by those people.
Yeah. It's almost like magic when you connect with somebody laying out, on the majority end of it.
You know who raised them, MOT. You know.
Hey, look. You
Want a man in sight.
Yeah, and here's
What
the
he
thing.
say? He say Bravo Alpha, Bravo Alpha November. Huh?
Yeah, like look, like most of these father figures now are bitch ass niggas. Like, dude, like that whole 2-parent household shit works when the man is actually trying to teach the son something and trying to prevent the problem in his own life. Most of these bitch ass niggas are trying to create clones of the actual life with actual children, man. Like, brother, they're not trying to fix any of this shit. They're not even trying to steer their sons toward better fucking women. Nah, bro, they're not trying to create anything. They're not trying to change any laws. Like, okay, a lot of motherfuckers complain about child support. None of these motherfuckers signed no petition or none of that shit to change anything. They just left the problems in place. No real reason for it.
Right. I'm gonna get on down. I gotta get to Duolingo before I hit the bed. But yeah, man, good
All right.
talk to you, MOT. Free Zone, Stanley. I'll catch up with y'all.
Cool, man.
Take it easy, Dave. Dave, tomorrow we're gonna probably found a couple Tiasan Johnson videos I want to look at. One with Helen Andrews, and I found a interview or a panel he did with Tommy Curry. So I definitely want to see the Tommy Curry T Hassan interaction. So that we're gonna carry this over another day. And by the way, I'm probably gonna wrap this up because I'm coming up on 9 hours. So old men
MOT,
need their
man, it's always a
rest.
treat when you up here because you put that in like the way you can just describe what it is
Yes.
that I'm seeing. You sum it up and you save me a lot of time because it would take me a while for me to actually watch this content and say it the way you say it. I just don't have that. I think that's a gift.
Well, he's lived it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
but I've
Shout
been
out
here
to you for
13
that.
years. Like I've seen these people from when they had 100 subscribers to where they at now. Like I've seen all that shit.
It's like I could see it, but I can't articulate it the way you do, and that's
Yeah.
Well, don't feel bad, Dave. I consider myself good at articulating, and I same here. I'm in the same learning curve with you. You helped me see some things that it would have taken me a while to, kind of put in perspective. So definitely you have been a mentor to the two of us.
Yeah, because I'm trying to like when I came here, it was to prevent men from going into problems. Now I have to prevent men from listening to these bullshit artists in the fucking manosphere. That's what it turned into.
Wow. So, folks, I am going to wrap it up. Mackenzie, it's good to see you. You have been busy. So once you get unbusy, hang out more. It's good to see you. And whenever you get around to it, I learned to fly fish some years ago. I'll retell that story one of these days. But fishing is kind of my thing, though I haven't done it in probably a year. But I need to get back into it. But we will wrap this up, and I'll be back around 1 or 1:30 tomorrow.
Hey, call the show. Don't be a Bravo Alpha November.
Well, you know what? Actually,
don't be a Bravo
Yeah.
Alpha November without drinking your juice in the hood.
Or something like that. Oh, yeah. Well, to be honest, things always work out, and as it turns out, I had this weird loyalty thing, but yeah, I'm actually kind of having fun doing my own thing, and it is working out well. The only problem is I'm kind of an acquired taste, but the growth I am getting, it's going to be good quality growth. People who can actually argue points. So
The thing
I
was is that
appreciate
I
it.
grew my channel the wrong way. Like I grew my channel through destroying these dating coaches, and I had no idea that these people were going back listening to the same dudes for like the back and forth. I had no idea that the same people who was listening to me was interested in the conversation of the back and forth, not trying to do better with the information. Like I had no idea that that was the case until it just
Right.
started being pointed out to me that these people just wanted to hear the rah-rah shit. They didn't want to take no action. I'm like, but all the shit that you want is on the other side of you taking action.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
listen, man, look, at the end of the day, we just need to stop taking pity on weak ass fucking men. That solves it. Go
Mm-hmm.
get your shit together. Leave these motherfuckers the fuck alone. That solves it.
Mm-hmm. All right, MOT. Well, I'll be back at the same bat time. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button on the way out. If you are new, subscribe to the channel, check it out, and you can always unsubscribe. I used to have Father Bryant, my 10th grade English teacher. I learned more from that man about English, literature, grammar, everything. All the grammar I know, I learned from Father Bryant in 10th grade. He was like, always make sure you're taking notes. You can always throw them away. And, that's kind of how I feel about subscribing to the channel. It won't be for everybody, but, I enjoy the people that, rock out with me, even Brian Nichols. Who makes sure that I do not get into an echo chamber mode. Thank you, Brian. Salute to you. So I will see everybody tomorrow.
Shout out to Deacon Dave and Free Zone.
Deacon Dave. Yeah, well, Deacon Dave is another one who always, sharpens my arguments, and he's a good guy. And, and Free Zone Lou, another one. People that just a pleasure to have up on the panel.
Yeah.
So I'll see y'all tomorrow.
All right, cool, man. Thanks for having me on,
Take it
Stanley.
easy. Yes, sir.
And
Appreciate it.
email me this link, or what's this dude's name? Paul
Oh
St.
yeah,
Paul?
it's Jeff St. James. Hold on. Let me email it to you right quick.
Okay.
Or I'll put it in the back. Put your email in the back because the other day I shut down the show and forgot to copy it down, and then I'll email it to you. Just so you have my email address too.
Shit.
Or if you're driving, don't worry about it. I'll just drop it in the
No,
back and you can click it.
No, I always do dangerous shit like this all the time. It's not a big deal.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Let me go ahead and bring this email up.
Yeah, get that girl on who was up here too. I think she probably didn't get it either.
Who, Mela?
No, not Mela. Mela knows who the fuck I am. Not Mela.
Oh, TMKC.
Yeah, her. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll make sure she gets it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I listened to her live stream about men not liking women, and she was not wrong. She's not wrong.
Okay, let me do this right quick. Let's see.
Because once you invite these people like TSN onto like a huge platform and ask them some real cross-examining and exposing arguments about, okay, so where does this shit lead to? I would love that Deer in the Headlights look when, okay, you was taught to be a feminist and okay, you're not that anymore, but you're still kind of selling victimhood. What do you say to that? Or, okay, 5 or 10 years after they have black male studies, what is a person supposed to get out of that? Where are they supposed to be mentally and emotionally? What type of job are they supposed to have in learning black male victimhood? Like those types of questions.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing, I believe that Tommy Curry teaches it in a philosophy department. And probably, it may well be that his courses are electives, but he has some endowed chair or something like that. He's got like, his job at the University of Glasgow or wherever it is he is, University of Edinburgh or Edinburgh University, whatever it is. I mean, he had to go out of the country to do it, but where he landed is actually kind of prestigious. I mean, he's actually like talked at there's a festival, it's kind of like South by Southwest in the United States. England has a couple of them, and he's actually been featured. They actually seem to kind of venerate him over there.
He's a legit dude. Like he's in every place but the Black Manosphere. Like he used to be here a lot more.
Right.
Before TSN went on this bullshit and BGS kind of led these dudes off a cliff to give them an audience. But other than that, it's just that he's everywhere else but here. And I'm glad that he's not here because you don't need to be. Well, he doesn't need to be legitimizing even the TSN Johnson shit anymore because now he's been here for a long enough time to do policy proposals and everything else. You just can't rest on your laurels of black male victimhood at this point. No, you're 5 or 6 years here. So there's no real excuse to be stuck here presenting the same bullshit arguments going to other people. Right.
Oh, his ghetto point of view. How you doing there? Yeah, I'm about to shut this down, but your question, his ghetto point of view is a good friend of mine too. Do we also not take pity on weak women? Well, if you believe that men and women are different, if women are the weaker sex, why not?
Yeah,
because I don't want weak women necessarily raising children.
Yeah, like poor pink canoe management by these fucking women is a horrific thing too.
Right. And hopefully, weak women have their children taken away and given to the state.
Yeah.
So I don't know that we actually do take pity on weak women in the end.
The Bravo Alpha November does. because that's their
they seek them
marketplace.
out.
Yes. Yeah, they seek out these weak women and give them kids that they both can complain about while the kid suffers.
And quite frankly, it may be those types who actually take pity on weak women. You know,
Yes,
like
they do.
me personally, I'm not going to be with a weak woman. When I met my
No.
wife, the thing that attracted me to my wife is she was a strong woman.
Yeah.
She
My type
was
of woman has to have ultimate disdain for weak ass fucking men. Has to be
exactly.
part of the fucking program.
Exactly. So, you know, a weak woman's probably not going to wind up with a quality man. And if he ever got anything right, I think, what's his name? Damn it. I'm having a senior moment here. Kevin Samuels. I mean, if he got anything right, it's that, you know, these high quality men are not going to be, you know, interested in weaker women. So,
Yeah, but the high quality men need to be having a lower fucking profile and not prancing around, like I'm so high
exactly.
value. I'm so high value. It's like, all right, man, that shit don't even sound masculine, bro. You know what I'm saying? Just
Well, that is a good point. You know, you high value men aren't gonna look. Rich
and it's some shit
people,
that
you know,
he
one of
wasn't
those.
until he almost died. That's the other
Yeah,
part of it. He became a high value man because of a woman.
right. Well, you know, I've seen YouTube videos of him. I remember this one video where he's wearing like a yellow Izod shirt, selling perfume or something like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, in the
So
mall. Yeah.
he did not start out high value. You're right about that.
No, he sold the dream to like I said, it was lightning in the bottle. Everybody tried to repurpose it. People deliberately misunderstand the manosphere because of what he perceptively got out of it. They don't care about the male
Yes.
issues and none of that shit. It is what the manosphere has turned into is rap music. No, it started out with the actual, the poor righteous teachers, and then all of a sudden NWA takeover.
Right. Right.
That's all it was.
All right. Well, let me go ahead and wrap it up here. Ghetto, you need to come by more often. It's been a while since I've seen you. Though my hours, these afternoon hours may not work for everybody, but anyway, I will see everybody tomorrow.
All right, cool, man. All right.
Take it easy.